Chapter 20 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 20. Dr. Harrison had but little left Mr. Linden that morning when Mr. Simlins came in. He had hardly seen his guest yet that day, except, like Mrs. Derrick, when he was asleep. For having watched himself the greater part of the night, for the pure pleasure of it, Mr. Simlins's late rest had brought him almost to the hour when the boys came to what the doctor called Mr. Linden's levee. "Well, how do you find yourself?" said the farmer, standing at the foot of the bed and looking at its occupant with a kind of grim satisfaction. "I find myself tired, sir, and at the same time intending to get up. Mr. Simlins, are you going down to church this afternoon?" "Well, no," said the farmer. "I think it's as good church as I can do, to look after you." "You can have both," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "I should go with you." "You ain't fit," said the farmer regretfully. "Fit enough. I'll come back and stay with you another day, when I am well, if you'll let me." "Will you?" said the farmer. "I'll bottle that 'ere promise and cork it up, and if it ain't good when I pull the cork, then I'll never play Syrian again for no one. But suppose I ain't going to church?" "Then I shall have to take Reuben." "You shan't take no one but me," growled Mr. Simlins. "I'd rather see you out of my house than not, if I can't see you in it." The bells were ringing out for the early afternoon service when they set forth, not ringing against each other, as which should give the loudest call for its own particular church, but with alternate strokes speaking the same thing, the one stepping in when the other was out of breath. The warm sunshine rested upon all, the evil and the good, and spoke its own message, though not so noisily. Along the road, Mr. Simlins's little covered waggon, chosen for various reasons, went at an easy pace, with one to drive, and one to bear the motion as best he might, and a third who would almost have agreed to be a pillow or a cushion for the rest of his life, if he could have been one for that day. What there were of that sort in the waggon, or indeed in the house, were to Reuben's eyes far too thin and ineffectual. A little excitement, a very earnest desire to get home once more, did partially supply the need, and by the time the houses were empty and the churches full, the waggon stopped at Mrs. Derrick's gate. "I guess nobody's home," said Mr. Simlins, as he, with great tenderness, helped Mr. Linden to alight. "But anyway, here's the house all standing. Reuben, you go ahead and see if we can get in." But before Reuben touched the door, Mrs. Derrick had opened it from the inside, and stood there, her usually quiet manner quite subdued into silence. Not into inaction, however, for her woman's hands soon made their superior powers known, and Mr. Simlins could only wonder why this and that had not occurred to him before. Quick and still and thoughtful, she had done half a dozen little things to make Mr. Linden comfortable before he had been in the house as many minutes, and assured the two others very confidently that he shouldn't faint again if he wanted to ever so much. "Well, I was sorry to let him go," said Mr. Simlins, "and now I'm glad of it. It takes a woman. Where's somebody else?" "There's nobody else in the house," said Mrs. Derrick. "Faith's gone to meeting, and Cindy too, for all I know." "I'll tell Dr. Harrison word in the morning where I am," said Mr. Linden, which Mr. Simlins rightly understood to mean that fact need not be published to-night. He took gentle leave of this lost guest, and went to church, excusing himself for it afterwards by saying he felt lonely. If Faith had seen him there, she might have jumped at conclusions again, but she did not, and after the service walked home slowly again, though nobody was with her. A little wearied by this time with the night and the day's work, wearied in body and mind perhaps, she paced homewards along the broad street or road, on which the yellow leaves of the trees were floating lazily down, and which was all filled from sky and wayside with golden light. It brought to mind her walk of last Sunday afternoon and evening, the hymn and those other lines Mr. Linden had repeated, and which had run in her head 50 times since. And Faith's step grew rather slower and less lightsome as she neared home, and when she got home she went straight up to her room without turning to the right or the left. Her mother was just then in the kitchen and heard her not, and shielded by her bonnet, Faith saw not even that Mr. Linden's door stood open. But when she came out again a little while after, the full stream of sunlight that came thence into the passage drew her eyes that way, and Faith did not wonder then that her mother had been startled and unprepared by the doctor's words for the sight of what she now saw. The chintz-covered couch was drawn before the window, in the full radiance of the sunlight, and Mr. Linden lay there looking out. But the sunlight found no glow in his face, unless one as ethereal as itself. The habitual sweet pure look was there, a look that reminded Faith of the one Johnny had worn in the morning, but the face was perfectly colourless. The bandaged arm was supported only by a sling. Upon the other hand, his cheek rested wearily. Faith looked, hesitated, then stepped lightly into the room and stood before him. With a face not indeed quite so pale as his own, but that only the sunlight hindered his seeing, was utterly without its usual colour. She found nothing to say apparently, for she did not speak, only held out her hand. He had turned at the first sound of her step and watched her, at first smiling, then grave, as she came near, and taking her hand as silently as it was given, Mr. Linden looked up at her face, perhaps to see whether his instructions had been obeyed. "I have had men's hands about me so long," he said, "that yours feel like—" He did not specify what, but held it a minute as if he were trying to find out. "Miss Faith, you want to be rocked to sleep." Could he see that her lips trembled? He could feel how her hand did, but her look was as frank as ever. "Are you less well today?" she said at last, in a voice that was little above a whisper, and stopped short of his name. "Less well than yesterday at this time, not less well than this morning. A little more tired, perhaps." He spoke very quietly, answering her words and letting his hand and eye do the rest. "Has Mrs. Derrick a cradle in the house that would hold you?" Perhaps Faith hardly heard the question, for she did not acknowledge it by so much as a smile. She wished to ask the further question, whether the assurance of last night was still true, but his appearance had driven such fear to her heart that she dared not ask it. She stood quite still a minute, but when she spoke her words were in the utmost clear sweetness of a woman's voice. "Can I do something for you, Mr. Linden?" "You are doing something for me now. It is so pleasant to see you. But, Miss Faith, I shall have to reclaim some of your scholars. You have been teaching too much today." "No," she said, "I have had no chance." "No chance to teach too much? And why?" "Why," she said, "I had only the usual hour this morning. I could do no more." "You look as if you had been teaching all day, or taught, which is but another branch. What did my boys say to you?" "I think they thought they were saying to you, Mr. Linden. They behaved so well." He smiled. "I don't believe even your conjuring powers could bring about such a hallucination, Miss Faith. What a day it has been! Look at that sunlight, and think of the city that hath no need of the sun." She looked where he bade her, but the contrast was a little too strong just then with the earth that had so much need of it. Only the extreme gravity of her face, however, indicated anything of the struggle going on. Her eye did not move, nor eyelid. "That is the only rest we must wait for," Mr. Linden said. "That remaineth." Faith answered nothing, but after a little while the shadow of that sunlight passed away from her face, and she turned to the couch again and asked with her former gentle expression, "Will you have tea up here, Mr. Linden?" "I'm afraid I must," he said, looking up at her with eyes that rather questioned than answered. "Does mother know what you would like to have?" "Miss Faith, I wish you would tell me just what is troubling you." The question flushed her a little, and for a moment her face was a quick play of light and shade. Then she said, "It troubled me not to see you looking better." He took the force of her words, though he answered lightly, I suppose I do look rather frightful, but Miss Faith, I hope to get over that in a few days. You must try and brace up your nerves, because if you cannot bear the sight of me, I shall have to deny myself the sight of you." "Don't do that," she said, the light coming into her eye and voice as if by actual sunbeam. "Then it is true what you wrote me last night, Mr. Linden?" "Well," he said, "I am not much in the habit of maintaining my own words. However, in this case I am willing to admit them true. If it will be any relief to your mind, Miss Faith, I will promise to remain in seclusion until you say I am fit to be seen downstairs." The answer to that was only a rosy little smile, like the sunlight promise of fair weather on the last clouds that float over the horizon. But perhaps his words had brought her mind back to the question of supper, for she asked again, "What are you going to have for tea tonight, Mr. Linden?" "May I take a great liberty?" he said with a look as grave as before. "I don't know how you can," she said, and with eyes somewhat surprised, that said in her own way it was impossible. A little smile, which she scarce saw, came first, and then her hand was brought to his lips, but it was done too gravely and gently to startle even her. "Now you must go and rest," Mr. Linden said. "I want nothing for tea that shall cost one extra step." Faith went about as silently and demurely as a cat that has had her ears boxed and been sent out of the dairy, only in this case she went to her dairy, from whence in due time she emerged with cream and butter and made her appearance in the kitchen. "Well, child," said Mrs. Derrick, "when did you get home, and what did you do with yourself? I've looked and looked for you till I was tired, and if you'd stayed 5 minutes more, I should have run all over town after you." "Why, mother," said Faith, "I was in my own room for a good while. I got home in usual time." "Well," said her mother, "I hope next time you'll say as much, that's all. Do you know you've got company, Faith?" "Who, mother?" "Oh, I've seen Mr. Linden." "I meant him," said Mrs. Derrick. "I'm sure the house seems as if it had twice as many in it since he came." "He ought to have tea now, mother. Is Cindy home yet?" "No, but that's no matter. I'll take it up in 2 minutes. Where's the teapot?" "I think, mother," said Faith, as she was adding the last touches to the tray which was to go upstairs, "I must have put Mr. Linden in mind of his sister or somebody this afternoon. I am afraid he misses them now." "What do you mean by somebody?" said Mrs. Derrick. "Some of his own family, I mean. I thought so." "I don't believe you ever put anybody in mind of anybody else," said Mrs. Derrick confidently. "What made you think so, child?" "Something made me think so," said Faith rather abstractly. "Now, mother, it is ready, and I'll take it upstairs, if you'll take it then." "I guess I'm up to as much as taking it all the way," said her mother, lifting the tray. "I'll be down presently, dear. You must want your tea." And upstairs she went. Reuben came to stay all night, so the ladies only had to take their own much-needed sleep in peace, and a note of information was left at Dr. Harrison's door next morning, some time before that gentleman was awake. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 21. "I know what I have to do today," said Faith the next morning. "Mr. Skip has got the box made, mother, and now I want the stuff to cover it." "Well, that's ready in my pantry, child." Whereupon Reuben offered his services, but all that was given him to do was to carry up Mr. Linden's breakfast. This was hardly well over when Dr. Harrison came. He was shown into the sitting-room just as Faith, with her arms full of brown moreen, came into it also from the pantry. The doctor was not going to lose a shake of the hand, and waited for the brown moreen to be deposited on the floor accordingly. "You are looking more like yourself to-day," he said. "I will call mother," said Faith, which she did, leaving the doctor in company with the brown moreen. "Mrs. Derrick," said he, speaking by no means without a purpose, "I have cause of complaint against you. "What have you done to allure my patient down here against orders?" "He's better here," said Mrs. Derrick, with a cool disposing of the subject. "What did you want to keep him up there for, doctor?" "Only acted upon a vigorous principle of Mr. Linden's nature, madam. If I had ordered him to come, he would have stayed. May I see him?" And Mrs. Derrick preceded the doctor upstairs, opened the door of the room, and shut it after him. Mr. Linden was on the couch, but it was wheeled round by the side of the fire now, for the morning was cool. A little heap of unopened letters and post dispatches lay before him, but the white paper in his hand seemed not to have come from the heap. As the doctor entered, this was folded up and transferred to the disabled hand for safe keeping. Mr. Linden had that quality, much more common among women than among men, of looking well in undress, but let no one suppose that I mean the combination of carelessness and disorder which generally goes by that name, and which shews, most of all, undress of the mind. I mean simply that style of dress which Sam Weller might call ease afore ceremony. In its delicate particularity, Mr. Linden's undress might have graced a ballroom, and, as I have said, the dark brown wrapper with its wide sleeves was becoming. Dr. Harrison might easily see that his patient was not only different from most of the neighborhood, but also from most people that he had seen anywhere, and that peculiar reposeful look was strongly indicative of power. "Good morning," said the doctor. "Do you expect me to behave well this morning?" "Why, no," said Mr. Linden. "My experience hitherto has not led me to expect anything of the sort." The doctor stood before the fire, looking down at him, smiling almost, yet with a keen eye, as at a man whose measure he had not yet succeeded in taking. "What did you come down here for, without my leave? And how do you do? For you see I mean to behave well." "I came down because I wanted to be at home," said Mr. Linden, "and I did not ask leave because I meant to come whether or no. You see what a respect I have for your orders." "Yes," said the doctor, "that is a very ancient sort of respect. How do you do, Linden?" "I suppose well. As to feeling, I should not care to go through the Olympic games, even in imagination, and the various sensations in my left arm make me occasionally wish they were in my right." The doctor proceeded to an examination of the arm. It was found not to be taking the road to healing so readily as had been hoped. "I am afraid it may be a somewhat tedious affair," said Dr. Harrison, as he renewed the bandages in the way they ought to be. "I wish I had hold of that fellow. This may take a little time to come to a harmonious disposition, Linden, and give you a little annoyance. And at the same time, it's what you deserve," said he, retaking his disengaged manner as he finished what he had to do. "I almost wish I could threaten you with a fever, or something serious. But I see you are as sound as that axle tree our friend spoke of the other day. There it is. You have learned to do evil with impunity. For I confess this has nothing to do with the exercise of your lawless disposition yesterday. Why didn't you let me bring you if you wanted to come? That old fellow can't have anything drawn by horses that goes easier than a harrow." "Let you bring me!" said Mr. Linden. "Would you have done it against your own orders?" "Under your authority, which is equal to anything, you know." "Well," said Mr. Linden, "will you take a seat under my authority, and then take the benefit of my fire? What is going on in the outer world?" "I haven't any idea," said the doctor. "Pattaquasset seems to me to be, socially, at one extreme pole of the axle tree before mentioned, and while I am here I feel no revolution of the great mass heaving beyond. It takes away one's breath, does Pattaquasset." "You are making it akin to the music of the spheres," said Mr. Linden. "Is that what you find in Pattaquasset?" said the doctor. "Your ears must be pleasantly constituted, or more agreeably saluted than those of other mortals. The only music I know of here is Miss Derrick's voice. Does she feed upon roses like the Persian bulbul?" "I should suppose not, unless roses impart their color in that way," said Mr. Linden, softly turning the folded paper from side to side. "This is a nice place," said the doctor, surveying the room, "and you look very comfortable. I should like to take your invitation and sit down, but I mustn't. Won't you try and put a good opinion of me into the head of Mrs. Derrick?" "What an extraordinary request!" said Mr. Linden, laughing a little. "Pray, what am I to understand by it? And why mustn't you sit down? Here is something to rejoice your heart with a few of the aforesaid upheavings of society." And he handed the doctor an unopened foreign newspaper. "Absolutely irresistible," said the doctor, as he broke the cover, took a chair, and sat down before the fire, where for a while, to all appearance, he also made himself comfortable, and certainly turned and returned, and ran over the paper in an artistic manner. "After all," said he, "it's a bore, this alteration of knocking each other down, which the nations of the earth practice, and the societies, and the men. It's a pugilistic world we live in, Linden. It's a bore to keep up with them, for one must know who's atop, both in Europe and in Pattaquasset, where you are just now the king of men's mouths. And all the while it don't a pin signify, except to the one who is atop. I beg your pardon." "How long must I, being atop, lie here? All this week?" "What will you do if I say more than that?" "Why, I'll listen respectfully. Do you know I like to see you sitting there? Here is another paper for you." The doctor looked at him with an odd, frankly inquisitive smile, but he only took the paper to play with it. "I wonder if I may ask a roundabout favor from you?" "You may ask anything," said Mr. Linden. "I would rather have it in a straightforward form." "Can't," said the doctor, "because it is crooked. I suppose at this hour every lady in Pattaquasset expects that her friends will not call her away from her affairs, and I stupidly forgot to deliver my message when I had a moment's chance this morning. Now, as it is possible you may see this, if she cannot be called the silver-footed, Thetis, she is certainly the silver-tongued. You would know how to address her?" "Thetis? Probably, when I see her." "I may presume you will know her when you see her. And that brings me to my point. I have got some good microscopic preparations which I am to have the pleasure of exhibiting to night to some friends of my sister. Now, it would greatly add to her pleasure and mine if this mortal polyhymena will consent to be of the number. And this is what I was going to ask you, if you please, to communicate to her or to her mother, in whose good graces, as I told you," said the doctor with a funny smile. "I don't think I have the honor to stand high. Sophie would have written this morning, but I gave her no chance. I will call for Miss Derrick this evening, if she will allow me." Mr. Linden took out his pencil and made a note of the facts. "First," he said, "I am to communicate, then you are to call. After that, to exhibit. Do you call that crooked? Why, it's as straight as the road from here to your house." Dr. Harrison looked, and for a minute did not anything else. "For your arm, Linden," he said then, getting up from his chair, and a smile of doubtful comicality moving his lip a little. "We shall know better about it in 2 or 3 weeks, but certainly I think you must be content to stay at home for double those. That's undoubted." Mr. Linden gave the doctor a quick glance, but the smile which followed was undoubted in another way. "When two opposing forces meet at right angles, doctor," he said, "you know what happens to the object. Not contented inertia." "Contented? No, very likely. Not when it is this object. But you will find a third force will establish the inertia." "What is your third force?" "The necessity of the case," said the doctor seriously. But to that Mr. Linden made no reply. The conversation had been kept up not only against weakness, but against pain, and he lay very still and colorless for a long time after the doctor closed the door. Meanwhile, Faith, busy at her brown moreen, made her mother's job of mending seem like embroidery. But by degrees Mrs. Derrick's face became thoughtful, and she said rather emphatically, "Child, have you been up to see Mr. Linden to day?" Faith's hammer dropped, and her hands too. "No, mother," she said, looking at her. "Why, child," Mrs. Derrick began. Then she stopped and began again. "I guess he'd rather see you than that box, child, if the doctor hasn't talked him to death." "Mother, do you think he would like to have me come up and see him?" "Like it?" said Mrs. Derrick, her mind almost refusing to consider such an absurd question. "I'm sure he likes to see you when he's well, Faith. Didn't he like it last night?" Faith looked a little bit grave. Then she hastily pushed her brown moreen and box into a somewhat more orderly state of disorganization, and went upstairs with a quick, light step that was not heard before her tap at Mr. Linden's door. And then, receiving permission, she went in, a little rosy this time at venturing into the charmed region when its occupant was there, and came with her step a little lighter, a little slower, up to the side of the couch, and held out her hand, saying her soft, "How do you do, Mr. Linden?" He was lying just as the doctor had left him, with the unopened letters and the white paper which Faith felt instinctively was her own exercise. But eye and hand were ready for her. "Courageous Miss Faith!" he said with a smile. "And so she's gentle and not fearful?" She smiled, with an eye that took wistful note of him. "How do you feel to-day, Mr. Linden?" "Not very well, and not worse. Miss Faith, do you know that we have a great deal to do this week? You may lock up your stocking basket." "Please let me do something for you, Mr. Linden," she said, earnestly. "That's just what I'm talking about. Do you think, Miss Faith, that if you brought that low chair here, and set the door wide open so that you could run out if you got frightened at my grim appearance, you would be willing to philosophize a little?" "Not to-day, Mr. Linden," said Faith. "Don't speak so. I haven't any stocking basket in the way. Can't I do something that would do you some good?" "It would do me a great deal of good to get up and set that chair for you. But that is something I must ask you to do for me. I see you want coaxing," he added, looking at her. "Well, if you will do half a dozen things for me this morning, you shall have the reward of a letter and 2 messages." Faith looked down, doubtful whether to do what would please herself and him would be just right to-day. But the pleading of the affirmative side of the question was too strong. She gave up considering the prudential side of the measure, thinking that perhaps Mr. Linden knew his own feelings best, and once decided, let pleasure have its full flow. With hardly a shade upon the glad readiness of her movements, she placed the chair and brought the book, and sat docile down, though keeping a jealous watch for any sign of pain or weariness that should warn her to stop. And from one thing to another he led her on, talking less than usual, perhaps, himself, but giving her, none the less good, a lesson. And the signs she sought for could not be found. Weary he was not, mentally, and physical nature knew its place. Last of all, the little exercise was opened and commented upon, and praised, and she praised through it, though very delicately. "Have I tired you?" he said, as the town clock struck an hour past the midday. "Oh, no! And you, Mr. Linden?" In what a different tone the 2 parts of her speech were spoken. "I have not hurt myself," he said, smiling. "Perhaps by and by this afternoon you will let me see you again. Dr. Harrison threatens to keep me at home for 2 or 3 weeks, and I want to make the most of them. I may not have such a time of leisure again." And then Mr. Linden gave the doctor's message, a message, very strictly, and as near as possible in the doctor's own words, receiving as little tinge as it well could from the medium through which it passed. "The other message," he said, giving her a letter, "you will find there." "A message?" said Faith, doubtfully, and flushing with pleasure. "Isn't this one of your sister's letters?" "Yes. Mayn't she send you a message?" A very modest and very happy smile and deepening blush answered that, and she ran away with a sudden compunctious remembrance of Mr. Linden's dinner. After dinner, Faith had something to do in the kitchen, and something to do in other parts of the house, and then she would have read the letter before all things else. But then came, in a string of company, one after the other, everybody wanting the news, and much more than could be given. So it was a succession of flourishing expectations cut down and blasted, and both Faith and her mother grew tired of the exercise of cutting down and blasting, and Faith remembered with dismay that the afternoon was wearing, and Mr. Linden had wished to see her again. She seized her chance and escaped at last, between the adieu of one lady and the accost of another, who was even then coming up from the gate, and knocked at Mr. Linden's door again, just as Mrs. Derrick was taking her minister's wife into the parlor. Her first move this time on coming in was to brush up the hearth and put the fire in proper order for burning well. Then she faced round before the couch and stood in a sort of pleasant expectation, as waiting for orders. "You are a bright little visitor," Mr. Linden said, holding out his hand to her. "You float in as softly and alight, as gently as one of those crimson leaves through my window." "Did anybody ever tell you the real reason why women are like angels?" "I didn't know they were," said Faith, laughing, and with something more of approximation to a crimson leaf. "They are all ministering spirits," he said, looking at her. "But you must be content with that, Miss Faith, and not make your visits angelic in any other sense. What do you suppose I have been considering this afternoon, while you have been spoiling the last Pattaquasset story by confessing that I am alive?" "Did you hear them coming in?" said Faith. "I didn't know when they were going to let me get away. What have you been considering, Mr. Linden?" "The widespread presence and work of beauty. You see what a shock you gave my nervous system yesterday. Will you please to sit down, Miss Faith?" Faith sat down, clearly in a puzzle, from which she expected to be somehow fetched out. "What do you suppose is beauty's work in the world? I don't mean any particular beauty." Faith looked at the crimson leaves on the floor, for the window was open though the fire was burning, then at the fair sky outside, seen beyond and through some other crimson leaves yet hanging on the large maple there. Then coming back to the face before her, she smiled and said, "I don't know, except to make people happy, Mr. Linden." "That is one part of its use, certainly. But take the thousands of wilderness flowers, and the thousands of deep-sea shells. Look at the carvings on the scale of a fish, which no human eye can see without a glass, or those other exquisite patterns traced upon the roots and stems of some of the fossil pines, which were hid in the solid rock before there was a human eye to see. What is their use?" To the wilderness and to the deep sea, Faith's thought and almost her eye went, and she took some time to consider the subject. "I suppose," she said, thoughtfully, "I don't know, Mr. Linden. Did you ever consider those words which close the account of the creation? God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good." "That is what I was going to say," she said, modestly, but with brightening color, "that perhaps he made all those things that you spoke of for himself." "For himself, to satisfy the perfectness of his own character. And think how different the divine and the human standards of perfection. Not the outward fair color and proportion merely, not the perfect fitness and adaptation, not the most utilitarian employment of every grain of dust, so that nothing is lost. Not even the grandest scale of working is enough, but the dust on the moth's wing must be plumage, and the white chalk cliffs must be made of minute shells, each one of which shines like spun silver, or is figured like cut glass. Not more steadily do astronomers discover new worlds than the microscope reveals some new perfection of detail and finish in our own." Faith listened during this speech like one literally seeing into space, as far as an embodied spirit can, for the first time. Then with a smile, a little sorrowful, she brought up with, "I don't know anything of all that, Mr. Linden. Do you mean that chalk is really made of little shells?" "Yes, really, and blue mold is like miniature forest. You will know about it," he said with a smile. "But do you see how this touches the standard of moral perfection? How it explains that other word, Be ye also perfect? Faith had not seen before, but she did now, for in her face the answer flashed most eloquently. She was silent. "That is the sort of perfection we are promised," Mr. Linden went on presently. "That is the sort of perfection we shall see. Now, both glass and eye are imperfect, speckled, and flawed, and short-sighted, and can but faintly discern the balancings of the clouds, the wondrous works of Him that is perfect in knowledge. But then, where sin no more obstructs our sight, when sorrow pains our hearts no more, how shall we view the Prince of Light, and all His works of great explore? What heights and depths of love divine will then through endless ages shine?" The words moved her probably, for she sat with her face turned a little away, so that its play or its gravity were scarce so well revealed. Not very long, however. The silence lasted time enough to let her thoughts come back to the subject never very far from them. "You are tired, Mr. Linden." "By what chain of reasoning, Miss Faith?" "I know by the sound of your voice. And you eat nothing to day. Do you like cocoa, Mr. Linden?" she added eagerly. He smiled a little and answered yes. "Then I shall bring you some." Faith stayed for no answer to that remark, but ran off. Half an hour good had passed away, but very few minutes more, when her soft tap was heard at the door again, and herself entered, accompanied with a cup of cocoa and a plate of dainty tiny strips of toast. "Aunt Dilly left some here," she said, as she presented the cup, "and she says it is good, and she shewed me how to make it. Aunt Dilly has lived all her life with a brother who has lived a great part of his life with a French wife, so Aunt Dilly has learned some of her ways, and this is one of them." But Mr. Linden looked as if he thought the way belonged emphatically to somebody else. "And so I am under the rule of the blue ribbons still?" he said, as he raised himself up to do honor to the cup of cocoa. "Miss Faith, do you know you are subjecting yourself to the penalty of extra lessons?" "How, Mr. Linden?" "Don't you know that is one of the punishments for bad conduct? It's a great act of insubordination to bring one cocoa without leave." She laughed, and then paid her attentions to the fire again, after which she stood by the hearth to see the cocoa disposed of, till she came to take the cup. "Are you in pain much, Mr. Linden?" she asked, as she did this. "Not mental," he said with a smile. "And the physical can be borne, Miss Faith. That cocoa was certainly better than I ever had from the hands of anybody's French wife. You must have improved upon the receipt." "When Dr. Harrison comes for me this evening, shall he come up and see you again?" "If he wishes. There is no need else." "How did it happen, Mr. Linden?" she said, with a very serious face. "On this wise, Miss Faith. I, walking home at a rather quick pace, was suddenly brought to, as the sailors say, by this shot in my arm. But as for the moment it affected the mind more than the body, I turned and gave chase, wishing to inquire who had thus favored me, and why. But the mind alone can only carry one a certain distance, and before I had caught my man, I found myself in such danger of fainting that I turned about again and made the best of my way to the house of Mr. Simlins. The rest you know." "What did the man run for?" "There is no thread in my nature that just answers that question," said Mr. Linden. "I suppose he ran because he was frightened." "But what should have frightened him?" "The idea of my displeasure, probably," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "Have you forgotten my character for cruelty, Miss Faith?" "But," said Faith, "why should he think he had displeased you? He wasn't near you, was he?" "Why, I am not supposed to be one of those amiable people who like to be shot," said Mr. Linden, in the same tone. "But how near was he, Mr. Linden?" "Within gunshot range, of course. The precise distance is not easily measured at such a moment." "But if he was not near," said Faith, "how could he think that his shot had touched you? He couldn't see it, and your running wouldn't seem like a man seriously injured." "He might think I disapproved of discharging a gun at random in the public road." "You don't suppose it could have been on purpose, Mr. Linden?" she said in a changed, awe-stricken tone. "I have no right to assume anything of the kind. There are all sorts of so-called accidents. But, Miss Faith, if you look so frightened, I shall begin to think you are an accomplice. What do you know about it?" he added, smiling. "Nothing," she said rather sadly, "except a little look of something, I don't know what, in your face when you said that, Mr. Linden." "You must not look grave, nor think twice about the matter in any way," he said with a sort of kind gravity that met hers. "Is there light enough for you to read that first chapter of physical geography and talk to me about it? It is your turn to talk now." "Do you mean aloud, or to myself, Mr. Linden?" she asked, a little timidly. "I mean to me." Faith did not object, though her color rose very visibly. She placed herself to catch the fading light and read on, talking where it was absolutely necessary, but sparing and placing her questions so as to call forth as few words as possible in reply. And becoming engaged in the interest of the matter, she almost forgot her timidity. Not quite, for every now and then something made it rise to the surface. The daylight was fading fast. Sunlight had already gone, and the wood fire began to throw its red gleams unchecked, flashing fitfully into the corners of the room, and playing hide-and-seek with the shadows. A little rising of the wind and light flutter of the leaves against the glass only made the warm room more cheerful. Faith made the fire burn brightly, and finished the chapter by that, with the glow of the flickering flame dancing all over her, and her book in the corner where she sat. But pages of pleasure as well as of prettiness, all those pages were. "Thank you, Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said, as she closed the book. "I only wish I could give you a walk now in this bright evening air, but I must wait for that." A little tap at the door came at this point to take its place in the conversation. It was Mrs. Derrick. "Child," said the good lady, "here's Dr. Harrison downstairs." And stepping into the room, Mrs. Derrick walked softly up to the couch, and not only made inquiries, but felt of Mr. Linden's hand to see if he had any fever. Faith waited, standing a little behind the couch head. "I'm not quite sure," she said. "Your hand's a little warm, sir, but then it's apt to be towards night, and maybe mine's a little cool. If you could only go to sleep, it would do you so much good." And Mr. Linden laughingly promised to try, but would not guarantee the success thereof. Faith went downstairs, a little afraid that she had been doing harm instead of good, and at the same time not seeing very well how she could have helped it. She found Dr. Harrison in the sitting room, and gave her quiet reasons for not going out with him. The doctor declared he should be in despair, but that he had hope, and having made Faith confess that she would like to see his microscope, gently suggested the claims of the next 2 evenings, saying that he must be in Quillipeak for a day or 2 soon himself, and therefore was not impatient without reason. Faith did not know how to get off, and gave the doctor to understand that she might be disengaged the next night, having which comfort he went up to see Mr. Linden. Then followed Mr. Linden's tea, with cresses and grapes, which Dr. Harrison had brought himself. "Mother," said Faith, when the 2 ladies were seated at their own tea-table, "did Dr. Harrison dress Mr. Linden's arm again to-night?" "Yes, child, and I guess it was good he did. I think Mr. Linden was almost asleep when I went up." "Do you know how to do it, mother, if it was wanted when the doctor is not here?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Derrick, thoughtfully. "No, child, I don't know how. At least, not so I'd like to try. Do you, Faith?" "No, mother, but could you learn?" "Why, I suppose I could, child," said her mother, as if she disliked to admit even so much. "But I'd about as lieve have my own arm shot off. I'm so dreadfully afraid of hurting people, Faith, and I always was afraid of him. Why can't the doctor do it? He can come 6 times a day if he's wanted. I guess he don't do much else." Faith said no more on the subject, but hurried through her tea and sat down by the lamp in the sitting-room to read her letter. A minute or 2 she sat thinking, deeply, with her cheek on her hand. Then, dismissing everything else, she opened the precious paper at last. It was another Italy letter, but took her a very different journey from the last. A little graver, perhaps, than that. A little more longing in the wish to use eyesight instead of pen and ink, and as if absence was telling more and more upon the writer. Yet all this was rather in the tone than the wording. That was kept in hand. But it was midway in some bright description that the message to Faith broke forth. "Tell Miss Faith," she said, "that I would rather have seen her roasting clams down at the shore than anything I have seen since I heard of it, which is none the less true, that I should have wanted to stand both sides of the window at once. And tell her if you can, though I don't believe even you can, John Indy, how much I love her for taking such care of one of my precious things. I feel as if all my love was very powerless just now. However, you remember that comforting old ballad, 'When there is no space for the glowworm to lie, where there is no space for receipt of a fly, where the midge dares not venture, lest herself fast she lay. If love come, he will enter, and soon find his way.' So, Miss Faith, you may expect to see me appear some time in the shape of a midge. Endicott will tell you I am not much better than that now." So far Faith got in reading the letter, and it was a long while before she got any further. That message to herself she went over again and again. It was incomprehensible. It was like one of Mr. Linden's own puzzles for that. It was so strange, and at the same time it was such a beautiful thing, that Mr. Linden's sister should have heard of her, and in such a fashion as to make her wish to send a message. Faith's head stooped lower and lower over the paper, from her mother and the lamp. It was such a beautiful message, too. The gracious and graceful wording of it Faith felt in every syllable, and the lines of the old ballad were some of the prettiest she had ever seen. But that Faith should have love sent her from Italy, and from that person in Italy of all others! That Mr. Linden's sister should wish to see her, and threaten to do it in the shape of a midge! And whatever could Mr. Linden have told her to excite the wish? And what of this lady's precious things had Faith taken care of? Such care of! "Mother," Faith began once by way of taking counsel, but thought better of it, and went on pondering by herself. One thing was undoubted. This message in this letter was a matter of great pleasure and honor, as Faith felt it in the bottom of her heart. But in the midst of it all, she hardly knew whence, came a little twinge of something like pain. She felt it. Yes, she felt it even in the midst of the message. But if Faith herself could not trace it out, of course it can be expected of nobody else. End of chapter 21. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Chapter 22 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 22. Phil Davids, taking his morning walk through the pleasant roads of Pattaquasset, engaged in his out-of-school amusements of hunting cats and frightening children, was suddenly arrested in the midst of an alarming face, got up for the benefit of Robbie Waters, by the approach of Sam Stoutenburg. In general, this young gentleman let Phil alone severely, but on the present occasion he stopped and laid hold of his shoulder. "Phil Davids, I've a warrant against you." "Hands off, Sam, and let a man alone, will you? What do you mean by that?" said Phil gruffly. "Yes, I'll let him alone, when I find him, if he's like you," said Sam, with great coolness and some little contempt. "But if you're tired of your own face, Phil, why don't you make up a handsome one while you're about it? Keep out of his way, Robbie, can't you?" "Guess you don't know what folks say o' yourn, do you?" said Phil, wriggling his shoulder from under Sam's hand. "I do." "I guess I know as much as is good for me," replied the undaunted Sam, "but that's none of your business just now. Mr. Linden wants to see you, Phil, and it ain't often anybody does that, so you better make the most of the chance." With which pleasing sentiment Sam released Phil, and taking a sharp run after Robbie. Waters enticed him into a long confidential conversation about his new Sunday school teacher. in the midst of which Phil's voice came again. "'Twon't hurt you, Sam. Just listen once. They say Sam Stoutenburg would have been a lady apple if he hadn't grown to be such a swar, and all the while he thinks he's a Sikh no further. That's what folks says. How do you like it?" "First rate," said Sam. "Glad I missed the lady apples, anyhow. As for t'other, never thought myself one yet. Don't like 'em well enough. When you get through paying me compliments, Phil Davids, you better go and see Mr. Linden." "Guess I will," said Phil, swaggering off, "when I want to see him, and that ain't today, by a long jump." "He said you were to come," Sam called after him. "If I wasn't a Stoutenburg sweeting, Phil Davids, I'd teach you to talk of him so. If I only was," Sam added sotto voce, "wouldn't I pack myself up in a basket? Robbie, what sort of flowers did Miss Faith have in her bonnet?" At which interesting point the two turned a corner out of Phil's sight. But Phil pursued his way, decently regardless of threats or invitation, and having a wholesome opinion of his own that in holiday time Mr. Linden had nothing to say to him. In no possible time had he anything to say to Mr. Linden that he could help. So it happened that, coming in soon after Mr. Linden had dismissed his breakfast, Faith found Mr. Linden alone. She brought to his side a basket of very fine-looking pears. "Mr. Davids has sent you these, Mr. Linden." "He is very kind," said Mr. Linden. "That is more than I asked for. He hasn't sent Phil in the basket too, has he? As the easiest way of getting him here?" Faith, rather startled, and passing over that, asked Mr. Linden how he did. Which point, having learned all he wanted upon the other, Mr. Linden was also ready for. Faith, then leaving the basket by the couch side, went to the fire and hearth, and put them more thoroughly to rights than Cindy's delicacy of touch or of eye had enabled her to do, and going on round the room, carefully performed the same service for everything in it generally. This work, however, was suddenly stopped in the midst, and coming to the head of the couch, rather behind Mr. Linden, Faith spoke in a low and ill-assured tone. "Mr. Linden, will you let me be by this morning when Dr. Harrison dresses your arm?" There was a moment's silence, and then raising himself up and turning a little so as to see her, Mr. Linden answered, gravely though smiling, "No, Miss Faith." She colored very much and drew back. "I asked," she said presently, speaking with a good deal of difficulty, "because he spoke of being away, and then there would be no one to do it, and mother is afraid," and there Faith stopped, more abashed than anybody had ever seen her in her life before. He held out his hand and took hers and held it fast. "I know," he said. "You need not tell me. When is the doctor going away?" "I don't know," she said almost under breath. "He said perhaps, or I thought I understood him to mean in a few days." "Miss Faith," and the tone was half expostulating, half scolding, half caressing. "Come here and sit down by me," he said, gently drawing her round to the low chair at his side. "I want to talk to you. Do you need to be told why I said no?" She sat down, but sunk her head a little and put up her other hand to shield the side of her face which was next him. The answer did not come at once. When it did, it was a low spoken "No." Her hand was held closer, but except that and the moved change of his voice, Mr. Linden took no notice of her fear. "I would not let Pet do it," he said gently, "if I could help it. My child, do you know what a disagreeable business it is? I could trust you for not fainting at the time, but I should ill like to hear of your fainting afterwards. And then if you chanced to hurt me, which the doctor often does, you would be unhappy for the rest of the day, which the doctor by no means is. That is all. I would a great deal rather have your hands about me than his, but a thing that would give you pain would give me very doubtful relief. I'd rather go with my arm undressed." He had gone on talking, partly to give her time to recover, but the silent look that was bent upon that shielded face was a little anxious. She dropped the hand that shielded it presently, and shewed it flushed and wistful, yet with a tiny bit of smile beginning to work at the corners of the mouth. "Then, Mr. Linden," she said almost in the same tone and without turning her face, "if you have no other objection, please let me come." "But that one is strong enough. You may send Cinderella up to take a lesson." "You said that was all?" she repeated. "That is the only real objection. I would not raise even that in a case of greater need. But I suppose unskilful hands could hardly do me much mischief now. So if you will send Cinderella," he added with a smile, she may enlarge her world of ideas a little. "Mr. Linden," said Faith, now looking at him fearlessly, "I am going to come myself." "You are?" he said, looking at her, and then his eyes went from her to the fire and back again to her face. "Then if you faint away, Miss Faith, and I jump up to take care of you, which I shall certainly do, I may faint myself, at which stage of the proceedings Dr. Harrison will have his hands full." "I shall not faint, before nor after," she said, shaking her head. "I should not like to count too much upon your unfeeling disposition," said Mr. Linden, in whose face different currents of thought seemed to meet and mingle. "And then you see my senses may be guilty of as great a breach of politeness as the warder in a German story I was reading yesterday." "What was that?" "It fell out," said Mr. Linden, "that a lady of surpassing beauty arrived at a certain castle, and next day the lord of the castle brought before her his warder, bound in chains for a great breach of politeness, he having failed to give his lord notice of the lady's approach. The warder thus defended himself: he had indeed seen the lady, but his dazzled eyes mistook her for another sun. So," added Mr. Linden, smiling, "if my eye should mistake you for a sunbeam or a maple leaf, I might forget myself, and not keep my patience so perfectly as I ought under the hands of such a chirurgeon." "What is going to try your patience, Mr. Linden?" "I?" said Faith, now indubitably in a puzzle. "Do you really want to do this for me?" he said in a different tone, looking at her with that same grave, kind look which she had seen before. "I think I can, and I should like to do it, Mr. Linden, if you are perfectly willing," Faith answered. "I am willing, since you wish it, and now you must get the doctor's leave, or rather I must get it for you, but in the meantime, Miss Faith, we may go on with some of our studies if you are at leisure." Faith went to get the books, but returned without them and with a disturbed face. "Mr. Linden, one of the boys wishes to see you." "I suppose it never was heard that a boy came at the right time," said Mr. Linden. "Well, Miss Faith, I believe I must see him. Will you write another exercise for me? Here is your pen and paper. I will try not to be hindered long." Faith mutely took the pen and paper and went out with a divided mind, for the boy whom she let in, Cindy being nowhere visible, was Phil Davids. Phil had thought better of his determination, and wisely judging that if Mr. Linden wanted to see him he probably would accomplish the measure sometime, concluded the shortest way was to see him as smoothly as possible. So in he walked and made his bow, grumly civil, but civil. Mr. Linden's opening remark after he had given the boy his hand, which even he liked to touch, was at least peculiar. "Phil, do you know what a smart boy you are?" And the answer was strictly to, though blundering, "No, sir." "I don't know how smart you could be myself," said Mr. Linden, "but I know you are very smart now. You always make me think of the man who found a bag of jewels lying in the road and didn't know what they were." It occurred to Phil's mind that not to know jewels when they were seen was a doubtful proof of smartness, so he answered with a somewhat surly, "How, sir?" "This man," Mr. Linden went on, "instead of having his jewels set in gold to wear or sell, went round the town flinging them at his neighbors' windows, or his neighbors' cats. As you do, Phil, with your very bright powers of head and tongue. Why don't you make a man of yourself, and use those powers for something worth while?" "You never see me doing it, sir," said Phil, answering the most interesting part of Mr. Linden's address. "Don't I?" said Mr. Linden. "I see and hear a good many things. But nobody can get on in the world after such a prickly fashion. Why, even a porcupine smooths himself down before he tries to go ahead. If you were to be a lawyer, Phil, you'd fight your clients instead of helping them fight. And if you were a farmer, you'd be like the man who burnt up 3 stacks of hay because the 4th got wet." Phil reddened, though he couldn't help smiling, and was evidently getting angry. "That 'ere farmer was a big fool," he said. "Yes, we are agreed upon that point," said Mr. Linden. "I dare say he would have said so of himself next day. Well, Phil, this was not what I wanted to talk to you about today, much as I like to see smart boys make the most of themselves. I want to know exactly what it was that you heard Reuben Taylor say about Miss Derrick." Phil's eyes opened unmistakably. "I never heard him say nothing about her," he said boldly. "Then why did you say that you did?" said Mr. Linden with the cool face of one who knows his ground. "I didn't," said Phil. "I'm blessed if I did." "No, you are not," said Mr. Linden gravely. "People are never blessed who do not speak the truth. And you have shut both doors by which such a blessing might have come in this case, Phil. "Who said I ever said so, sir?" Phil asked confidently. "You told Dr. Harrison, for one," said Mr. Linden. "I never spoke a word to Dr. Harrison," Phil began, and checked himself. "I never said anything but the truth, sir." "What truth did you say to him?" said Mr. Linden. "I wish you would do the same for me. The roughest truth, Phil, is pleasanter to ears than the smoothest falsehood." "I said nothing but what was the truth, sir," said Phil perplexedly, as if he felt caught in a snare. "I didn't think you meant that." "That is precisely what I meant. 'Tweren't nothing but the truth, sir." "Well," said Mr. Linden, "I never was afraid of the truth yet, and I don't mean to begin now. You didn't say I had cut your ears off, did you, Phil?" "I didn't say nothing about you, sir, good or indifferent." "That's something," said Mr. Linden with unmoved gravity. "What else did you say?" "It was down to Nantucket, sir," said Phil. "I told Reuben Taylor as how he'd druv her down, Joe Deacon said he had, and Reuben said Joe had made a mistake. That's the hull of it, sir." "Who is her?" said Mr. Linden. "She, Miss Faith Derrick, sir." Phil was getting very uncomfortably red in the face. "Well, why did you tell Miss Derrick that Reuben didn't drive her down? Would not she have been likely to know?" "I didn't, sir." "I thought not. What did you tell her?" "She knows what I told her," said Phil, looking abstractedly at the corner of the couch on which Mr. Linden lay. "I don't know as I can recollect, but that's what Reuben said, sir." "Well, tell me as near as you can recollect," said Mr. Linden, "and also just the words you used to Reuben." Phil took time to reflect. "I don't want her," he said. "No, I see you don't, but I want to hear them," said Mr. Linden very quietly. "But tell me the truth this time, Phil." "Folks has a right to speak," said Phil, stating a broad proposition, "but they hain't a right to tell all they say." "Well?" said Mr. Linden, waving that. "'Tweren't nothing," said Phil, "and it'll just make folks mad, and I dursn't—" "Dare not repeat what you have dared to say? How is that, Phil? But my forgiveness always meets confession halfway, as you know," said Mr. Linden. "Well," said Phil, "I jest told Reuben he'd druv her down, and Reuben said Joe was mistaken. It was Joe said it first." "And what did you say before Dr. Harrison?" "I said what Reuben said," said Phil, feeling poorly. "And what was that?" Mr. Linden was as untirable as a minority juror. "I said Reuben said she weren't what Joe said," Phil got out at last in a lowered tone. "And what was that?" "Well," said Phil desperately, "Joe said she was—" Mr. Linden waited. So did Phil. "This is the house that Jack built," Mr. Linden remarked. "What did Joe say she was?" The answer came in articulation pretty well smothered up. "Joe said she was Mr. Linden's sweetheart." "Oh," said Mr. Linden, with a tone Phil felt to the tips of his ears. "That was it? I really did not know, Phil, that you and Joe took an interest in such matters. Have you had much experience?" Phil shuffled and looked exceedingly embarrassed, but words found none. He had exhausted his stock of more than words. "Well," said Mr. Linden, "you will find, Phil, that it is generally safe to study arithmetic before you begin algebra. There's a little mistake here. Reuben did not drive anybody to Nantucket. Mrs. Derrick drove the whole way. That explains his words. As for yours, Phil, I wish," said Mr. Linden, looking at him gravely, but gently too, "I wish I knew something you would like very much to have. Can you tell me?" If ever in his life Phil Davids mentally stared, physically too, he did it now. Something he would like very much to have? What could Mr. Linden want to know that for? In his confusion, Phil didn't know himself. To take in Mr. Linden all over was all he was competent to. "Well?" said his teacher with a smile. It was a rather faint one, for he was tired, but very pleasant still. "What is there, Phil? I am in earnest." "I'm sorry I said it anyhow," burst at last from the boy's reluctant lips. That seemed to be his ultimatum. He could see that his words gave pleasure, though they were not directly answered. "I must send you away now," Mr. Linden said, taking his hand again. "I am not strong enough to talk any more. But, Phil, if you will learn to speak the truth, so that at the end of 6 months you can truly say, 'I hate every false way,' I will give you then what you like. You shall choose your own reward. I would give anything I have in the world if I could make you fear to displease God by telling a falsehood as much as you fear to displease me by owning it." It was as much as Phil could do to take his teacher's hand, and that was done more humbly than certainly any previous action of his life. Speak he could not, but so far as Mr. Linden's influence and authority were concerned, that boy was conquered. Whatever he became in after times, and whatever his mates found him still, and they were not open-mouthed in praise, for his teacher that boy was a different boy. On his way out of the house he chanced to pass Faith, and did so without a sign of recognition, giving her about as wide a berth as if she had been a ghost. At the door he met Dr. Harrison coming in, but the doctor perhaps did not recognize him. Once clear, Phil ran for it. And at the stair foot the doctor found Faith. "Dr. Harrison," she said with grave simpleness, "if you will allow me, I should like to see you dress Mr. Linden's arm. If you go to Quillipeak there will be nobody to do it, and I think I can learn. Mother is afraid, and it would be very disagreeable to her." "And not to you," said the doctor. "Not so disagreeable. I think I can do it," she answered, meeting his look steadily. "You must not," he said. "You were not made for such things. Could do it? I don't doubt you could do anything. But if I go I will send Dr. Limber in my place. There is no need for you to do disagreeable work. Now it's pleasant to me." "Dr. Limber I shouldn't like to have come into the house," said Faith, "and you know he can't leave his own house now. He is sick. I will go up with you, if you please." Dr. Harrison could but follow her as she tripped up the stairs before him, but there is no reasonable doubt he would have sent her on some other errand if he could. Faith tapped at the door, and they entered the room together. "How do you do?" said Dr. Harrison rather gravely, approaching the couch. Now the fact was that those 2 previous interviews had been both long and exciting, and the consequent prostration was greater than usual. So though Mr. Linden did take down the hand which covered his eyes, and did meet the doctor's look with his accustomed pleasantness, his words were few. Indeed, he had rather the air of one whose mind has chosen a good opportunity to ride rampant over the prostrate flesh and blood, and who has about given up all attempts to hold the bridle. Whether Dr. Harrison perceived as much, or whether there might be some other reason, his words were also few. He addressed himself seriously to work. "Will you permit me to introduce an apprentice?" he said, in a more commonplace way than was usual for him, as he was removing Mr. Linden's wrapper from the arm. Faith had come quietly up to the head of the couch and was standing there. "Is not that the doctor's prerogative?" "Hum," said the doctor doubtfully, but he did not explain himself further. Faith had come close to the head of the couch, but stood a little back so that Mr. Linden could not see whether she looked like fainting or not. There were no signs of that, for the lessening of color in her cheeks, which was decided, kept company with a very clear and intent eye. One little caught breath he might hear when the wounded arm was first laid bare, but not another. The doctor heard it too, for he looked up, but Faith was gravely and quietly busy with what she had come there to see, giving it precisely the same simplicity of attention that she brought to her physical geography or her French exercise, and that was entire. She did not shrink. She rather pressed forward and bent near, to acquaint herself perfectly with what was done, and once or twice asked a question as to the reason or the use of something. Dr. Harrison glanced up at her the first time. It might have been with incipient impatience or irony, but if either, it disappeared. He answered her questions straightforward and sensibly, giving her, and with admirable precision, exactly the information she desired, and even more than absolutely that. For everything else the work went on in silence. When the doctor, however, was standing at the table a moment, preparing his lint or something else, and Faith had followed him there and stood watching, he said to her over the table in a sotto voce aside, but with a sharp glance, "Was the information true that we received the other night, under the lanterns?" "What a singular question!" said Mr. Linden from his couch. "Pourquoi?" said the doctor as simply as if the original words had been addressed to Mr. Linden himself. "Well, it may be a singular question, for it was singular information. Was it well founded, Miss Derrick?" "No, at a venture," said Mr. Linden, with just the sort of air with which a sick person puts in his word and assumes superior knowledge. The doctor looked at one and at the other. Mr. Linden's face told him nothing, any more than his words. Faith, by this time, was covered with confusion. Then at least it might be visible to only one person. She moved back to her former place. "Were you behind us?" said the doctor, "or were you French enough to come by invisibly?" "Is that the last new method?" said Mr. Linden. "You have been in Paris since I was." "Never got so far as that, though, I am sorry to say," said the doctor, coming back to the couch. "But after all, that was very vague information. It didn't tell one much. Only I have a personal interest in the subject. But I am glad you spoke. The man that can tell the dream should be able to give the interpretation. What did it mean, Linden?" "Behold a man of an inquiring turn of mind," said Mr. Linden with the same half listless, half amused air. "He asks for truth, and when that tarries, demands interpretation." "I don't know what sort of a man I behold," said the doctor, moving his eyes with a double expression for an instant from Mr. Linden's arm to his face. "I should think you are a German student in pursuit of the idea," said Mr. Linden, taking a quiet survey of the doctor's face. "Have you completed the circle, or is there still hope that the idea may seize you?" "The idea seized me a good while ago," said the doctor, with a most comical mock confessional look. "Well, then," said Mr. Linden in a sort of confidential tone, "what is your opinion upon the great German question, whether it is better to be one and somewhat, or to be naught and all?" "You see," said the doctor, standing back and suspending operations, "everybody can't be one and somewhat." "Then you choose the comprehensive side," said Mr. Linden. "That is without a doubt the most difficult. The one and somewhat is called egotistical, but to be naught and all? One must be. What do you suppose?" "A philanthropist, I should suppose," the doctor answered with a change of expression not agreeable. And returning to his work, for a while he behaved unusually like other people, not hurrying his work, but doing it with a grave, steady attention to that and nothing else, answering Faith and saying no more. Perhaps, however, he thought silence might be carried too far, or else had an unsatisfied mood upon him, for as he was finishing what he had to do, he looked up again to Faith and remarked, "What do you think of this for our quiet town, Miss Derrick? Has Mr. Linden any enemies in Pattaquasset that you know?" It was merciless in the doctor, for through all this time she had been in a state of confusion, as he knew, that made speech undesirable, though she had spoken. And she didn't answer him now except by a quickly withdrawn glance. "Who do you suppose loves him well enough," pursued the doctor, "to send a charge of duck shot into him like that?" A sudden little cry of pain, driven back before it was well begun, was heard, and but just heard, from Faith. The doctor looked up. "I was afraid this. Are you faint?" he said gently. "No, sir," she answered, and she stood still as before, though the overspread color which had held its ground for a good while past had given way now and fluttered pain fully. But the doctor's words brought Mr. Linden, for the first time since his accident, to a perfectly erect position on the couch, with a total disregard of where his arm went or what became of its bandages. "What are you about?" "I declare I don't know," said Dr. Harrison, standing back. "I thought I was just disposing of you comfortably for the day, but I am open to conviction." The left hand let go its grasp of the couch, taken so suddenly, and for which the wounded arm took swift vengeance, and Mr. Linden laid himself down on the cushions again, the color leaving his cheeks as fast as it had come. "What's the matter, Linden?" said the doctor with a rather kind look of concern. "You have hurt yourself." Faith left the room. "I fear I have disarranged some of your work." The doctor examined and set to rights. "I'll see how you do this evening. What ailed you to pitch into me like that, Linden?" "I think the pitching in came upon me," he answered pleasantly. "It seems so indeed. I hope you won't try this kind of thing again. I am sure you won't today." And so the doctor went. A quarter of an hour or a little more had gone by when the light knock came at Mr. Linden's door that he had certainly learned to know by this time, and Faith came in, bearing a cup of cocoa. The troubled look had not entirely left her face, nor the changeful color, but she was not thinking of herself. "I knew you were tired, Mr. Linden. Would you like this, or some grapes, or wine better?" The most prominent idea in Mr. Linden's mind just then was that he had already had what he did not like, but that it had no place in the look which answered her, as he raised himself a little, and but a little, to take the cup from her hand. "Pet would thank you better than I can now, Miss Faith." She stood looking down at him with a little sorrowing touch about the lines of her mouth. "Do you know how much better 2 cups of cocoa are than 1?" said Mr. Linden. "I don't know how you can have 2 at once, Mr. Linden." "Then I will bestow 1 upon you, and wait while you get it." "I am well," she said, looking amused through her gravity and shaking her head. And besides, I couldn't take it, Mr. Linden." And to put an end to that subject, Faith had recourse to the never-failing wood fire, and from thence went round the room finishing what she had failed to do in the morning, coming back at the point of time to take Mr. Linden's cup. He looked at her a little as he gave it back. "You are too tired to go over all those lessons today. Which do you like best? Will you bring it?" "I am not tired at all," she said with some flitting color. "But you are, Mr. Linden. Won't you rest, sleep till after dinner, and then, if you like, let me come?" "I will let you come then, and stay now," he said, smiling. "Let me stay and be silent then, or do something that will not tire you. Please, Mr. Linden." "Your line of action lies all within that last bound," he said gently. "But you may read French if you will, or write it and let me look over you, or another geographical chapter. Neither need make me talk much." The hint about looking over her writing startled Faith amazingly, but perhaps for that very reason she took it as the delicate expression of a wish. That would be a trial, but then, too, it would call for the least exertion on the part of her teacher. Faith was brave if she was fearful, and too really humble to have false shame. And after an instant's doubt and hesitation, she said, though she felt it to her fingers' ends, "My exercise is all ready. It only wants to be copied. But how could you look over me, Mr. Linden?" "Could you do such an inconvenient thing as to use that small atlas for a table, and bring it here by me? I am not quite fit to sit up just now." Faith said no more words, but went for her exercise and sat down to write it, as desired, under an observing and she knew a critical eye. It was well her business engrossed her very completely, for she was in an extremely puzzled and disturbed state of mind. Dr. Harrison's words about the occasion of Mr. Linden's accident, carelessly run on, had at last unwittingly given her the clue her own innocent spirit might have waited long for, and grief and pain would have almost overcome her, but for a conflicting feeling of another kind raised by the preceding colloquy between the two gentlemen. Phil was in a state of profound uncertainty whether Mr. Linden's words had meant anything or nothing. They were spoken so that they might have meant nothing, but then Phil Davids had just been with him. What for? And whatever Mr. Linden's words might have meant, Faith's knowledge of him made her instinctively know, through all the talk, that they had been spoken for the sake of warding off something disagreeable from her, not for himself. She tried as far as she could to dismiss the question from her thoughts. She could not decide it, and to go on her modest way just as if it had not been raised. And she did, but for all that her face was a study as she sat there writing. For amid all her abstraction in her work, the thought of the possibility that Mr. Linden might have known what he was talking about would send a tingling flush up into her cheeks, and sometimes again the thoughts of pain that had been at work would bring upon her lip almost one of those sorrowful curves which are so lovely and so pure on the lip of a little child, and rarely seen except there. All this was only by the way. It did not hinder the most careful attention to what she was about, nor the steadiest working of her quite unsteady fingers, which she knew were very likely to move not according to rule. For a little while she was suffered to go on without interruption, other than an occasional word about the French part of her exercise. But presently Mr. Linden's hand began to come now and then with a modifying touch upon her pen and fingers. At first this was done with a gentle "Forgive me," or "If you please, Miss Faith." After that without words, though the manner always expressed them, and once or twice, towards the very end of the lesson, he told her that such a letter was too German, or too sophisticated, and shewed her a more Saxon way. Which admonitions he helped her, as well as he could, to bear, by a quietness which was really as kind as it seemed oblivious of all that had disturbed or could disturb her. And the words of praise and encouragement were spoken with their usual pleasure-taking and pleasure-giving effect. All this after a time effectually distracted Faith from all other thoughts whatever. When it was done she sat a moment looking down at the paper, then looked up and gave him a very frank and humble "Thank you, Mr. Linden," from face and lips both. If Faith liked approbation, that clover honey to a woman's taste, so far beyond the sickly sweets of flattery and admiration, she might have been satisfied with the grave look of Mr. Linden's eyes at her then. "You are a brave little child," he said. "I wish I could do something to give you a great deal of pleasure." "Pleasure?" said Faith, and what was very rare with her, not only her face flushed, but her eyes, so that she turned them away. "Why, it is all pleasure to me, Mr. Linden. Such pleasure as I never had before," she was near saying, but she did not say. "Well, I must not let you tire yourself," he said with a smile, "for that would not be pleasant to me. Have you been out to-day?" "No," said Faith, thinking of her brown Maureen. "Nor yesterday. That will not do, Miss Faith. I am afraid I must give you up to the open air for a good part of this afternoon." "What shall I do there?" said Faith, smiling. "Let the wind take you a walk. I wish I could be of the party. But the wind is good company, Miss Faith, and talks better than many people, and the walk you want." "So I want to finish my woodbox," said Faith, looking at the corner of the fireplace. "And I should think you would be tired of seeing the wood lie there, Mr. Linden. I am. I've got to go out this evening, too," she said with a little hesitation, "to see that microscope." Mr. Linden was silent a moment. "The microscope does make some difference," he said. "As for the woodbox, Miss Faith, I don't think I can permit it to have any voice in the matter. You may leave it for me to finish. But if you are going up there this evening, there are 2 or 3 things I should like to talk to you about first." "Then shall I come by and by?" she said. "I must do something else before dinner." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 23. "Well, child," said Mrs. Derrick as they took their seats at the dinner table, "what have you been about all day? I've just spent the morning looking over those apples, so I've had no chance to look you up. How's Mr. Linden? Does the doctor think he's getting better?" "He is, I hope, mother. The doctor didn't say anything about it." And a little shudder ran over Faith's shoulders, which she was glad her mother could make nothing of if she saw. "I have been busy as you have, mother, so I couldn't look you up, nor my woodbox either." "Learning all the world," said her mother, smiling, though there was a little touch of regretfulness not quite kept down. "I think I'd rather sit and look at you, child, than eat my dinner. What are you going to do this afternoon?" "I've got a little ironing to do after dinner, mother, and something to make for tea, and Mr. Linden wants to see me for something. I'll get ready for Judge Harrison's, and then after I am through upstairs I'll come down and see to you and my box together. I wish you were going with me, mother." And Faith leaned her head on her hand. "Don't you want to go, pretty child?" said Mrs. Derrick fondly. "No, mother, but I couldn't help it. I found I should have to go sooner or later." "I'd go with you in a minute," said her mother, "if it wasn't for Mr. Linden. I don't care a pin whether they want me or not, Faith, if you do. And I dare say some of the boys will be here." Mrs. Derrick looked perplexed, as at the feeling of some unknown possibility. "Shall I, pretty child?" she said with an anxious face. "What are you thinking of, child?" Faith came behind her and put both arms round her and kissed first one side of her face and then the other. "Mother," she said with those silvery tones, "I don't want anything. I suppose I shall like to see the microscope, but I'd rather stay at home and learn my lessons. Don't look so." With which another kiss upon her lips finished off Mrs. Derrick's anxiety. The ironing and the something for tea Faith despatched with extra diligence and speed, and then dressed herself for the evening. It was not much extra dressing, only a dark stuff dress a little finer than ordinary, the white ruffle round the neck and wrists was the same. And then giving a few minutes to the seeking of some added help to quietness, for Faith's mind had been strangely disturbed, she went again to Mr. Linden's room. A gentle vision she was, if ever one was seen, when she entered it. "You say I mustn't thank you, Mr. Linden," she said, giving him back his sister's letter. "But will you thank her for me?" "I don't think she deserves many thanks," he said with a smile, "but I will tell her." The course of study that afternoon was peculiar, and eminently a talk. Mr. Linden called for none of the usual books at first, but began by giving Faith a very particular account of the whole process of circulation, thence diverging right and left, in the most erratic manner as it seemed to her, passing from the bright crystal points in chemistry to the blue mold on a piece of bread, and then explaining to her the peculiar mechanism of a fly's eye. 2 or 3 times he sent her to the cupboard for some book to shew her an illustration of the subject, but if there was any connecting link that she could see between one and another, it was simply the wonderful, minute perfection of the world. And she needed none, for the different things were touched upon so clearly, and yet with such a happy absence of needless details, that they stood forth in full relief and set off each other. The daylight was already failing, and the red firelight was playing hide and seek with the shadows in Mr. Linden's room, before he gave her a chance to think what time it was. When she saw it, Faith started up. I told mother I would come and see her before I went," she said, drawing a long breath like a person in an atmosphere he can't get enough of. Then, with a little change of tone, after standing a minute looking at the fire, she went on, "All I can do is to drive the nails into that wood box, but I'll do it before tomorrow." She held out her hand as she spoke. "No, you must not," Mr. Linden said as he took the hand. "Tonight you will be out, and you must not give me a late breakfast, Miss Faith. Therefore you must go to bed as soon as you come home, and leave the box to me." Faith ran away and did not go to her hammering just then. She brought a low bench to her mother's feet, sat down there, and taking Mrs. Derrick's hands from whatever they were about, wrapped both arms round herself, laying her head on her mother's lap. "Mother," she said caressingly, "I couldn't come down before. I was so busy and so interested I didn't in the least know what time it was, and I hadn't a chance to think." "I'm sure I'm glad, pretty child," said her mother, bending down to kiss her. "I think sometimes you think too much. But you look just like a baby for all that. I'm sure I shall always love Mr. Linden for pleasing you so much," said Mrs. Derrick, stroking Faith's hair, "even though he does please himself, too." Faith secured that hand again, and held them both wrapped round her, but further words for a moment spoke not. "I shall come home as early as I can," she said. "Mother, time enough to do everything for breakfast." "You shan't do a thing, child," said her mother. "You may come home as early as you like, but I'm going to keep you out of the works. I feel so grand when you're upstairs studying, you can't think. You wouldn't know me, Faith." Faith laughed, the laugh that was music to Mrs. Derrick's ears, as indeed would have been to any, and held the hands closer. "I feel a little grand, too," she said, "sometimes in a way." This did not seem to be one of the times, or else feeling grand had a soporific effect, for Faith's eyelids presently drooped, and when Dr. Harrison came to the house and for some time before, she was fast asleep on her mother's lap. "Psyche!" exclaimed Dr. Harrison as he discerned by the firelight the state of the case. Mrs. Derrick gave him a little reproving glance for speaking so loud, but other reply made none, save a low-spoken polite offer of a chair. "Thank you. I'm going up to see Mr. Linden. Miss Derrick was so good as to promise she would go with me to see my sister this evening. In these circumstances," said Dr. Harrison in his softest voice, "do you think it would be presumption to wake her up?" "Well, go up then," said Mrs. Derrick, "and I'll wake her up before you come down." Which arrangement took effect, and in a very few minutes hereafter, Dr. Harrison's horse making much better speed than old Crab could do now, Faith was deposited safely at Judge Harrison's door. There she was received with open arms and great exultation by Miss Sophie, and with great cordiality and pleasure by the judge, and with a certain more uncertain amount of both by Mrs. Somers, whom Faith found there, the only addition to the family party, while the doctor stood complacently on the rug, in silence surveying everybody, like a man who has gained his point. "Well, Julius," said Mrs. Somers, "how's Mr. Linden tonight? Did you see him?" "Yes, ma'am, I saw him." "Well, how is he?" repeated Mrs. Somers. "He is very happily situated," said the doctor. "I should like to be in his place." "What do you go there twice a day for? Do you think him worse? You began with going once," said Mrs. Somers. "Always begin gently," said Dr. Harrison. "You get on faster." "How soon do you expect to take up your abode there altogether at that rate?" "At what rate, Aunt Ellen? You are too fast for me." "Nonsense," said Mrs. Somers. "Do you suppose I want to be told what you go there for? What I do want to know is whether he's like to get well, and how soon." "He will be conquering Pattaquasset in a few weeks," said the doctor. "I wonder whether he'll conquer Phil Davids," said Mrs. Somers. "I should like to see that done. Julius, did you ever find out anything about the man that fired the shot?" "Really, Aunt Ellen, I am not a detective," said the doctor carelessly, looking at Faith, who kept as quiet as a dormouse. "If it had been my business, I suppose I should have found out." "I think I heard you opine that Mr. Linden knew," said Mrs. Somers, "and I think somebody ought to find out, unless you want the thing done over again. Don't you think so, Judge Harrison?" "Well, my dear," said the judge, "I understand Mr. Linden to have been actuated by a very benevolent motive. I understand his feelings. He wouldn't run the risk of accusing a man unjustly. I can't blame him. It's right, I think, though it's provoking. What do you think, Miss Faith?" Faith lifted her eyes, but perhaps the doctor saw in her changing cheek some token of the pain he had stirred in the morning. He prevented her reply. "Ladies don't think about these things, my dear sir. Aunt Ellen is so sharp she gets ahead of her sex. Let me have the honor of suggesting a pleasanter subject of meditation. I have seen tonight, Aunt Ellen, the most exquisite and valuable jewelry I have ever seen in my life." "Here in Pattaquasset," said his sister. in Pattaquasset, or perhaps in the world." "Don't excite yourself, Sophie," said Mrs. Somers. "Let's hear what they were first." Faith, like everybody else, looked for the doctor's answer, though she hardly knew what she was looking at. "A lady, Aunt Ellen," the doctor went on, glancing at her, "had made a necklace of her mother's arms, and a cross more precious than diamonds of her mother's hands, and clasping this cross to her breast, adorned with this most exquisite and rare adornment, had gone to sleep." "And for once," said Mrs. Somers, "you preferred the wearer to the jewels, and went into a trance. I can imagine you." "I? Not I," said the doctor. "I went upstairs, but you have no idea of the effect." Faith had been experiencing some of the scattering fire of society, which hits no one knows where and no one knows when. First the name of Phil Davids had plowed up the ground at her right, then the question about the man who had fired the shot had plowed up the ground at her left, and shaken first by one and then by the other, she had welcomed the doctor's change of subject and was now smiling as pleased as anybody. "I didn't suppose the trance was a long one," said Mrs. Somers, with a little raising of her eyebrows. "Faith, my dear, what have you done to that little Seacombe child? I can't get over my astonishment at his transformation." "I'm afraid there isn't much transformation yet," Faith said. "He listens very quietly and behaves well in school, but I don't know how he is at home." "You're not a schoolteacher too?" said the doctor. "It isn't a bad trade," said Faith, though her cheeks had answered for her another way. "Not a bad trade, certainly, but one may have too many trades. Aunt Ellen, I had the honor, do you believe it, of giving Miss Derrick lessons this morning." "I think she was good to permit it," said Miss Somers composedly. "She is very good," said the doctor demurely. "I am afraid that is her character generally." He was called off by his father, and Miss Harrison seized Faith and planted her between herself and Mrs. Somers on the sofa. "Don't mind his nonsense, Faith. Julius never can talk like anybody else. Why haven't you been here this age?" "I've been busy, Sophie." "Why wouldn't you go to ride with us? Julius wouldn't go after what you said. Why wouldn't you?" "It was Sunday, Sophie." "Well, what if it was? Sunday isn't my day. I can't use it for my own work." "But taking a little ride isn't work." Faith hesitated. "Isn't it work to the horses, Sophie? And if it is only pleasure, Sunday has its own pleasures, dear Sophie. I can't have both." "Why can't you?" "Because if I take these, God will not give me those," said Faith very gravely. "But Faith," said Miss Harrison, looking disturbed, "you didn't used to be so religious." Faith's face flushed a little and was touchingly humble as she said, "No, I didn't." "What's changed you so?" "It isn't a bad change, dear Sophie." "I don't believe anything's bad about you," said Miss Harrison, kissing her. "But don't change too far, dear. Don't forget your old friends." "I want them to change too," said Faith, looking at her winningly. "That's right, Faith. Stand by your colors," said Mrs. Somers, with a tone and manner that came quite from the other side of her character. "Sophie, your mother wouldn't know her child to hear you ask such questions." Miss Harrison looked troubled and left the room. Dr. Harrison immediately took her place, and almost as immediately tea came in. That is to say, tea and chocolate were handed round, together with a sufficient abundance and variety of delicate substantials to suit the air and the style of a country town. Judge Harrison's was the only other house in Pattaquasset where tea was served in this way, except perhaps the Distaffs, though there was this difference to be observed: the Distaffs never had tea carried round unless when they had company. At the Harrises it was never carried around unless they were alone. Dr. Harrison attended politely to his aunt, but he was eyes and hands for Faith, finding at the same time very agreeable occupation for his ears. If people could be content with being agreeable! But in the midst of cold tongue and chocolate the doctor broke out again. "After all," said he, "what about that piece of curious information, Miss Derrick? You know I was balked this morning and led a will-o'-the-wisp chase after the idea. Is Mr. Linden in the habit of spoiling people's fun in that manner?" Faith said simply she did not know. She did not, but in private she thought it likely enough. "Well, about the question," said the doctor, helping her to something at the same time. "What was the truth of it, Miss Derrick? You see I am interested. Was our little informant correct?" Now Faith had no mind, even in the dark, or about anything, to set her yes against Mr. Linden's no. Besides, she knew that the doctor had heard no names, and whatever might be the extent of Mr. Linden's knowledge, he knew nothing. And she was very willing to take the shelter of the shield which had been thrown round her. The deep, deep dye of her cheeks she could not help, but she answered with a tolerable quietness behind the shield, I hoped you had got enough of the subject this morning." The doctor had enough of it now. He changed his ground with all speed, and for the rest of the evening Dr. Harrison shewed himself at his best. So soon as the removal of tea things gave him a clear field, he brought out his microscope, and from that instant Faith almost forgot and forgave him everything. She forgot everything present, the judge, Sophie, and Mrs. Somers, and came to the table so soon as the bright brass of the little machine caught her eye. The machine alone was a wonder in beauty. It seemed to Faith like an elegant little brass gun mounted on the most complicate and exquisite of gun carriages, with its multiplication of wheels and screws and pins, by which its adjustment might be regulated to a hair, with its beautiful workmanship and high finish, and its most marvelous and admirable purpose and adaptation. Dr. Harrison had never adjusted his microscope with more satisfaction, perhaps, than with those childish womanly eyes looking on, and neither he nor many other people ever performed better the subsequent office of exhibiting it. He troubled Faith now with nothing. His very manner was changed, and with kindness and sense most delicate, most thoughtful, most graceful always, gave her all he could give her. He was a trifle surprised to find that the amount of that was not more. There was no lack, indeed. He could talk and she could listen indefinitely, and did. Nevertheless, he found that some of his channels of communication stopped off. At the first thing he shewed her, Faith looked for an instant, and then withdrawing her eye from the microscope, and facing him with cheeks absolutely paled with excitement and feeling, exclaimed rapturously, "Oh, are those the chalk shells?" The doctor hadn't counted upon her knowing anything of chalk shells. "Aunt Ellen," said he, as he looked to shift or adjust something, "do you think Miss Derrick has ever lived upon anything worse than roses?" "Upon something stronger, I fancy," said Mrs. Somers, a little surprised in her turn, but well pleased too, for Faith had come nearer her heart that evening than ever before, and the voyage of discovery was pleasant. "I should certainly think I was in Persia," said the doctor, "only the Bulbul knows nothing of scientific discoveries, I fancy." But Faith was in no danger of hearing or caring if she had understood. She had gone back to the chalk shells, and back still further from them into the world of those perfections which God had made for himself. A new world, now for the first time actually seen by her, and for a moment she almost lost her standing in this. Mrs. Somers watched her, smiling and curious. She drew back pleasantly with a long breath, to give the other ladies a chance, but Miss Harrison had looked all she cared to look, and Mrs. Somers was not new to the thing. They took a view occasionally, one for form, the other for real interest, but for the most part Faith found the exhibition was for her, and she and the doctor might have it all their own way. A long way they made of it, for the doctor found a good deal of talking to do, and Faith was most ready to hear. He talked well and gave her a great deal of what she liked, with a renewal every now and then of his first surprise, for in the midst of some elaborate explanation he was launching into for her benefit, most innocently and simply Faith would bring him up with a gentle "Yes, I know," not spoken with the faintest arrogance of knowledge, but merely to prevent him going into needless detail, and herself too wrapped in the delight of the subject that occupied her to have any heed of the effect of her words. "I have kept the best for last," said the doctor, when this exhibition had lasted much longer a time than Faith was aware of. "I thought you would like to see the circulation, and I have sent all over town for a frog, and found one at last by great happiness." "All over town," said Mrs. Somers. "Do try out of town next time, and save yourself trouble." "Have you got to kill the frog, Julius?" said Miss Harrison, with a disturbed face. "I hope not," said the doctor gravely. "That would rather interfere with our purposes than otherwise, Sophie. Aunt Ellen, I never learned the real extent of town yet. When I was a boy it seemed to me to have no limits, and now it seems to me to have no center. Tell James to bring in that frog, Sophie." Miss Harrison retreated from the frog, but the doctor assured Faith that he was in very tolerable circumstances, shut up in a little bag, and that he was only going to be requested to exhibit a small portion of the skin of his toe, and to hold himself still for that purpose, which benevolent action the doctor would help him to perform by putting him in a slight degree of confinement. The holding still was however apparently beyond the frog's benevolent powers, and it was some little time before the doctor could persuade him to do it. Then Faith saw what she had never seen nor fully imagined before. "Oh, Sophie! Oh, Mrs. Somers!" she exclaimed. "Look at this!" She stood back with a face of delighted wonder. Miss Harrison looked an instant. "It is curious," she said. "What are those little things, Julius?" "You have heard of the circulating medium," said the doctor. "That is it." Faith evidently had never heard of the medium referred to. Turning to her, the doctor began a clear, full account of the philosophy of what she saw going on in the frog's foot. But there she met him again. "Yes, I know, Dr. Harrison," she said with a simple tone of perfect intelligence. The doctor bit his lip, while Faith stooped over the microscope and read what was to be seen there. "Faith," whispered Sophie, "it's cruel of me, but I am afraid your mother will be anxious, and Julius will never let you know." "What time is it?" said Faith, starting up. "About half an hour after 8," said the doctor. "After 10, Faith." Not another look did Faith give, but for her bonnet, and went home as fast as the doctor would walk with her. Whether Mrs. Derrick was anxious or no, she did not say, but glad she certainly was to see Faith back. "Well, child," she said, undoing the wrappers from Faith's head and neck, "I hope you've had a grand time." "Yes, mother, very. Only I didn't mean to stay so late. I meant to be home in good time. I have seen everything, mother." "Everything," said her mother. "I guess at that rate I might say I'd been everywhere." "Where have you been, mother? Anywhere?" "I've been out to tea," said her mother, with the manner of one who has a remarkable secret on hand. "You have? Where, mother?" "Guess," said Mrs. Derrick, smiling at her. "I went upstairs to tea, Faith. What do you think of that? What'll you expect to hear of my doing next?" "Oh, mother," said Faith, laughing, "I am glad. That was the best thing you could have done." "It wasn't my doing, though," said Mrs. Derrick. "But when I went up with Mr. Linden's tea, he asked me if you had gone, and I said yes, and he said since there was nobody better worth seeing downstairs, he wished I'd come and drink tea with him. So I went, child, and it was real pleasant, too, and I don't know how it was, but I stayed there all the evening. Only I wouldn't let him talk to me, and he just went to sleep as if I hadn't been there. I think he was very tired, Faith. So then I felt very comfortable," added Mrs. Derrick, smiling, "and I sat there and watched him till Reuben came a little while ago." "Was he tired?" said Faith, the light in her face changing. "He had been talking to me all the afternoon. Mother, half the pleasure I had tonight he gave me, for he was all in the afternoon preparing me for it." She stood looking at the fire reproachfully. "Why, child," said her mother, "I suppose his arm pains him a good deal, and that tires one, you know. He didn't talk to you a bit more than he wanted to, I warrant. Why, he even talked to me all tea time," said Mrs. Derrick, as if she felt quite proud in consequence. "Well, mother, we must go to bed now, for I must be up very early to finish that box." Chapter 24 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 24. Very early it was when Faith's hammer was at work again on the brown moreen, and short interruption did she give herself from anything that could be spared till the box was done. It suited her well when it was done. The cover was stuffed, old-fashioned brown binding was lapped over the edges and seams, and fastened off with rows of brass-headed nails, which made it altogether an odd, handsome, antiquated-looking piece of furniture. With this, when her morning work was done and her exercise prepared, Faith went up to Mr. Linden's room to see it brought in and placed properly. "I shall have to put a stop to this state of things," he said. "That blue riband will work me mischief yet. Miss Faith, how can you take advantage of my disabled condition?" "Are you better this morning, Mr. Linden?" "The time has not quite come yet for me to do much better. But, Miss Faith, if I had known that you would wake yourself up early this morning, what do you think I should have done?" "I can't think, Mr. Linden," she said, looking merry. "I should have invited you and Mrs. Derrick up here to breakfast, which I only did not do because I could not take the extra trouble upon myself, and because I knew you ought to sleep till this time." Faith shook her head a little, perhaps sorry to have missed the breakfast, then went off and brushed away the dust and chips left round the wood box, then came and sat down. "I saw almost everything last night, Mr. Linden." "Well, before you go off to last night, will you come tomorrow morning? Now, what did you see?" The bright smile and flush and sparkle answered the invitation, and perhaps Faith thought no other answer was needed, for she gave no other. "I know now," she said after an instant, "what you were doing all yesterday afternoon, Mr. Linden." "I know what you were, Miss Faith." She smiled innocently and went on. All that just fitted me, as you meant it should, to take the good of the evening. And I had a great deal," she said gravely. "I saw almost everything you spoke of. And other things. I saw the chalk shells, Mr. Linden, and the circulation in a frog's foot, and different prepared pieces of skin, and the moth's plumage, and the silver scale armor of the lepisma, as Dr. Harrison called it, and more." "And with very great delight, as I knew you would. I am very glad." "Yes," said Faith, "I know a little better now how to understand some things you said the other day. I am very glad I went. Only for one thing." "What was that?" "Dr. Harrison asked such a strange thing of me as we were walking home. At least it seems to me strange." "May my judgment be brought to bear upon it?" Mr. Linden said, after a moment's silence. "Yes, indeed," said Faith. "That was what I was going to ask. He wants me to go with him to see a woman who is dying, he says, and miserable. And he wants me to talk to her. He says he does not know how." And half modestly, half timidly, she added, "Is not that going out of my way?" A quick, peculiar smile on Mr. Linden's face was succeeded by a very deep gravity. Once or twice the lips parted, impulsively, then took their former firm set, and shading his eyes with his hand, he looked into the fire in profound silence. Very soberly, but in as absolute repose of face, Faith now and then looked at him, and meanwhile waited for his thoughts to come to an end. "Dr. Harrison said," she remarked after a little while, "that you once told him he had but half learned his profession." "What did you say, Miss Faith? I mean not to that, but to the question." "I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to go at all. I don't know whether that was wrong or right, but at last I said I would go. Do you think I was right, Mr. Linden?" "Did you promise to go with him?" "I didn't know any other way to go," said Faith. "I don't know where the woman lives, and he said I couldn't find it, and old Crab has a lame foot. Dr. Harrison asked me to go with him. I don't think I should have minded going alone." "Neither should I mind having you," said Mr. Linden, with a look more doubtful and anxious than Faith had often seen him wear, though it was not bent upon her. "Do you think I said wrong, then, Mr. Linden? I did not like to go, but I thought perhaps I ought." "I don't think you did wrong," was the somewhat definite answer. "I wish I had been alongside of you when the request was made." A wish which he had not been the first to know. Faith was silent. "You made a fair promise," he said, "and feel bound by it?" "I said I would go," she said, looking at him with her fair, grave face. "If you thought it was wrong, or that I was putting myself out of my way, I would not, Mr. Linden. He asked if he might come for me at 2 o'clock, and I said yes." "Miss Faith, you must not make such a promise again." She looked at him inquiringly, very soberly, and then her eyes went to the fire and mused there. Mr. Linden was looking at her then, though with eyes still shielded. Once indeed the hand came with a soft touch upon her hair, drawing it back where it had fallen a little, but the motion was quickly checked. She started, looked round with a little frank smile and color, and instantly went back to her musing. "I'm afraid I must let you go," Mr. Linden said presently, smiling a little too, as if it were no use to be grave any longer. "I'm afraid I have no right to hinder you. If I had, I would. Some other time I will tell you part of the wherefore, but the less I say to you before you go, the better. About that," he added in his usual manner, "I think we might write another exercise." She started up, but paused. "Mr. Linden," she said timidly, "Dr. Harrison said he would not be here this morning. Would you like to have me first? It would be only pleasure to me if you are not afraid. Do what he does for you?" He answered at first rather quick, as if he knew what sort of pleasure it was. "Oh, no, I can wait. It cannot signify very much." And then with as quick a recognition of the real pleasure it would be after all, Mr. Linden compounded matters. "I am afraid. Miss Faith, I am naturally timid." "What does that mean?" said she, coming before him and looking with an inquisitive smile. "I don't know, Mr. Linden." "Do you expect me to explain such a humiliating confession?" "No, certainly. I thought perhaps you wouldn't keep to it after all." "I am a little afraid for you. What do you suppose I shall do this afternoon while you are gone?" "I don't know," she said, looking a little wistfully. I shall lie here and study that wood box. You see, I carry out my principles, Miss Faith. I have not thanked you for it." "I don't think you'll study it very long," said Faith. "There isn't much in it." "Somebody has said," replied Mr. Linden, "that in every subject there is inexhaustible meaning. The eye sees in it what the eye brings means of seeing. You must not limit my power of eyesight." "If you wouldn't limit my power of something else?" she said with gentle persistency. He looked up at her. "I will not, Miss Faith." "Then will you please perform your kind office at once? It will be a great comfort to me, and I shall be the better able to do something for you afterwards." And the manner almost made Faith feel as if the proposition had come from her at first. She went about it, not this first time without some trembling of heart, but with also a spirit that rose above and quite kept down that. She knew exactly and intelligently what was to be done. It was only the hands that were unwonted, and therefore she feared unskilful. But there are things that some women have by nature, and a skilful hand is one of them. And it was Faith's. Her womanly love and care were enough for all the rest. She made no mistakes nor delays, and her soft fingers inflicted no pain that it was in the power of fingers to spare. A little longer than the doctor she was perhaps about it, not much, and not more awkward, and that is saying enough. So soon as that was done, Faith went for her exercise and sat down as yesterday to write it. He too went on with the exercise, but watching her lest relief might be wanted in another quarter. There was nothing of that, though. Quiet and very great satisfaction was the result of the matter in Faith's mind. At least it was all she permitted to be seen, and now she gave herself happily to the connection of her nouns and adjectives, and to watching against the German or sophisticated letters in her handwriting. The exercise indeed was fast taking a very compound character, so much so that Faith might well begin to suspect there had been a twofold reason for proposing it. But Mr. Linden had a peculiar way of teaching, especially of teaching her, and made her almost forget in the pleasure of learning the fact that she had need to learn. And as for his memory on the subject, or his perception of how it might touch her, they were out of sight. She might have been a little child there at his side for the grave simplicity and frankness of his instructions. And so exercise and reading and philosophy followed on in a quiet train, and the surface of the earth revealed new wonders, and the little French book was closed at the end of a pretty chapter. "Whenever I get about my duties again, Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said, "I shall make one very stringent rule for our future intercourse." "What's that, Mr. Linden?" she said, with the face of quick, deep pleasure she always wore when about any of her studies with him. "From the time when I come home to dinner till I go off again, I will neither speak nor be spoken to, Miss Faith, except in French. That is, you may speak, but I shall not answer." Faith started a little, looked puzzled, and looked terrified, as much as she ever did, but rather closed with looking as if it was impossible. "I should make the rule at once," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "but I foresee that you would absent yourself entirely. Now, when I am downstairs, you will have to see me, whether you want to or not." "But I don't know one word," said Faith breathlessly. "I am afraid I shall not say or hear much, Mr. Linden." "Oh, you shall hear a great deal. I will take that upon myself." Faith shook her head, gave the fire a final mending, and ran off, for it was again an hour past the midday. Mr. Linden's dinner came up and was hardly removed before Dr. Harrison followed. "Well, Linden," he said, coming jauntily in, "I hope you haven't missed me this morning." "Not in the least." "I am glad of that. How do you do? I will try and put you in condition not to miss me this evening, though it is benevolent," added the doctor, pulling off his left glove. "It is a great secret to make oneself missed." "It is a secret your gloves will hardly find out by my fire," said Mr. Linden. "How well you look, doctor! Not a bit like naught and all." "No," said the doctor, "I believe I disclaimed that particular sphere of existence yesterday. One had need to be one and somewhat in this wind, if one will keep a place in a wagon or elsewhere. But fire mustn't tempt me, Linden. I'll see to you and be off, and decide what I'll be afterwards." "You may be off, without preamble." "Do you mean to dismiss me?" exclaimed the doctor, raising his eyebrows. "Have I said that you must accept my poor services?" "Why, no," said Mr. Linden, "doubly no. I am most happy to see you, doctor." "The happiness will be mutual when I have the felicity of understanding you," said the doctor, settling himself in an attitude. Mr. Linden surveyed him from head to foot. "I perceive, indeed, that you are one and somewhat," he said. "You still need the 4 azure chains. Do you need explanations too?" "If you'll be so good," said the doctor. You don't mean that, do you?" "My arm has been dressed," said Mr. Linden, quietly. "Never trust a woman?" said the doctor, wheeling round. "I thought she had got enough of that yesterday. Did she do it well?" "Excellently well." "Your face says so as well as your tongue," said the doctor, with an odd manner of despair. "I have lost, not my occupation, for I never had any, but I have lost my power over you, and she has got it. I don't know how to whistle, or I suppose I could take comfort in that." Mr. Linden did not whistle, nor laugh, nor speak. All that could be said of him was that he lay there very quiet, with his eyes open, looking remarkably well. "Let a woman alone for doing what she has a mind to do," the doctor went on, in his usual manner now, putting on his gloves. "I tell you what, Linden, they're the hardest creatures to manage there are. Boys are nothing to them. Well, good morning." "Good morning," said Mr. Linden. "I hope you will be able to manage the wind." The Dr. Harrison who had been upstairs was not at all the Dr. Harrison that met Faith in the hall and escorted her to the carriage. Grave, gentle, graceful, but especially grave, for some reason or other, he was, and not the less for that agreeable, she thought. Faith was in a sober mood herself, for she was about an undertaking she did not much like, and which Mr. Linden had liked even less. Faith pondered, as they drove swiftly along, what the particular objections had been which he had not chosen to tell her, and now and then thought a little uneasily of the coming interview with the doctor's patient, with Dr. Harrison himself for auditor and spectator. She did not like it, but she had honestly done what she thought right, and Mr. Linden had said she was not wrong. And she was bound on the expedition, which she could not get rid of, so though these considerations did float over and over her mind, they did not shake what was nevertheless a very happy peacefulness. Faith was glad the doctor was pretty well engaged with his horses, and let her own musings run upon the pleasant things of the morning, and of yesterday, with glances at the delightful new world of work and knowledge into which she had entered, or was entering, and happy resting down on the foundation for all joy so lately known to her. Whirled along on smooth-going wheels, in that bright, brisk day, little interrupted with talk, these thoughts and meditations took fair little flying passages through her head, chasing and succeeding each other, put in and put out by the lights and shadows, the hills and fields, sky and trees and wind clouds, as the case might be, and mixing up with them all. Dr. Harrison had come for her this time in an easy pleasant going curricle, drawn by beautiful animals, who felt beautifully in that gay wind. They looked so, certainly, every motion from ears to tail telling of life and the enjoyment of it. "You are not afraid of anything, I know," said Dr. Harrison, one time when he had been obliged to hold them in with a good deal of decision, "or I would have brought the old family trotter for you." "What makes you think so, Dr. Harrison?" "I have had proof of it," he said, looking at her. Faith shook her head a little, and could have told him several things, but did not. "You are not afraid of these fellows?" She said no. "There is no pleasure in handling what gives you no trouble. Don't you think so?" Faith sought for illustrations of the subject in her own experience. Did not find them. "Now look at those fellows," the doctor went on. "They are fit to fly out of their skins, but a little bit of steel in their mouths, and a good rein, and a strong hand at the end of it, and they are mine and not their own," he said, giving them a powerful check at the same time which brought them on their haunches. "And they know it. Now, isn't there some pleasure in this?" "It is rather a man's pleasure," said Faith. "Isn't it?" "Do you think so?" said the doctor. "Ah, you know better. Do you mean to say," he added softly, "that a woman doesn't know the pleasure of power?" "I don't think I do," said Faith, meeting his eyes with a smile. He smiled too, a different smile from what was usual with him. The drive was long, much longer than Faith had counted upon, although they went so fast. Down by the river, the doctor had said, but it appeared not yet what part of the river he was aiming for. Still it was beautiful, the broken country open and free, with the cloud shadows and the brilliant sunlight driving across it, and gray, sharp rocks everywhere breaking it, and tufts and reaches of brown or sere woodland diversifying it, was not easy to weary of. Nor did Faith weary. The doctor's words had sent her off on a long journey of thought, while she traveled over all that open, sunlight and shadow country. Starting from the words, "Behold, we put bits in the horses' mouths that they may obey us," she had gone on to moral government and suasion, the means and forces of both, not failing to illustrate largely here from personal experience, and on and up to the one great and strong hand that holds the reins of all, and makes even sunlight and shade, rock and hill, do his work and bidding. But now, in all that broad picture of life and life-work, appeared a little dark spot, which, small as it was, formed for the moment the vanishing point, where every line of beauty and sunlight met and ended. For with that strange recognizing of unknown things, Faith saw before her the house where the dying woman lay, and knew it for that before the doctor spoke. A plain, brown, unpainted house, straight and square, with no break of piazza or window blinds, tapestried on the front with frost-bitten gourd vines, the yellow and green fruit yet unscathed. The usual little gate and dooryard common to such country houses, the usual remains of autumn flowers therein, the usual want of trees. Yet by the universal law of indemnification, the house was more picturesque than painting and architecture could have made it. Neighbors it had none, for contrast, but a low woody point of land stretched off behind it, reaching out even into the Mong, and the Mong itself, with its cool, sharp glitter in the stirring wind, and the swash of its blue waves at the very foot of the little paling about the house, its white-sailed craft, its white-winged sea-gulls. Our lives are rivers gliding free to that unfathomed, boundless sea, the silent grave. Thither all earthly pomp and boast roll to be swallowed up and lost in one dark wave. Thither the mighty torrents stray, thither the brook pursues its way and tinkling rill. There all are equal. Side by side the poor man and the son of pride lay calm and still. Of the two that now entered that little dooryard, one felt all this, and one did not. The one who had felt the power of an endless life perceived the narrow bounds of this. To the one who had nothing beyond, its domain was vast. And as is often the case, the man went first, and the angel followed. The doctor stepped up to the bedside and made some general inquiries, but it did not appear that there was much he could do. "Mrs. Custers," he said presently, "you know I promised I would bring, if I could, a lady to see you. Here she is, Miss Derrick." Faith came to the side of the bed. Little her quiet face shewed how she was trembling. In her soft, sweet way she asked the sick woman how she did, and Mrs. Custers turned her head a little, and gazed up into the blooming face with strange, eager, feverish eyes that thirsted, but with no bodily thirst. Then she closed them again, and turned her face away, but said nothing. "Have you been sick long?" asked Faith. She did not answer then, though, as if the tones of Faith's voice were making their way, there came presently a slight quiver of the face, and a bright drop or two that the closed eyelids could not quite keep back. But she was at that point of time where the fear of man has lost its power, where the doctor loses his supremacy and visitors their interest, where men and things are pushed like shadows into the background, and the mind can see no objective save the great white throne. This was what the silence expressed. It was not dislike, nor churlishness, but those surface questions failed to reach her where she stood. The next, gentle and tender "What is the matter?" was so spoken that it found her even there. Her eyes came back to Faith's face with the sort of look they had given before, and then she spoke. "Where would you be going if you were lying where I be?" Faith heeded not the doctor then, nor anything else in the world. She waited an instant. She had drawn herself up on hearing the question, then leaning forward again, she said slowly and tenderly, "I should be going to be happy with my divine Redeemer. Are not you?" "What makes you think you would?" "Because I have his word for it," said Faith. "He says that whoever believes in him shall not perish, that everyone that loves him shall be with him where he is. I believe in him and love him with my whole heart, and I know he is true. He will not cast me away." Slowly, clearly the words were spoken, so that they might every one enter and be received by the ears that heard. The woman looked at her, scanned her, examined her, looked down towards the foot of the bed at the doctor, then back at Faith. "Do you believe all that?" she said. "I know it," said Faith, with a tiny bit of joy-speaking smile. Again that intent look. "Well, he don't," she said with a motion towards the doctor. "Which of ye am I to believe?" "Don't believe either of us," said Faith quickly, her look rather brightening than otherwise, though the play of her lips took a complicate character. "Believe God! Don't you know His words?" "I suppose I do, some of 'em. I can't believe anything with Him down there looking at me," she said impetuously. "He said He didn't believe, and I keep thinking of that." "Will you believe Him rather than God? Rather than the Lord Jesus, who came and gave His very life for us to bring us to heaven? Do you think He would tell us anything but truth after that? His words are, 'He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live.'" "Well, I'm most dead," said the woman in a sort of cold, hopeless tone. "Let Jesus make you live," said Faith in a voice as warm and loving. "The doctor said He couldn't," she answered in the same tone as before. "He believes that, anyhow." Faith answered, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand." That same little quiver passed over the face, but it changed into an irrepressible shudder. "Sit down here on the bed," she said, looking up at Faith, "and put your face so I can't see his'n, and then you may talk." And with that fair head for a screen, as if it really warded off some evil influence, Mrs. Custers lay and listened quietly for a while, but then her hands were clasped over her face, and she broke into a low, sobbing fit, as if mind and body were pouring out their griefs together. Not loud, not hysterical, but weary, subdued, overpowering, until the utter exhaustion brought sleep. Faith got off the bed then, looked at her, looked at the doctor, and then by an irrepressible feeling sunk on her knees. Leave her, go out of the house with him? She could not, until she had put the cause of them all into the hand she knew her friend and wished theirs. A few moments' motionless hiding of her face, during which, as indeed during the whole conversation, Dr. Harrison was nearly motionless too, and used his eyes silently, and Faith rose from her knees. She gave another look at the poor weary face that lay there, and then led the way out of the house. The doctor followed her, having perhaps got more than enough of this result of his ride. But as he was unfastening his horses, or rather after he had done it and was waiting to hand her in, Faith addressed him. "Dr. Harrison, on whose errand do you go telling that woman that God's word is not true?" She spoke gently, yet as the doctor faced her he saw that her soft eye could be steady as an eagle's. He did not answer. "Not for God's service," she went on answering herself, "nor for yours. See to it." She turned and let him put her into the carriage, and they set off again. But the drive homewards promised to be as silent as the drive out had been. The doctor was grave after another fashion now, with a further down gravity, and scarce looked at anything but his horses, except when a glance or a hand came to see if Faith was well wrapped up from the wind, or to make her so. And either action was done not with his accustomed grace merely, but with even a more delicate, tender care of her than ordinary. Faith was in little danger of cold for some time. Grief and loving sorrow were stirred and stirring too deeply for thought or feeling of anything else, only that beneath and with them her heart was singing, singing in notes that seemed to reach her from the very harps of heaven. "I thank thee, uncreated sun, that thy bright beams on me have shined." As they went on, however, and mile after mile was passed over again, and the afternoon waned, the wind clouds seemed thicker and the wind more keen. Faith felt it and began to think of home. The horses felt it too, and perhaps also thought of home, for they traveled well. "What are you meditating, Miss Derrick?" the doctor said at length, almost the first word he had spoken. "I was thinking, just at that minute, sir, of the use of beauty in the world." "The use of beauty!" said the doctor, looking at her. He would have been astonished if the uppermost feeling had not been of relief. "What is its use? To make the world civilized and habitable, isn't it?" "No," said Faith. "I should think it was meant to make us good. Look at the horses, Dr. Harrison." The carriage had turned an angle of the road which brought the wind pretty strongly in their faces. The horses seemed to take it as doubtful fun, or else to be inclined to make too much fun of it. They were all alive with spirit, rather excited than allayed by their miles of quick traveling. The doctor tried to quiet them by rein and voice both. "They get a little too much oats for the work they do," said he. "I must take them out oftener. "Take care of this wind, Miss Derrick. I haven't a hand to help you." "What's that?" "That" was a bunch of weeds thrown into the road, just before the horses' heads, from over the fence, and was just enough to give them the start which they were ready for. They set off instantly at full run. The road was good and clear, the carriage was light, the wind was inspiriting, the oats suggestive of mischief. The doctor's boasted rein and hand, with all the aid of steel bits, were powerless to stop them. In vain he coaxed and called to them. Their speed increased every minute. They had made up their minds to be frightened, and plunged along accordingly. The doctor spoke once or twice to Faith, encouraging or advising her. She did not speak or stir. They were just hearing the brow of a hill, when an unlucky boy in the road, thinking to stay their progress, stepped before them and waved his hat over his head. Faith heard an execration from the doctor, then his shout to her, "Don't stir, Miss Derrick," and then she hardly knew anything else. The horses plunged madly down the hill, leaped carriage and all across a fence at the bottom of it, where the road turned, overthrew themselves, and landed the doctor and Faith on different sides of the carriage in a meadow. The doctor picked himself up again, and going round to Faith lifted her head from the ground. But she was stunned by the fall, and for a few minutes remained senseless. In these circumstances, no house being near, the doctor naturally shouted to a cap or hat which he saw passing along the road, which cap also, it happened, belonged to Sam Stoutenburg, who was on an errand into the country for his father. If ever Dr. Harrison was unceremoniously put aside, it was then. Sam had come rather leisurely at first. Then, with a sort of flying bound which cleared the fence like a thistledown, he bore down upon the doctor, and taking up Faith as easily as if she had been a kitten, absolutely ran with her to a spring which welled up through the long meadow grass a few yards off. There the doctor found him applying the cold water with both gentleness and skill, for Sam Stoutenburg had a mother, and her fingers had been so employed about his own head many a time. "You're a handy fellow," said the doctor with a mixture of expressions as he joined his efforts to Sam's. "That will do it." For Faith opened her eyes. The first word was "Mother!" Then she sat up and looked around, and then covered her face. "Are you hurt?" said Dr. Harrison after an instant. "No, sir, I think not. I believe not." "Can you stand up?" With the help of his hand she could do it easily. She stood silent, supported by him, looking on the prostrate horses and shattered curricle, then turned her grave eyes on the doctor. "Don't stand too long, Miss Faith," said Sam earnestly, with trembling lips too, for the manhood in him had not got very far. "Are you sure you're not hurt?" "Sam," said Faith, giving her hand to him, "I didn't know it was you who was helping me." "I only wish I'd been here for you to fall upon," said Sam, with a queer mingling of grief and pleasure. "Seems as if folks couldn't always be in just the right place." "I am not hurt," she said with a little shudder. "Now how are you going to do to get home?" said the doctor, looking much concerned. "Shall I—" "I will walk home," she said, interrupting him. "You are not able. We are 3 miles at least from Mrs. Derrick's house. You could not bear it." "I can walk 3 miles," she said with a faint, fair smile. "I will go home with Sam, and you can take care of the horses." "That would be a tolerably backhanded arrangement," said the doctor. "Young man, will you bring these horses into town for me, after I get them on their legs, to Judge Harrison's or anywhere? I must take care of this lady and see her safe." "Yes, I'll bring 'em into town," said Sam, "but Miss Faith's to be seen to first, if they don't get on their legs all night. That'll be a work of time, I take it. Miss Faith, could you walk just a little way? There's a house there, and maybe a wagon." "You don't understand me," said the doctor. "I asked if you would do me the favor to bring my horses into town. I will take care of the lady." Sam considered a minute, not the doctor, but things. "Miss Faith," he said, "I can run faster than you can walk, beyond all calculation. If you'll keep warm here, I'll run till I find a wagon, for if you don't ride and tell the story, someone else will, and then there's 2 people will be hurt worse than you are. You'd get home quickest so." Faith was about to speak, but the doctor prevented her. "Then you refuse to take care of my horses," he said. "I told you I would take care of the lady." "Bother the horses," said Sam impatiently. "Who's to think about horses, with Miss Faith here frightened to death? I'm ready to drive 'em all over creation when I get ready, Dr. Harrison." Faith in her turn interposed. "I would rather walk than wait, Dr. Harrison. If Sam knows some house near by, I would rather walk so far with him than wait for him to go and come again. We could send some one to help you then. Sam, you'll help Dr. Harrison get the horses up." So much Sam was willing to do, and the doctor, with such grace as he might, accepted. That is, with no grace at all. The horses, with some trouble and difficulty, were raised to their feet and found whole. The carriage was broken too much to be even drawn into town. Faith then set out with her escort. "How far is your house, Sam?" But Sam shook his head at that. The nearest one of any sort was a poor sort of a place, where sometimes they had a wagon standing and sometimes didn't. "But we can try, Miss Faith," he said in conclusion. Sam's arm was a strong one, and certainly if he could have induced his companion to lean her whole weight on it, his satisfaction would have increased in proportion. As it was, he gave her good help. And thus they had walked on in the fading afternoon light more than what to Faith was just a little way, when the first house came in sight. Fortunately the wagon was at home, and before it stood an old horse that one of the men said he should like to see run. But for once such deficiency was the best recommendation. Another man set off on foot to find and help Dr. Harrison, and the owner of the slow horse gave the reins to Sam. The wagon was not on springs, and the buffalo skin was old, and the horse was slow, beyond a question. But still it was easier than walking, and even quicker. Sam Stoutenburg did his best to make Faith comfortable, levying upon various articles for that purpose, and drove along with a pleasure which after all can never be unmixed in this world. Even Sam felt that for his long-drawn "Oh, Miss Faith" said much, and carried Faith's thoughts, she hardly knew why, to more than one person at home. "Sam," said Faith, "I don't want to say anything about this to-night." "Well, ma'am, I won't say a word, if I can help it. Do you mean to anybody, Miss Faith?" "Not to anybody. I mean not to anyone at home." "I won't if I can help it," Sam repeated. "But it's my night to stay with Mr. Linden." "Is it? Well, what if it is?" "I don't know," said Sam dubiously. "He has a funny way of reading people's faces." "But what is going to be in yours, Sam?" "I don't know that neither," said Sam. "But the fact is, Miss Faith, he always does find out things. And if it's anything he's got to do with, you may just as good tell him at once as to fuss round." A pretty significant piece of information, upon which Faith mused. It was not so late when they reached Mrs. Derrick's door that the good lady's anxiety had got fairly under way. At that moment, indeed, she had quitted the front of the house and gone to hurry Cindy and the tea kettle, so that Faith was in the house and her escort dismissed before Mrs. Derrick appeared. "Why, pretty child," she said, "here you are. I was very near getting worried, and I went up and asked Mr. Linden what time it was, lest the clock shouldn't be right, but he seemed to think it wasn't worth while to fret about you yet. You're tired to death," she added, looking at Faith. "You're as pale as anything, child." "Yes, mother, I'm very tired." "And very glad to get home," she would have said, but her lips failed it. "Well, do sit down, child," said her mother, "and I'll take your things upstairs. Tea's all ready, that'll do you good, and then you shall go right to bed." But that did not seem what Faith was ready to do. Instead of that, she preferred to sit down by her mother, and wrap her arms round her again, and lay her head in her mother's lap. Even then she did not sleep, though she was by no means inclined to talk, and answered Mrs. Derrick's fond or anxious words with very few in return, low and quiet, or with quiet caresses. And when her mother was silent to let her sleep, Faith was silent too. They had sat so motionless for a while when Faith changed her posture. She got up, sat down on a chair by her mother's side, laid her head in her neck, and wrapped her arms around her in turn. "Mother," she said most caressingly, "when will you begin to follow Christ with me? I want that. I want that." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 25. While Dr. Harrison was sleeping off the effects of his exertions, mental and physical, of the preceding day, and his horses in their stable realized that the reaping of wild oats has its own fatigues, Mrs. Derrick was stirring about with even unwonted activity, preparing for that unwonted breakfast upstairs. An anxious look or two at Faith's sleeping face had assured her mother that the fatigue there had been nothing very serious. and Mrs. Derrick went down with a glad heart to her preparations. There Faith joined her after a while, and as breakfast time approached, Mrs. Derrick suggested that Faith should go up and see that the table was all right, and receive the breakfast which she herself would send up. Cindy was already there, passing back and forth, and the door stood open to facilitate her operations. If Faith had felt curious as to the success of Sam Stoutenburg's efforts at concealment, her curiosity was at once relieved. The room, as she saw it through the half-open door, was bright with firelight and sunshine. The spoons and cups on the little table shone cheerily in the glow, and all things were in their accustomed pretty order and disorder. But the couch was empty, and Mr. Linden stood by the mantelpiece, leaning one arm there, his face bent down and covered with his hand. Faith had no need to knock, the door being open and Cindy in full possession, but as her light step came near the fire, he turned suddenly and held out his hand to her without a word. Then, gently pushing her back to the corner of the couch, Mr. Linden bade her sit down and be quiet, and he himself took a chair at her side. She could hardly tell how he looked. The face was so different from any she had ever seen him wear. For a minute she obeyed orders. Then she said, though with an eye that avoided meeting his, "I mustn't be quiet, Mr. Linden. I must see to the breakfast table." If his first motion was to hinder that, he thought better of it, and suffered her to go and give her finishing touches, watching her all the time, as she felt, but without speaking. And when Cindy shut the door and tramped downstairs, the room was very still. Only the light crackling of the hickory sticks in the chimney, and those soft movements about the table. If ever such movements were made with pleasure, if ever a face of very deep peacefulness hovered over the placing and displacing of knives and forks, plates and salt cellars, it was then. Yet it was not a very abstracted face, nor looked as if the outward quiet might be absolutely immovable. The last touch put to the table, Faith glanced at the hickory sticks on the fire, but they wanted nothing, and then her look came round to Mr. Linden, and the smile which could no longer be kept back came too, a smile of touching acknowledgment. "Miss Faith, will you come and sit down?" She came silently. One deep breath she did hear, as Mr. Linden arranged the cushions and with gentle force made her lean against them, but either he did not feel himself able to touch directly what they were both thinking of, or else thought her not able to bear it. His tone was very quiet, the rest of his hand upon her hair hardly longer than it had been yesterday, as he said, "What will my scholar be fit for to-day? Anything but sleep?" For a moment it was a little more than she could bear, and her face for that moment was entirely grave. Then she smiled up at him and answered in a tone lighter than his had been, "Fit for anything, and more fit than ever, Mr. Linden. I only rest here because you put me here." The next remark diverged a little, and was given with darkening eyes. "How dared he take you with those young horses?" "He thought he could do just what he pleased with them," said Faith, shaking her head a little. "And with you?" was in Mr. Linden's mind, but it came not forth. "Where is your mother? Does she know?" "Mother's coming," said Faith, raising herself from the cushions, "as soon as she sends up the breakfast. She doesn't know yet. I told Sam not to tell you, Mr. Linden." "How do you do to-day?" She answered him with a bright, fair glance, and in a tone as sweet as happiness could make it. "Very well." Mr. Linden's eyes went from her to the opening door and the entering dishes. "Sarah was not in fault, Miss Faith. I heard you come home." In the train of the dishes came Mrs. Derrick, and looked with a little amaze at Mr. Linden off the couch and Faith upon it. But if the first didn't hurt him, she knew the second wouldn't hurt Faith, with whose appearance her mother was not yet quite satisfied. And when they were all at the table, Mrs. Derrick might wonder at those words of very earnest thanksgiving that they were all brought together again, but they needed no explanation to anyone else. In all her life, Faith had never known such a breakfast. That sweet sense of being safe, of being shielded, of breathing an atmosphere where no evil, mental, moral or physical, could reach her. How precious it was after those hours of fear and sorrow! If her two companions had visibly joined hands around her, she could not have felt the real fact more strongly. And another hand was nearer and more precious still to her apprehension, even the one that made theirs strong and had brought her within them. Faith's face was a fair picture, for all this was there, but Faith's words were few. How many Mr. Lindens would have been of choice cannot be known, for Mrs. Derrick's mind was so intent upon the last night's expedition, so eager to know how the poor woman was, and what she said, and where she lived, and how Faith enjoyed the drive, and what made her get so tired, that he had full occupation in warding off the questions and turning them another way. In compliance with her wishes, he had taken his usual place on the couch, and there made himself useful both with word and hand. The particular use of breakfast to him was not so apparent. It was not over a bit too soon, for Cindy had not finished the work of removing it before she brought up word that the doctor was come and wanted to see Miss Derrick. Faith judged the inquiry was meant for herself, and ran downstairs accordingly. The doctor was satisfied that she was none the worse of her ride with him, but had brought a very serious face to the examination. "Have you forgiven me, Miss Derrick?" "I have nothing to forgive, sir," Faith told him, with a look that gave sweet assurance of it. "I am not hurt. I am very glad I went." "May I say," said the doctor, and he looked as if he was uneasy till he had said it, "that you misjudged me yesterday from that woman's words. I did not choose to interrupt her, and the severity of your remarks to me," he said with a little smile which did not want feeling, "took from me at the moment the power to justify myself. But, Miss Derrick, I have not done what you seem to suppose, and fairly enough, for she gave you to understand it. I never set myself to overthrow her belief in anything. I have hardly held any conversation with her, except what related to her physical condition. If I have said anything, it has been a word intended to quiet her. I saw her mind was very much disturbed." Faith had looked very grave, with eyes cast down, during the hearing of this speech. She raised them then at the end, and said with great gentleness, "There is but one way to give quiet that will stand, Dr. Harrison." "I am sure you are right," he said, looking at her with an unwonted face, nearer to reverence than Dr. Harrison was often known to give to anything. "I hope you will go and see that poor creature again, and undo any mischief my careless words may have done." "Won't you undo them yourself, Dr. Harrison?" "I will endorse yours so well as I can," he said. "But won't you see her again?" "If I can, I will try to go." "May I see Mr. Linden?" was the next question in a lighter tone, and receiving permission, the doctor moved himself upstairs. He entered Mr. Linden's room with a quiet, composed air, very different from the jaunty manner of yesterday, and applied himself with business, quiet to Mr. Linden's state and wants. and the reception he met was not one to set him a-talking. It was not tinged with the various feelings which the thought of him had stirred in Mr. Linden's mind that night and morning. If they lived still, it was in the background. The grasp of his hand was firmer than usual, the tone more earnest, which said, "I'm very glad to see you," and yet the doctor felt that in them both there was more and also less than mere personal feeling. He had nearly finished the arrangements of Mr. Linden's arm when he remarked, "Did you hear the result of our expedition yesterday?" A grave "Yes" answered him. "You see," said the doctor, "I couldn't manage the wind." But to that there was no reply. "It was just that," said the doctor, "those horses had been taking whisky, I believe, instead of oats, and the wind just made them mad. They ran for pure love of running, till a little villain threw up his hat at them, and then indeed it was which could catch the clouds first." If the doctor wanted help in his account, he got none. He drew back and took a survey. "What's the matter, Linden? You look more severe at me this morning than Miss Derrick does, and I'm sure she has the most reason." "I have a prudent fit come over me once in a while," said Mr. Linden good-humouredly, but with a little restless change of position. "I am afraid if I talk much upon this subject, I shall get out of patience, and I couldn't lay all the blame of that upon you." "What blame do you pretend to lay upon me as it is?" said the doctor, not ill-humouredly. "There'll be no pretence about it when I lay it on," said Mr. Linden. "Enact Macduff and lay on," said the doctor, smiling. "Let it suffice you that I could if I would." "The shadows of strokes suffice me," said the doctor. "Am I a man of straw? Do you take me for Sir Andrew Ague-Cheek? Horribly valiant, after his fashion. What have I done, man?" He stood carelessly handsome and handsomely careless before the couch, looking down upon Mr. Linden as if resolved to have something out of him. A part of the description applied well to the face he was looking at, yet after a different fashion, and anything less careless than the look Mr. Linden bent upon him could not be imagined. It was a look wherein again different feelings held each other in check: the grave reproof, the sorrowful perception, the quick indignation. Dr. Harrison might detect them all, and yet more, the wistful desire that he were a different man. This it was that answered. "What have you done, doctor? You have very nearly given yourself full proof of those true things which you profess to disbelieve." "How do you know that I disbelieve anything?" said the doctor, with a darkening yet an acute look. "Much more that I profess to disbelieve." "How do I know whether a ship carries a red or a blue light at her masthead?" "You don't, if she carries no light at all, and I do not remember that I ever professed myself in your hearing on either side of the things I suppose you mean." "What do you say of a ship that carries no light at all?" "Must a ship always hang out her signals, man?" "Aye," said Mr. Linden, "else she may run down the weaker craft, or be run down by the stronger." "Suppose she don't know in good truth what light belongs to her?" "It is safe to find out." "Who has told you, Linden, that I believed or disbelieved anything?" "Yourself." "May I ask if any other testimony has aided your judgment, or come in aid of it?" "No," said Mr. Linden, looking at him with a grave, considering eye. "I am not much in the habit of discussing such points with third parties." The doctor bit his lip, and then smiled. "You're a good fellow, Linden. But you see, I can afford to say that now. I have you at advantage. As long as you lie there, and I am your attending physician, which latter I assure you I look upon as a piece of my good fortune, you can't knock me down if you feel disposed. I am safe, and can afford to be generous. As to the lights, said the doctor, taking up his hat, I agree to what you say, and that's more of a concession than I ever made on the subject before. But in the atmosphere I have lived in, I do assure you I have not been able to tell the blue lights from the red. I believe you, said Mr. Linden, nor was it altogether the fault of the atmosphere. Even where the colour is right, the glass is sometimes dim. What then? What then? Why, the inference is plain. If one cannot be distinguished from the other, one is as good as the other. And both shine with a steady clear light upon the heavenward way? There's no question of shining, said the doctor, half scornfully, half impatiently. If they show colour at all, it is on a way that is murky enough, heaven knows. Then what have they to do with question? Said Mr. Linden. You are applying rules of action which you would laugh at in any other case. Does the multitude of quacks disgust you with the science of medicine? Does the dim burning of a dozen poor candles hinder your lighting a good one? You have nothing to do with other people's lights. Let your own shine. Dr. Harrison stood looking at his adviser a minute, with a smile that was both pleased and acute. Linden, said he, it strikes me that you are out of your vocation. When I heard that account last night, Mr. Linden went on, and he paused, as if the recollection were painful, the second thing I thought of was your own words, that heaven is not in your line. Well, said the doctor, swinging his hat and beginning to pace up and down the room, and speaking as if at once confessing and justifying the charge laid to him, now and then, I believe, a bodily angel comes down to the earth and leaves her wings behind her. But that's not humanity, Linden. True servant of God is as fair a name as angel, said Mr. Linden, and that is what humanity may be and often is, though crowns are wanting and bright pinions folded. I don't know, said the doctor. I shouldn't have wondered any minute yesterday to see the pinions unfold before me. Which remark was received in silence. If such an angel were to take hold of me, the doctor went on meditatively, I believe she might make me and carry me whither she would. But I wonder if I shall be forbid the house now. He stopped and looked at Mr. Linden with a face of comic inquiry. You may come and see me, said Mr. Linden with comforting assurance. Do you think I may? Said the doctor. He sat down and threw his hat on the floor. What shall I do with Mrs. Derrick? She will want to send me off in a balloon on some air journey that will never land me on earth, or find some other vanishing medium, most prompt and irrevocable, all as a penalty for my having ventured to leap a fence in company with her daughter. But the prudent fit had perhaps come back upon Mr. Linden, for except a sudden illumination of eye and face, the doctor's speech called forth no opinion. The best driver on earth can't be a centaur man. Horses in these days will have heads of their own. But then the doctor rose up and came gracefully and gravely again to take his friend and patient's hand. I agree to all you say, said he, looking down with a good-humoured, wilful expression to Mr. Linden's face, and I know no other man to whom I would own as much, after such words and such silence as you have bestowed on me. Good-bye. But really, remember, a man is not answerable for all his horses, or all his wits may do. The doctor went, and then there was an interval of some length. Faith had found several things to do in her downstairs department, which she would not leave to her mother, especially after the shock Mrs. Derrick's mind and heart had received from the communication of what had happened the day before. So it was a little later than usual when the light tap was heard at Mr. Linden's door, and Faith and a cup of cocoa came in. She set the cup down, and then went out again for a dish of grapes and pears, Judge Harrison's and Farmer David's sending, which she brought to the table. "I didn't know which you would like best, Mr. Linden, so I brought both." "I should like to be waiting on you," he said. "Miss Faith, you ought not to be waiting on me. I shall bestir myself and come downstairs." There was expression in the kind of happy silence that answered him as she offered the cocoa. "I don't know where to begin to talk to you this morning," said Mr. Linden. "Everything demands the first place. Miss Faith, when you feel that you can, will you tell me all about yesterday? I wish I could give you this couch again, but I suppose in prudence I ought to lie still." She saw him served with what he would have, then sat down, and a shadow of sweet gravity came over her. "The ride out was all very pleasant. There wasn't much talk, and I could just enjoy everything. It is a long way, Mr. Linden," she said, glancing at him. She spoke generally with her eyes bent somewhere else. "It must be 10 or 12 miles, for we went very fast, and it was beautiful, with the wind and the driving clouds and shadows. So I enjoyed all that part, and wasn't afraid of the horses, or not much afraid, though they went very fast, and I saw they felt very gay. I liked the going fast, and I thought the doctor could manage them." She paused. "Are you sure you want to talk of this now?" Mr. Linden said. "You know we have other things to do. This can wait till you choose." "I like to tell it," she said with another quick glance and a quick breath. "But the visit comes next, and I don't know how to tell you of that, Mr. Linden. I wish you could see that woman, and if you can't soon, I must, somehow." "If I can't, or if I can, I will find you the somehow, if you want to go, and if you will let me," he added. "Is she really dying?" "She says so," Faith said low, and was silent a bit. "Then we set out to come home, and all went very well till we were halfway on the road. But then the horses seemed to grow more frisky than ever. I think the wind excited them, and Dr. Harrison had his hands full, I could see, to hold them in, especially after we turned Lamprey's corner and the wind was in their faces. I think it was something suddenly flung over the fence that started them off to run, and then they ran faster and faster, and reins and bits were of no use at all." Faith was excited herself, and spoke slowly and low, and with hindered breath. "I saw they were getting more and more furious, and there were a few minutes, Mr. Linden, when I thought I should maybe never see home again. And then I thanked you in my heart." "Me?" he said with quick emphasis, and looking at her. Faith did not look at him, but after a pause went on very quietly. "I mean, on earth I thanked you. The end of it was, they took a new fright at something, I believe, just at the top of a hill, and after that it was all a whirl. I hardly knew anything, till I found myself lying on the ground in the meadow. The horses had jumped the carriage and all, clean over the fence. The fence was just below the foot of the hill. The road took a turn there. Sam told you the rest, didn't he, Mr. Linden?" He said, "Yes," and not another word, but lay there still with those closely shielded eyes, and lips unbent from their usual repose, with grave humbleness and grief and joy. The silence lasted till Faith spoke again, and that was some little space of time. A shade graver and lower her tone was when she spoke. "I shall never forget after this that it is part of a Christian's sailing orders to speak every vessel he meets. I think I shall never forget it again." Mr. Linden did look then at the little craft that had begun her voyage so undauntedly under the Christian colours, though what he thought of her he said not. Apparently his own words were not yet ready, though he spoke. "Be strong, and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest." Faith spoke no more. She sat in the absolutest quiet, of face and figure both, looking into the fire that played in the chimney, with a fixedness that perhaps told, in the beginning, of some doubtfulness of self-command. But the happy look of the face was in no wise changed. A knock at the door was the first interruption, a knock so low down that the latch seemed quite too high to match it, but by some exercise of skill this was lifted, and Johnny Fax presented himself. He looked very wide awake, and smiling, and demure, as was his wont, though to-day the smiles were in the ascendant, owing perhaps to the weeest of all wee baskets which he held in his hand. Coming close up to Mr. Linden, and giving him the privileged caress, Johnny stood there within his arm, and smiled benignly upon Faith, as if he considered her quite part and parcel of the same concern, who smiled back upon him and inquired, where had he come from? Johnny said, "From home, ma'am," and looked down at his tiny basket, as if it were a weight on his mind that he did not know how to get rid of. "Johnny," said Mr. Linden, "what have you got in that basket?" "You couldn't guess?" said Johnny, with a very bright face. "I couldn't guess," said Mr. Linden. "Don't you suppose I can do anything?" "Yes," said Johnny, shaking his head, "but you can't do that." "Then I shall not try," said Mr. Linden, "and you'll have to tell me." Johnny put his face close down by Mr. Linden and whispered, but not so low that Faith could not hear, "It's 2 white eggs that my black hen laid for you, sir." "Well, I never should have guessed that," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "I didn't suppose there was a hen in the world that cared so much for me. I don't believe she would if she were not your hen, Johnny," which last sentence Johnny understood just well enough to feel delighted, and stood with a glad little face while his teacher opened the basket, and taking up first one egg and then the other, commented upon their size and whiteness. "As soon as I can get out, I shall come and see that hen," said Mr. Linden, drawing the child closer and giving him another kiss, which Johnny thought was worth a whole basket of eggs. "So you must tell her to have her feathers in good order. Now what have you to say to Miss Faith?" "Oh, she talks to me," said Johnny. "Does she?" said Mr. Linden. "Is that the division of labour? What does she talk about, Johnny? Let me see how well you remember." It was said with a little acknowledging look that he was asking that to which somebody would demur, but also with a wilful assumption that somebody would come to no harm. So though Faith flushed and started, she sat back in her seat again without making any word interposition. Johnny stood and thought, for he was a real little literalist. "She talked about heaven," he said slowly, "and how to get there, and said she was going, and we must too. That's what she said Sunday. And at Judge Harrison's, she said she was glad I'd got a red riband, and down to Ellaqyint she told me to run away." "I'm sure that was a gentle way of dismissing you," said Mr. Linden, stroking the child's forehead. "Well, Johnny, are you trying to follow her in that way to heaven she told you of?" The "yes" was given without hesitation, and came with strangely sweet effect from those childish lips. Then after a minute Johnny added, as if he feared some misunderstanding, "It's the same way you told me, sir." "Yes, I trust you will see me there too," Mr. Linden said, with a rather moved look at the little face before him. What made Faith, at those last words of Johnny's, jump up and spring to the fire? and after a most elaborate handling of the sticks of wood, she did not come back to her seat, but stood still with her back turned to the couch and the little witness who was testifying there. He was not called upon for any more evidence, however. Mr. Linden talked, or let him talk, about various important things in Johnny's daily life and experience, and gave a promise that he himself would be at school as soon as the doctor gave his permission. Mrs. Derrick's soft knock and entrance came now, she herself looking in good truth as if a tear-storm had passed over her. But she brightened up a little at the sight of Faith. "Pretty child," she said, coming up to her, "and so you're here? I couldn't rest any longer without seeing just where you were." Faith put one hand on her shoulder as she stood, and then clasped the other upon that. "Pretty child," her mother repeated, in a tone that spoke more of pain than pleasure, and Faith could feel the shudder that passed over her then. But she controlled herself. "Do you know it's dinner time, Faith? How is Mr. Linden?" "There he is," said Faith, smiling. "I don't know, Mother." "He don't look to me as if he had ever been asleep," said Mrs. Derrick. But whether that showed want of sleep or the reverse was, as Mr. Linden remarked, quite doubtful. Mrs. Derrick looked at him, met his smile, then her whole heart answered to something it said. "Oh, Mr. Linden, think of her being in such danger!" And there was a minute of deep silence. "Nay," he answered softly, and the face was beautiful in its changing expression. "Think of her being so safe." Mrs. Derrick could bear neither word nor look after that. The two ladies went down together, leaving Johnny to dine with his teacher. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 26. The dinner upstairs was a very quiet and uninterrupted one. The dinner downstairs was destined not to be so. The first break was the entrance of Cindy with a bunch of flowers, which the doctor had sent to Miss Derrick, with the desire to know how she was. Faith received the flowers with a dubious face and put them in water on the dinner table, where they looked splendid. Mrs. Derrick could hardly see their splendor. "He doesn't think to come round me that way," she said. "Child, I wouldn't let you go off with him again for 20 kingdoms. Not with those horses, Mother. Nor with any others. I shan't ever want to have you go with anybody again, Faith." "What's going on here?" said a growling voice which they knew, before Mr. Simlins entered the door of the dining room. "That Gallaghern wants me to stay politely in the parlor yonder, but I ain't polite, and I come to see you, not your doors and windows, nor the pretty paper on your walls. What are you all about, Mrs. Derrick? I hear the very spirit of turbidness has got into this house." "There's not much spirit in me today," said Mrs. Derrick, "nor spirits neither. I've lost what little I had. Anybody could knock me down with a straw. Sit down, Mr. Simlins, and take some dinner." "I'm afeard if it's done so easy, I might occasionally do it with one of them posies," said Mr. Simlins, standing and surveying the bouquet as if he didn't know what to make of it. "Do you eat the grass of the field at your noon spell?" "You may ask Faith," said Mrs. Derrick. "She put 'em there." "Sit down, Mr. Simlins," said Faith. "I ain't going to sit down. I've eat my dinner. I've just come in, Mrs. Derrick, to see if you're all overturned or if there's anything left straight yet." "It's all straight," said Faith, smiling up at him. "Sit down, Mr. Simlins." "What's the truth of it, Mrs. Derrick? This child ain't all straight, is she?" It followed that, bit by bit, Mr. Simlins got out the story of the accident, for neither Faith nor Mrs. Derrick was forward to speak about it. He then inquired, with an unsatisfied grunt, why Faith was posting round with Mr. Harrison, whereat Mrs. Derrick felt justly indignant. "Why, she ain't! Mr. Simlins, she went down there on business, and there was nobody else at hand to take her just then." "What do you call being at hand?" said Mr. Simlins. "I've got 2 hands and more'n 2 horses that won't run away, neither. It's only my cows do that. Where's Mr. Linden?" "Oh, he's upstairs," said Mrs. Derrick. "He's not been down yet. Faith, don't you think he's some stronger today?" "And so," said Mr. Simlins, turning to her again reproachfully, "while he's lying up there and can't stir, you go driving over the country with t'other one." But that brought out Faith's round, low laugh, so incontrovertibly merry and musical that it changed Mr. Simlins' face on the instant. It came to an end almost as soon, but short as it was better than the warble of any nightingale, inasmuch as the music of a good sound human heart is worth all the birds in creation. "When's Mr. Linden going to be downstairs where a body can get sight of him?" "The doctor says he mustn't go out for a long time yet," said Mrs. Derrick. "When are you going to find the man that shot him? That's what I want to know." "When I get a composition from the only witness," Mr. Simlins answered. "And as the witness ain't particular about testifying, I'm afeard it'll be a spell of time yet. It'll come out. I should think the fellow'd had made tracks fust thing, but I ain't heard of anyone's been missing from town, except—" Mr. Simlins suddenly stopped and gazed at Faith with a most extraordinary expression. "Did you look at my flowers, Mr. Simlins?" said Faith quite quietly, though without meeting his eye. "I've seen nosegays before," growled Mr. Simlins in a very uninterested manner. "I don't see as this is no more nor less than a nosegay. Do you suppose I might go up and see somebody upstairs for 2 minutes without creating any confusion?" Mr. Simlins went up and shortly afterwards went away. But if Faith anticipated a good long lesson that afternoon to make up for the morning and afternoon in which she had none, albeit the morning had been better than lessons, she was to be disappointed. Hardly was the dinner over and the muffins mixed, which she was determined should make amends for Mr. Linden's poor breakfast, when Miss Harrison came, full of sorrow and sympathy and hope. "Faith don't look a bit the worse, ma'am," she said to Mrs. Derrick. "She couldn't look any way but just so," her mother said with a fond glance. "Why, she could look pale, but I don't see that she does even that, unless, perhaps, just a tingy paleness, as is rather becoming than otherwise. Dear Miss Derrick, I hope you have forgiven Julius." It was a sorrowful smile that met her words, and eyes that grew dim and looked away. "I suppose I could forgive the whole world, since he didn't do any more harm," said Mrs. Derrick with her wonted gentleness. "But I wouldn't see her go with him again, Miss Sophie, if that's what you call forgiveness." "Why not, dear Mrs. Derrick?" "Why not?" said the good lady. "Why, Faith's used to being taken care of, Miss Sophie, and I'm used to seeing it." "My dear Mrs. Derrick," Miss Harrison exclaimed out of breath, "do you think she was not taken care of? Julius knows his horses, and he is a capital hand with them. He says himself he thinks he should have brought them too, if that little wretch of a boy hadn't thrown up his nap before their eyes. No horses would stand that, you know, and the best man in the world and the best driver can't be certain of his horses, Mrs. Derrick. Not take care of her?" "I don't mean to say that he didn't mean to," said Mrs. Derrick quietly, "but I don't think he knows how. You needn't look so, Miss Sophie. I'm not saying a word against your brother, but Faith's only part of the world to him, and she's the whole of it to me. He should have taken horses he was sure of," said Mrs. Derrick with a little flush on her cheek. "I don't know," said Miss Harrison softly and looking at Faith. "I don't know just what part of the world she is to him, but I think, and am very sure, he would have thrown himself out rather than her. Can anybody do more? Can any man do more, Mrs. Derrick?" she said, smiling. "I know you are her mother, and though I am not her mother, I think of her just as you do." "I can't say what any man can do," said Mrs. Derrick pleasantly. "I haven't tried many, and you can't tell how I feel, Miss Sophie. It isn't cross, if it sounds so. How long has Dr. Harrison had those horses?" "Why, not very long," said Miss Harrison. "He hasn't been home long himself, but he is a good judge of horses," she said, a little less sure of her ground than in the former part of the conversation. Perhaps she was not sorry to have it interrupted. "My dear Mrs. Derrick," said Mr. Somers, entering, "I have come to congratulate you. Miss Harrison, I see, is before me in this pleasant, office. Miss Faith! I'm glad to see you looking so well after your overthrow." Mr. Somers went round shaking hands as he spoke. "Mrs. Somers will be here presently to join me. She stopped a few minutes by the way." Mrs. Summers always has more business on hand than I can, keep up with. Mrs. Derrick, I have rejoiced with you indeed, ma'am." Summers had managed to keep up with her business, and him too, for she came in before Mr. Summers had well taken the measure of his chair. She walked up to Faith and kissed her with a sort of glad energy, gave her a comprehensive glance from head to foot, and then turned to Mrs. Derrick with, "There's nothing amiss with her, after all. Sophie, what excuses have you brought in your bag? It seems to be full. I wish you'd make some for Julius, Aunt Ellen. I can see Mrs. Derrick has only half forgiven him." "Has she got so far as that?" said Miss Summers. "I don't know. Faith, you might come and say something. You know if it isn't true, and Mrs. Derrick will hear you." Faith was busy giving Mrs. Summers a chair, and certainly looked as if she had nobody to forgive anything in the wide world. "What do you want me to say, Sophie?" "Why, that Julius wasn't to blame." "I find it is still a disputed point whether a man has a right to break his own neck," said Mrs. Summers. "I think he hasn't myself, but most people don't agree with me. Mr. Summers thinks people may run away alone or together, just as they've a mind. I don't know whether it's the fees or the freedom that takes his fancy." "I suppose, my dear," said Mr. Summers, "a man may lawfully set out to take a ride without intending to break his own neck or anybody else's, and find it done at the end without blame to himself. I never was, I hope, a promoter of, flighty marriages, to which you seem to allude." "If he finds it done at the end, it isn't done very thoroughly," said Mrs. Summers. "But Pattaquasset's grown up into a novel. Last week furnished with a hero, and this week with a heroine. The course of things can't run smooth now, so we may all look out for breakers, of horses, I hope, among other things." "Oh, Aunt Ellen," was Miss Harrison's not gratified comment on this speech. "I hope Mrs. Summers don't mean that we are to look out for breakers of heart, among the other things," said Mr. Summers. "Look out for them, to be sure," said Mrs. Harrison, "always and everywhere. What would the world be without them?" "The world would not be heartbroken," said Mrs. Summers. "Faith, which of you came to first? Who picked you up?" "I don't know, Mrs. Summers. Sam Stoutenburg was passing just at the time, and Dr. Harrison called him. I don't know who picked me up." "Sam Stoutenburg," said Mrs. Summers. "Well, he's made, if nobody else is. He'll bless Julius for the rest of his life for giving him such a chance. Do you know how that boy watches you, Faith? I mean to speak to Mr. Linden about it the very first time I see him." Something in this speech called forth Faith's color. She had spoken Sam's name herself with the simplest, unchanging face, but now the flushes came and came abundantly. "I don't know what good that would do, Mrs. Summers." "Nor I, till I try," said the lady, smiling at her. "But if the mere mention is so powerful, what may not the reality do? I'll say one thing for Mr. Linden. He makes all those boys come into church and get seated before the service begins, which nobody else ever did yet, if they ever tried. I was curious to see how it would be last Sunday when he wasn't there, but they were more punctual than ever. It's quite a comfort. If there's anything I do hate to see, it's a troop of men and boys outside the door when they ought to be in. What are you afraid he'll say to Sam, Faith?" Faith's eyes were looking down. The question brought them up, and then her smile was as frank as her blushes had been. "I'm not afraid he'll say anything, Mrs. Summers." "I don't know why he should, my dear," said Mr. Summers. "We all like to use our eyes. You can't very well blame a boy." "Oh, Mr. Summers," said his wife, with that air which a woman puts on when she says she believes, what she wouldn't for the world say if she believed. "Of course you think that. Don't I know how you broke your heart after a green veil when you were in college? I don't think it's been right whole since. Now I have some feeling for Sam, or his future wife." "Well, Mrs. Derrick, what shall I tell Julius?" said Miss Harrison as she rose to go. "Tell him?" said Mrs. Derrick inquiringly. "He wouldn't care to hear anything about me if you did tell him, Miss Sophie." "Well, he'll have to come and talk to you himself," said Miss Harrison. "Faith, stand up for the right." Faith went to the door with her and returned ushering in a newcomer, even the wife of Farmer David's. "Husband wanted me to come and see how Mr. Linden was," she said in meek explanation of her appearance. "He would have come himself, but he was forced to be in the field, and he said he wished I'd come myself. How is he, ma'am?" "I hope he's better," said Mrs. Derrick, giving her new visitor a kind reception and a seat. "He don't get very strong fast. How are you all at home, Mrs. Davids?" "We're considerable comfortable, ma'am," said Mrs. Davids, taking the chair in an unobtrusive spirit. I am happy to have the occasion to make your acquaintance better. Husband would have come himself, only he couldn't. Mr. Linden don't get strong?" "Not very fast," said Mrs. Derrick. "I don't know just when the doctor'll let him go to school again. I suppose you're anxious about Phil, Mrs. Davids, but all the boys have to be out now." "Yes, ma'am, we're anxious, and husband is anxious about Mr. Linden, and he sent me to know. But there is such a change in Phil, ma'am," she said, turning to Mrs. Summers. "Such a change you wouldn't believe. He never would go to school before, not regular, not for nobody, not for his father, not for me, and it was more'n my life was worth. My husband, he said it was my fault, but I don't know how 'twas. And now, sir, he don't want a word spoke to him. He's off before it's time in the morning, and he learns, too, for I catch him at it. And my husband don't think anything in the world is too good for Mr. Linden, nor, of course, I suppose I don't. But however he's managed or overcome it to make Phil draw in harness, I don't know, and my husband says he don't. And, ma'am, was those pears good? Or what does Mr. Linden like? If it's on the farm, he'll get it." It would have taken more conversational skill than Mrs. Derrick possessed to give a summary answer to all this, but her simplicity answered as well, after all. "I guess he'll like what you've been saying better than anything, Mrs. Davids. I'll tell him." "Do," said Mrs. Davids. "I wished you would. Husband would have said it completer. He thinks, ma'am," turning to Mrs. Summers again, "that Mr. Linden is a wonderful man, and I'm of the opinion he's handsome." Faith had been sitting quiet and demure for some time past, hearing what was going on, but this last sentence drove her to the right about like lightning. She found something to do in another part of the room. "Did you ever hear anybody say he wasn't?" said Mrs. Summers. "Mr. Summers, it's time we were going. Ah, here's Squire Stoutenburg. Faith, come here." And Squire Stoutenburg, appearing in the doorway like the worthy father of his stout son, bowed to the company. "Well, Mrs. Derrick," he said. "Good day, Mr. Summers, and Mrs. Summers. I beg pardon. Well, Miss Faith, I'm glad it is well, I'm sure. My dear, how do you do?" "Why, very well, sir," said Faith. "Why, so it is," said Squire Stoutenburg, taking hold of both her hands and looking at her. "Sam said you were as pale as a ghost when he carried you down to the spring, but Sam don't always see straight when he's excited. You needn't be frightened if I kiss you, my dear. You know I always do, and always have, since you were a year old," said the squire as he took his wonted privilege. Faith gravely submitted, not letting the squire, however, get any further than her cheek, which ought to have contented him. "Sam was very good to me yesterday, sir," she answered. "I think, squire," said Mr. Summers, "I think your son was, in luck, as we say, a fortunate chance, what most people would have thought no, disagreeable office." "Sam's a good boy," said his father. "A very good boy, always was. He does crow a little over Dr. Harrison, I must say, but what shall we do with the doctor, Mr. Summers? What does he deserve for running away with our Pattaquasset roses and turning them into meadow lilies? Yes, yes, Miss Faith, you may look as pink as you please now. It won't help the matter. What shall we do with him, sir?" "My dear," said Squire Stoutenburg, seating Faith by his side and dropping his voice, "you're growing wonderfully like your father." A changed, sweet glance of Faith's eyes answered him. "Yes," the squire repeated meditatively and looked at her. "Ah, he was a fine man. I used to think he couldn't be better, but I suppose he is now. My dear, you needn't wonder when I tell you that I thought more of your mother last night than I did of you, but you don't remember all about that. Well, I shall go home and tell Mrs. Stoutenburg that you're as pretty as a posy, and then she won't care what else is the matter," he said, getting up again. "Mrs. Summers, I see the parson dursn't say a word about Dr. Harrison before you." I declare I don't think Dr. Harrison is very much to be blamed, squire," said the parson, thus called upon. "And Mrs. Summers is so well able to speak for herself. I have no doubt, Squire Stoutenburg, if it wasn't for Mrs. Summers, I dare say I might like to do as much as the doctor did myself." "Bless my life," said Squire Stoutenburg, "I can't stay to be a party to confidence of that sort. I must go," and he departed, laughing and followed by the two others. But even as they went, Faith, who with her mother had accompanied them to the door, was electrified somewhat doubtfully at the vision of Miss Deacon just within the gate. Miss Cecilia came forward, also with some doubt upon her spirit, to judge by her air, but Faith's greeting of her was so pleasant and kind, though she could not prevent its being grave, that the young lady evidently took heart. Being reassured, she sat and talked at leisure, and at length, using her eyes as well as her tongue, thus making herself mistress of all the truth she could get at, and of some more. She was thorough in her investigations as to all the drama of the last 7 days, and all and each of the actors therein, and at the close of her visit declared that Sam had been a great fool to go away, and that she had told him so before, and departed at last with her head full of Dr. Harrison. But detentions were not over. Miss Bezak came before Miss Deacon was quite out of the parlor, and before Miss Bezak had been 2 minutes there, other members of the Pattaquasset community came pouring in. Everybody must see Faith, hear particulars, discuss realities and possibilities of the accident, and know how Mr. Linden was getting along. The hours of the afternoon waned away, but people came as people went, and it was not long till shadows and slant sunbeams began to give note of supper time, that the influx lessened, and the friends gathered in Mrs. Derrick's parlor began to drop away without others stepping in to take their place. "Faith," said her mother when they were at last alone, "I can't bear this any longer. I shall go crazy if I hear that story one other time tonight." And she put her arms round Faith and leaned her head wearily on her shoulder. "I'll sit up to tea," she went on presently, "and then if the rest of the town comes, you'll have to see them, for I can't." Faith gently put her into a chair, and holding her in her arms, stooped over her. "Mother," the words were as soft as the kisses which came between, "you mustn't mind it so much. Sit up to tea. Why, I have made some of the best muffins that ever were seen." "Child," said her mother in a low voice, "I felt this morning as if I had been as near death as you had." And if the words needed any emphasis, they had it in the way Mrs. Derrick leaned her head against Faith and was silent, but not for long. She got up, and kissing Faith 2 or 3 times, said, "My pretty child," in a tone that indeed told of possible heartbreak, and then half holding her, half held by her, drew her on into the tea-room. End of chapter 26. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Chapter 27 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 27. It so happened that the first griddleful of muffins did not do credit to their raising, or to their bringing up, elegant reader. Therefore Mr. Linden's tea tray waited for the second. Of course the other tea waited too. Mrs. Derrick walked out into the kitchen to see what was the matter with the griddle. Faith discovered that one spoon on the tray looked dull, and went to the spoon basket to change it. Thus occupied, and giving little reprehensive glances at the spoons generally, and mental admonitions to Cindy with the open closet door half screening her from the rest of the room, she was startled, not by the opening of another door, but by these words, "Miss Faith, shall I carry this tray upstairs?" To this day it is uncertain what sort of a spoon Faith brought back, or indeed whether she brought any at all. There was one flash of gladness in her cheek and her eye, with the exclamation, "Mr. Linden!" Then she came from the closet just her old little self. "Are you well enough to be downstairs, sir?" "In whose estimation, ma'am?" "Because if you are, Mr. Linden," she said with a face of laughing pleasure, "won't you please come into the other room?" "I think not," he said, laughing a little too. If the exertion of coming down had made him pale, the pleasure partly concealed it. "I will take a chair here, if you please. Am I alone of all Pattaquasset to be forbidden to pay my respects to you tonight? Miss Faith, how do you do?" "I am very well, but Mr. Linden, if you please come into the other room. There is an easy chair there. Please do. This room is cold, for the fire got down while we were seeing people." She led the way as she spoke, without waiting for another denial, pushed the table and a great chair of state, or of ease, in the sitting-room into closer neighborhood, and renewed the brilliancy of the fire, then lit up the lamp and cleared books away from the table, all done with quick alacrity. "That will do almost as well as the couch, won't it?" she said, and then repeated in gentler tones her question, "Are you well enough to be down, Mr. Linden?" "I don't know, Miss Faith. I am well enough to want to be down. How can you let the charms of society divert your mind from your books for a whole afternoon? Have you been so studious for the last few days only because you had nothing else to do?" She laughed at the question and went off, leaving Mr. Linden in a region of comfort. More comfort came soon in the shape of the tea-tray borne by Cindy, then Mrs. Derrick, and lastly Faith herself appeared, bearing a plate of the muffins, perfect this time, and delicate as they had need to be for a delicate appetite. Mr. Linden was presently served with one of these and a cup of smoking tea, and Faith thought, and her look half said it, that being downstairs would do him no harm. Certainly the surprise and pleasure of such company to tea did Mrs. Derrick good. Whoever else missed it, though it is presumable no one did. The pleasant sighing of the wind around the house and in the chimney, it sighed alone for that evening, the sparkling of the fire, the singing of the maple or hickory sticks, the comfortable atmosphere of tea and muffins diffused, like the firelight, all through the room, gave as fair an assemblage of creature comforts as need be wished, and the atmosphere of talk was as bright and savoury and glowing too in its way, though the way was quiet. Mr. Linden amused himself and Faith by giving her little lessons in the way she would have to talk in those French noon spells she had in prospect, making Mrs. Derrick laugh with the queer-sounding words and sentences, and keeping Faith interested to that point that if he had not attended to her tea as well, she would scarce have got any. "I shall not be hard upon you at first," he said, smiling. "When I see you sitting in silent despair because you want something at my end of the table, I will help you out with a que voulez-vous, mademoiselle, and perhaps with a voulez-vous this or that. But after a week or two, Miss Faith, if you go without any dinner, it will not move me in the least." Faith looked as if she would gladly forego her dinner to escape the French asking for it, and yet not quite so neither. But this ordeal was more terrible to her by far than all the rest. She could face them, indeed. They had ceased to be anything but pleasure, or pleasure with a spice that enhanced it. But at this she trembled. To the above speech, or threat, she simply answered, "I shall be so glad to see you come home to tea, Mr. Linden." "And so glad to see me go away from dinner." "I didn't say that." "You will," said Mr. Linden. "I can imagine you falling back in your chair and exclaiming, 'Ah, quand voulez-vous partir, monsieur?' which of course will make it extremely difficult for me to remain a moment longer." "I don't think you can imagine me doing it," said Faith, laughing. "I can't imagine myself." "That proves nothing. Only don't ever say to me, 'Monsieur, partez à l'Ellaqyint.'" Because what, Mr. Linden?" said Faith seriously. "Because we might disagree upon that point," he said with a rather demure arch of his eyebrows. Faith's full silver rang out softly. "You see," she said, "it's beginning already. I don't know in the least what you are talking about." "No, you do not," was the laughing reply. "But, Miss Faith, if I am kept at home long enough, and society keeps at home too, instead of coming between us and our exercises, those conversations will seem less terrible by the time they begin. I should certainly get you a pocket dictionary, but I prefer to be that myself. How far can you ride on horseback at once?" "On horseback?" said Faith, much as if those words had also been French. "That was what I said." "I know that was what you said. I didn't know what you meant, Mr. Linden. I have never been really on horseback but a few times in my life. Then I rode a few miles. I don't know exactly how many." "I wonder people don't do it more," said Mrs. Derrick. "When I was a girl, that was the common way of getting about, and nobody ever got thrown, neither." "Wouldn't that be the pleasantest way of getting to Massabiset?" said Mr. Linden. An illumination answered him first, then, "Oh, yes!" "I want you to see what is to be seen over there," he said. "Shall we go some day, if I get well enough before cold weather?" Faith's quiet words of agreeing to this proposal were declared to be a sham by her eyes, cheeks, lips, and brow, every one of which was giving testimony after a different fashion. At this moment the door opened. It happened that Dr. Harrison had encountered Cindy at the hall door, where she was either loitering to catch snatches of indoor conversation or waiting to entrap Jem Waters. But there she was, and being asked for Mr. Linden, replied that he was downstairs, and without more ceremony ushered the doctor in, and entering, the whole view lay before him in its freshness. Mrs. Derrick, complacent and comfortable, sat behind the no longer wanted tea-tray, listening and playing with a spoon. Faith's face, though considering her unfinished muffin, was brilliant with rosy pleasure, while the fire which she had for some time forgotten to mend lay in a state of powerful inaction, a mass of living coals and smoking brands. In the glow of that stood the easy-chair, and therein Mr. Linden, although with the air and attitude of one wanting both rest and strength, was considering with rather unbent lips no less a subject than, one and somewhat, further the doctor's eyes could not read. The precise direction of those other eyes was shaded. The doctor came up and stood beside them. "Did I order you to stay upstairs?" he said in soft, measured syllables, without having spoken to anybody else. "Good evening, doctor," said Mr. Linden, offering his hand. "As I meet you halfway, please excuse me for keeping my seat." From that hand the doctor passed to Faith's, which was taken and held just enough to say all he wished to say, which, be it remarked in passing, was a good deal. "May I approach Mrs. Derrick?" said he then, turning round to Mr. Linden with a cool, funny, careless, yet good-humoured doubt upon his face. "What is the present state of your nerves?" "Depending upon your answer, of course, which the ordinary rules of society forbid me to wait for. Madam, are you in sufficient charity with me to give me a cup of tea?" "Yes, doctor, if the tea's good enough," said Mrs. Derrick with her usual quietness, "and if it isn't, I'll have some more." So saying, she got up and went towards the kitchen to call Cindy. The doctor skillfully intercepted this movement, placing himself in her way. "May I ask, where are you going?" he said with a sort of gentle kindliness he did not always put on. "Why, to get some tea that's fit to give you, doctor. I don't think this is." "Will you give me something else?" "I'll give you that first," said Mrs. Derrick. "I'll see about the rest." And passing into the kitchen, she gave her orders about the teapot, and a quiet little injunction to Faith to go in and sit down. "Mother, you're tired," said Faith. "Let me see about the tea." "I guess I will," said Mrs. Derrick. "I'm not going to have the house stand up on one end just because Dr. Harrison wants his tea. You go off, pretty child. If you stay here, he'll think you're baking muffins for him, and I don't choose he should." "Why, I would do it, Mother," said Faith. She went off, however, into the other room, and sat down gravely, quite the other side of the fireplace from the tea-table. Dr. Harrison was standing on the rug with his back to the fire, and followed her with his eye. "How do you do?" he said in a softened voice, stepping a step nearer to her. She looked up and gave him a frank and kind, "Very well." Was it altogether professional, the way in which he took up her hand and held it an instant? "Cool and quiet," he said. "It's all right. I didn't frighten you out of your wits yesterday?" The "no, sir," was in a different tone. "Do you suppose," he said, "that your mother will ever bear the sight of me again?" "Why, I hope so, sir," said Faith, smiling. "I don't know," he said. "I wonder if I have been so much more wicked than I knew of. I don't think I have. I couldn't have punished myself any more." Mrs. Derrick came in, followed by teapot and muffins, and having with her usual politeness requested the doctor to take a seat at the table, she proceeded to pour him out a cup of tea, nor even stinted him in sugar. "If I stay at home according to your orders," said Mr. Linden, "I shall have all the trustees after me." "You aren't just the person they ought to be after," said the doctor. "Mrs. Derrick, I don't know why we never have anything at our house so good as this." The doctor was discussing a buttered muffin with satisfaction that was evidently unfeigned. Mrs. Derrick knew why, but she wouldn't tell him, though exulting in her own knowledge. A low knock at the parlor door announced Reuben Taylor. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Derrick," he said, "but I am here, Reuben," said Mr. Linden. The boy stayed, not for more compliments then, but passing the ladies and the doctor with a collective bow, and "Good evening, Miss Faith," went round with a quick step and a glad face to Mr. Linden, and kneeling down by him with one hand on his shoulder, gave him the post dispatches, and asked and answered questions not very loud but very earnestly. That was a faces of Reuben Dr. Harrison had not seen before. He took good and broad note of it, though nothing interrupted the doctor's muffin, or muffins, for they were plural. Neither did he interrupt anything that was going on. "Are you better, sir? Are you really well enough to be downstairs?" Dr. Harrison would hardly have known the voice, and the answering tone was of the gentlest and kindest, though the words failed to reach the doctor's ears. Some directions, or commissions apparently, Mr. Linden gave for a few minutes, and then Reuben rose to his feet with a long breath that spoke a mind very much relieved. He paused for a moment on his way out, opposite Faith, as if he wanted a word in that quarter, but perhaps the doctor's presence forbade, for all the congratulation that Reuben gave her was in his face and bow. That did not satisfy Faith if it did him. She jumped and gave him her hand almost affectionately. "You see, I am safe and well, Reuben." "I'm so thankful, Miss Faith," and the words said not half. The doctor had finished his muffins and was standing before the fire again. "Have you found out yet, my man," he said in a somewhat amused voice, "whose friend you are?" The words jarred, and the color on Reuben's face was of a different tint from that which had answered Faith. It was with his usual reserved manner, though nothing could be more civil, that he said, "No, sir, no more than I knew before." But the respect was from Reuben as a boy to Dr. Harrison as a man. Faith's eye glanced from one to the other, and then she said, "What do you mean, Dr. Harrison?" "Only a play of words," said the doctor lightly. "This young fellow is very cautious of making professions, as I have found." "He has no need, sir," said Faith. She quitted, as she spoke, the boy's hand which she had held until then, and came back to her seat. The words were spoken quietly enough and with as gentle a face, and yet with somewhat in the manner of both that met and fully answered all the bearing of the doctor's. "You need not wait, Reuben," said his teacher. "I shall see you again by and by." "Who is that?" said the doctor as Reuben went out. "One of my bodyguard," said Mr. Linden, with lips not yet at rest from their amused look. "Are you waited upon by a femme garret, or may the members be known by the uninitiated?" "I beg pardon," said Mr. Linden, "but as you seem to know him, and as you really did know his name a week ago, that is Reuben Taylor, Dr. Harrison." "So do I beg pardon. His name I do know, of course, as I have had occasion, but the essence of my inquiry remains in its integrity. Him I do not know. Where and to whom does he belong?" "He is one of those of whom we spoke this morning," said Mr. Linden. "True servant of God is his title. To him does Reuben belong. His home here is a little hut on the outskirts of Pattaquasset, his father a poor fisherman." There was a minute's silence all around. "May I ask for a little enlightening, Miss Derrick?" said the doctor. "What do you mean, if you will be so good as to let me know, by a person who does not need to make professions?" Faith hesitated. "Will you please say first, Dr. Harrison, just what you mean by professions?" she said somewhat timidly. "I shall shelter myself under your meaning," said he, looking at her. "Fact is, I am not good at definitions. I don't half the time know what I'm saying myself." Faith cast an involuntary glance for help toward Mr. Linden, but getting none, she came back to the doctor and the question, blushing a good deal. "I think," she said, "professions are telling people what you wish them to believe of you." The doctor looked comical, also threw a glance in the direction of Mr. Linden, but put his next question seriously. "Why do you say this Reuben Taylor does not need to make professions, according to this definition?" "Because those who know him know what he is without them." "But do you mean that there is no use in making professions? How are you to know what a man is?" "Unless he tells you?" said Faith, smiling. The doctor stood, half smiling, evidently revolving more thoughts than of one kind. With a face from which every shadow was banished, he suddenly took a seat by Mrs. Derrick. "Do you know," he said with gentle pleasantness of manner and expression, "how much better man I should be if I should come here and get only one definition a day from your daughter?" "What one has she given you now?" said Mrs. Derrick, whose mind evidently stood in abeyance upon this speech. "One you didn't hear, ma'am. It was a definition of me to myself. It isn't the first," said the doctor gravely. "Mrs. Derrick, are you friends with me?" As much as I ever was, said Mrs. Derrick smilingly. I always thought you wanted putting in order. How did you know that? Why, because you were out of order, said Mrs. Derrick, knitting away. The doctor uttered the lowest of whistles and looked down at his boot. It's because of that unlucky dog, he muttered. Linden, glancing up from under his eyebrows. When I was a boy, I set my dog on Miss Faith's cat. Felt yourself called upon to uphold natural antipathies. Miss Faith, have you a cat now? Asked the doctor, looking over to her. No, sir. And I have no dog, said the doctor. I have only horses. If I could manage to do without animals altogether. Mrs. Derrick, have you forgiven me? This last was in a changed tone. I don't want to talk about it, doctor, said Mrs. Derrick very soberly. About forgiving me? He said as soberly. And I don't mean to. Nor I, said the doctor quietly. But you are going to inflict more punishment on me than I deserve. What am I going to do? Said Mrs. Derrick. If you know, I don't. Refuse to give me your hand, perhaps. I never did that to anybody yet, she said pleasantly. Then you must let me do as we do in another country. He bent his face to her hand as he spoke and kissed it. There was no mockery in the action. Done by some people, it would have been ridiculous. By Dr. Harrison, in the circumstances, it was in the highest degree graceful. It spoke sympathy, penitence, respect, manly confession, and submission, too simply not to be what it certainly was in some measure, a true expression of feeling. Mrs. Derrick, on her part, looked amused. Her old recollections of the boy constantly tinged her impressions of the man, and perhaps not without reason. You are as like yourself as ever you can be, doctor, she said, smiling at him. How you used to try to get round me. I don't remember, said the doctor. I'm sure I never succeeded, Mrs. Derrick. I'm afraid you did sometimes, she said, shaking her head. He smiled a little and turned the other way. Linden, I've been considering the German question. Will it please you to state the result? This, said the doctor. I have come to the conclusion that in order to be one and somewhat, it is necessary to begin by being not and all, thus ranging myself in security on both sides of a great abyss of metaphysics. What do you think? Unphilosophical? Unsafe, said Mr. Linden, and impossible. Humph, said the doctor. Nothing is impossible in metaphysics, because you may be on both sides of an abyss, and in the bottom of it at once, and without knowing where you are. The angel that rode Milton's sunbeam, you know, was no time at all going from heaven to earth, and I suppose he went the other way as quick. I don't see the abyss in that case, said Mr. Linden, but Uriel to his charge returned on that bright beam, so probably he did. Yes, said the doctor, and my meaning skipped the abyss also on a sunbeam. It referred to the unsubstantial means of traveling in use among metaphysicians and among angels. That reminds me, said the doctor, and quitting his stand on the rug, which he had taken again, he went over to Faith and sat down by her. Is the nightingale flourishing on her rose bush today? What, sir? Said Faith, her eyes opening at him a little. I beg pardon, said the doctor. I have been living in a part of the world, Miss Derrick, where it is the fashion to call things not by their right names. I have got a foolish habit of it. Do you feel quite recovered? Quite. I'm a little tired tonight, perhaps. I see you are, and I'll not detain you. Mrs. Custers wants to see you again. He had dropped all banter, and was speaking to her quietly, respectfully, kindly, as he should speak, in a lowered tone, but not so low as to be unheard by others than her. I will try to see her again soon. I will try to go very soon, she answered. Would you be afraid to go with my father's old standbys? They are safe. I cannot do that, Dr. Harrison, but I will try to see her soon. Can you go without writing? No, she said, smiling, but I must find some other way. I won't press that point, said the doctor. I can't blame you. I must bear that, but I want for my own sake to have the honor of a little talk with you. I want to explain to you one or two things. Shall you be at leisure tomorrow afternoon? I am hardly at leisure any time, Dr. Harrison. I do not suppose I shall be particularly busy then. Then will you take that time for a walk? Faith hesitated. I have very little time, sir. But you take time to go out? Not much. I will not ask much. A little will do. and so much you owe to skyey influences. You will not refuse me that?" "I will go, Dr. Harrison," Faith answered after an instant, a little soberly. He rose up then, proposed to attend upon Mr. Linden, and they went upstairs together. End of chapter 27. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado.
Chapter 28 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 28. Faith was half ready to wish the next day might be rainy, but it rose fair and bright. She must go to walk, probably, and visitors might come. The only thing to be done was to dispatch her ordinary duties as quick as possible, prepare her French exercise, and go to her teacher early, which she did. She came in with a face as bright as the day, although a little less ready to look in everybody's eyes. There were enough things ready for her. Lessons were pressed rather more steadily than usual, perhaps because they had been neglected a little for the last 2 days, or hindered, and it was not till one book and another had done its work, till the exercise was copied and various figure puzzles disposed of, that Mr. Linden told her he thought a talking exercise ought to come next. If she had one ready, he should like to have the benefit of it. "You are tired, Mr. Linden," said Faith quickly. "You may begin by giving me the grounds of that conclusion." "I don't know," she said, half laughing. "I don't see it, but that don't make me know. I was afraid you were tired with this work." "Very unsafe, Miss Faith, to build up such a superstructure upon grounds that you neither see nor know. I was immediately beginning to question the style of my own explanations this morning. Why, sir, if I seemed tired, said explanations may have seemed tiresome." She looked silently with a smile as if questioning the possibility of his thinking so, and her answer did not go to that point. "You didn't seem tired, Mr. Linden. I had no reason for thinking so, I suppose. I was only afraid. I was going to ask you what Dr. Harrison meant last night by the angel riding upon a sunbeam. I saw you knew what he meant." Mr. Linden got up and went for a book, then came back to his couch again. "Precisely what Dr. Harrison meant, Miss Faith, I should not like to say. What he referred to was a part of Paradise Lost, where the angels set to guard the earth have a messenger. Thither came Uriel, gliding through the even on a sunbeam, swift as a shooting star." "Who is Uriel? An angel?" "Yes, he is called the Archangel Uriel, one of the 7 who in God's presence, nearest to his throne, stand ready at his command, and are his eyes, that run through all the heavens or down to the earth, bear his swift errands over moist and dry, o'er sea and land." Faith listened, evidently with a pleased ear. "But I suppose the angel could come as well without the sunbeam as with it." "I suppose so," he said, smiling. "In my belief, angels go where the sunbeams do not." But Milton chose to name Uriel as the special regent of the sun, and so passing to and fro on its rays. "What do you mean by regent, Mr. Linden?" "A regent is one appointed to rule in place of the king." "But that don't seem to me true, Mr. Linden," said Faith, after a little meditation. "What? And why?" Faith blushed at finding herself in for it, but went on. "I don't suppose the sun wants anybody to rule it or to take care of it under its maker. Yet it may please him to have guardian spirits there as well as here. About that we know not. In the Revelation, you know, an angel is spoken of as standing in the sun, and from that Milton took his idea. Part of the description is very beautiful, at least. So spake the false dissembler unperceived, for neither man nor angel can discern hypocrisy, the only evil that walks invisible, except to God alone. By his permissive will through heaven and earth, and oft through wisdom wake, suspicion sleeps at wisdom's gate, and to simplicity resigns her charge, while goodness thinks no ill where no ill seems, which now for once beguiled Uriel, though regent of the sun, and held the sharpest sighted spirit of all in heaven. Who is the person spoken of in the first line, Mr. Linden? Satan, applying to Uriel for guidance to the new created earth and its inhabitants, on the same plea that Herod presented to the wise men. But that's a story, said Faith. Yes, the Bible only tells the work done by him after he got here. Mr. Linden, will you read that over once more for me? She listened with a face of absorbed intentness while it was read, then looked away from the book with an unconscious but very audible sigh. Well, Mr. Linden said, smiling as he looked at her. I like it very much, was Faith's answer. Is that what made you sigh? Sigh? She said, starting a little and colouring. No, I didn't mean to sigh. The fact is more than the intention. Whence came that? It was only— Please don't ask me, Mr. Linden, I can't tell you. He made no answer to that, but turning over the leaves, read to her here and there without much comment, then asked her if she was tired of hearing about angels. I think I should never be tired, said Faith, but you must be, Mr. Linden. Please, she said, putting her hand gently on the book, don't read for me any more. Is all the book like that? Not quite all. I have given you some bits that I particularly like, but there is much more. You need not be uneasy about my being tired, he said, smiling. If I were, by your own showing I can have rest. However, Miss Faith, lessons being the order of the day, will you read French to me? In her reading, Faith came to the description of the philosopher's perplexity in finding that the birds would not pick up the crumbs he threw to them on the roof as usual. He concluded the feathered things were not more reasonable than mankind, and had taken fright for nothing. J'allais fermer ma fenêtre sur cette réflexion quand j'aperçois tout à coup, dans l'espace lumineux qui s'étend à droite, l'ombre de deux oreilles qui se dressent, puis une griffe qui s'avance, puis la tête d'un chat tigré qui se montre à l'angle de la gouttière. Le drôle était là, en embuscade, espérant que les agnettes lui amèneraient du gibier. Et moi, qui accusais la cowardice de mes hôtes, j'étais sûr qu'aucun danger ne les menaçait. Je croyais avoir bien regardé partout. Je n'avais oublié que le coin derrière moi. Dans la vie, comme sur les toits, que de malheurs arrivent pour avoir oublié un seul coin. Faith closed the book then, very much amused with the philosopher's chat tigré. But often one can't see round the corner, she remarked. A little gesture of lips and brow half asserted that if one could not, one could, but Mr. Linden only said, Most true, Miss Faith. Nevertheless, the knowledge that there are corners is not to be despised. I don't know. I shouldn't like to live always in fear of seeing the shadow of a cat's ears come in. "Have you quite outgrown the love of cats?" said Mr. Linden, smiling. "No, but I was talking of the fear of corners," she said, with an answering smile. "I don't think I want to remember the corners, Mr. Linden. I don't think I want you should. Philosophers and birds, you know, go through the world on different principles." She laughed a little at that, gave the hearth a parting brush, and went off to dinner. Business claimed its place after dinner, business of a less pleasant kind, quite up to the time when Faith must put on her bonnet to walk with Dr. Harrison. Faith had no great mind to the walk, but she couldn't help finding it pleasant. The open air was very sweet and bracing, the exercise was inspiriting, and the threatened talk went well with both. There was nothing whatever formidable about it. The words and thoughts seemed to play, like the sunlight, on anything that came in their way. Dr. Harrison knew how to make a walk or a talk pleasant, even to Faith it seemed. Whatever she had at any time seen in him that she did not like was out of sight. Pleasant, gentle, intelligent, grave, he was constantly supplying ear and mind with words and things that were worth the having. Probably he had discovered her eager thirst for knowledge, for he furnished her daintily with bits of many a kind, from his own stores, which were large. She did not know there was any design in this. She knew only that the steps were taken very easily in that walk. So pleasant it was that Faith was in no haste to turn, in no mood to quicken her pace. But something else was on her mind, and must come out. "Dr. Harrison," she said, when they were in a quiet part of the way with nobody near, "may I speak to you about something that perhaps you won't like?" "You can speak of nothing I should not like to hear," he said, with gentle assurance. "Dr. Harrison," said Faith, speaking as if the recollection touched her, "when you and I were thrown out in that meadow the other day, and came so near losing our lives, if the almost had been quite, if we had both been killed, I should have been safe and well, I believe. How would it have been with you?" Dr. Harrison looked at her. "If I had gone in your company," he said, "I think it would hardly have been ill with me." "Do you know so little as that?" she said, in such a tone of sorrow and pity as might have suited one of the ministering spirits she had been likened to. "I don't think I am as good as you are," the doctor said with a face not unmoved. "Good," said Faith. "What do you mean by goodness, Dr. Harrison?" "I shall have the worst of it if I try to go into definitions again," he said, smiling. "I think you will find what I mean in consulting your own thoughts." "Goodness," said Faith again. "Do you remember the silver scale armour of that lapisma, Dr. Harrison? That is perfection. That is what God means by goodness, not the outside things that every eye or your own can see, but when the far down, far back thoughts and imaginations of your heart will bear such looking at, and be found faultless. Less than that God will not take from you, if you are going to heaven by your own goodness." He looked at her. They had changed sides, and as fearless now as he, she was the speaker, and he had little to say. "I don't know much about these things, Miss Faith," he answered soberly. "I don't know much, Dr. Harrison," she said humbly. "But think what you were near the other day." "I don't know," said he, as if making a clean breast of it. She paused. "Dr. Harrison, will a wise man leave such a matter in uncertainty?" "I am not wise," said he. "I am ignorant in this. You know you need not remain so. That is not so certain. I have seen so much of what you have seen so little, my dear Miss Derrick, that you can scarce understand how light the weight of most people's testimony is to me. But there is the testimony of one higher, said Faith. There is God's own word. I don't know it. Won't you know it, sir? I will do anything you ask me in that voice, he said, smiling at her. But after all, one reads people and people's professions, Miss Faith, and they make the first impression. I dare say it is often not true, said Faith sadly. You are true, said he, and you may say to me what you will, on this subject or any other, and I will believe it. They walked a little distance in silence. What are you thinking of? Said the doctor in a very gentle accent of inquiry. I am sorry, very sorry for you, Dr. Harrison. Why? Said he, taking her hand. Because it seems to me you are not caring in earnest about this matter. He kissed the hand, without asking permission, but it was done with a grateful, warm expression of feeling. I will do whatever you tell me to do, he said. How Faith wished she could send him to another adviser, but that she could not. Tell me, he repeated. I will do it. The look and tone were earnest, moved and warm. She had hardly seen the like in Dr. Harrison before. Then, Dr. Harrison, I wish you would read the Bible with the determination to do what you find there you ought. I will, he said, smiling, and if I get into difficulty, you must help me. The rest of the way was extremely pleasant after that, only it seemed to Faith that they met all the world. First there was Cecilia Deacon, whose eyes took good note, she thought, of both the walkers from head to foot. Then they met at intervals every one of Faith's Sunday school scholars, for every one of whom she had a glad greeting and word which she must stop for, somewhat to the doctor's amused edification. Miss Bezac happened, of all people, to be going up street when they were going down, and her eyes looked rather with some wistful gravity upon the pair, for all her pleasant nods to both. Then Mrs. Summers. Well, I think you are Faith, was her brisk remark, or faithless. Which is it? Julius, I heard a remarkable story about you yesterday. Aunt Helen, I like to hear remarkable stories, especially about anything remarkable. Well, this isn't one of that sort, said Mrs. Summers. I am sure you said, however, let's have it of any sort. I heard you had your pocket picked of a good opportunity, said Mrs. Summers. Does Mr. Linden expect to be out next week, Faith? I believe Dr. Harrison will not let him, Mrs. Summers. A little unverbalized sound answered that, and Mrs. Summers said good evening and walked on. Faith thought that was the end as they were near her own door, but Dr. Harrison followed her in, and entering the sitting-room, Faith found that her meetings were not over. There was no less a person than Mrs. Stoutenburg, and there also, regaling her eyes and ears, were Mrs. Derrick and Mr. Linden. Mrs. Stoutenburg was a fair, pretty, curly-haired woman, a good deal younger than the squire, intensely devoted to her own family, and very partial to Mr. Linden, whom she had taken under her wing, figuratively, from his first coming to Pattaquasset. The first sound Faith heard as she opened the door was Mrs. Stoutenburg's merry laugh at some remark of his. Then the lady jumped up and came towards her. My dear Faith, how do you do? Dr. Harrison, I half said I would never speak to you again. Faith, how can you trust yourself with him for 1 minute? Mrs. Stoutenburg, said the doctor, I half thought I would shoot myself. "I guess that's as near as you'll come to it on purpose," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "You needn't think I shall forget it. Whenever I want Faith to come and see me, I shall tell Mr. Linden to bring her. He's safe, or supposed to be." "I hope that's as near to it as I shall ever come on purpose, or otherwise, Mrs. Stoutenburg," said the doctor. "I think you should judge me safer than Mr. Linden as appearances go." "Squire Deacon used to tell very hard stories of him when he first came," said the lady. "And I have heard a report or two since. I do love to talk to him about it. He always looks so grave, I think he likes it." The laugh was mutual, whether the delight was or no. "Who is Squire Deacon?" said the doctor. "I should like to make his acquaintance." Faith took off her bonnet and then pulled off her gloves deliberately and bestowed them on the table. "Oh, he's a Pattaquasset," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "Haven't you seen his sister? She admires you. More than I think she need," she added mischievously. "But the squire's been away for a while. He just got home this afternoon." Faith had recourse to the fire. The doctor came round, took the tongs from her and did the work, after which he took a somewhat succinct leave of the assembly. "By the way, Linden," he said, pausing by his chair a moment, "I expect to be in Quillipeak for a few days. I'm very sorry, but I must. You won't want me, I think. Limbra can do all that is necessary. I shall see you Monday or Tuesday again." "Doctor," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, "I want you to take me home. Mr. Stoutenburg always makes such a fuss if I'm out after dark, and don't bring anybody home to tea, that I never dare do it." "Will you trust yourself with me, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" said the doctor, standing in comical doubt. "Just wait a minute," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, as she went round with her pretty, free, womanly manner, and laid her hand on Mr. Linden's forehead and hands, just as if he had been one of her own boys. "I tell you what, I don't think you cure him up half fast among you. If I had him up at my house, I'd take better care of him." "No, Mrs. Stoutenburg, even you could not do that," he said, looking up at her. She stood still a moment. "You shouldn't look at me so," she said. "I shall go home and feel real bad for all the nonsense I've been talking. You know," she added, with the mischievous look coming back, "I never did believe one word of it, except—" and the sentence was finished softly. "Now I'm ready, Doctor. Oh, Faith, I had a message for you, but Mr. Linden will tell you. Goodbye." "No, Doctor, I'm not going to trust myself with you. You're going to trust yourself with me." Dr. Harrison was for once quiet and went off without a repartee. Other eyes looked with a different anxiety at Mr. Linden then, and another voice, more grave as well as more timid, asked at his side, "Are you not so well tonight, Mr. Linden?" He smiled and gave her his hand by way of answer before he spoke. "I think I am, Miss Faith. You know Mrs. Stoutenburg has not seen me before since I was quite well." She brought both hands to test the feeling of his for an instant, without speaking. "Mr. Linden, I heard what Dr. Harrison said. Don't you think I can do instead of Dr. Limbra?" "Yes, Miss Faith, if you will be so good," he answered, without hesitation, and with the simplest tone and manner. Her brow lightened immediately, and happy and quiet as usual, and that was very happy, she began to make her preparations for tea, clearing the table and rolling it to its last night's position, in which last operation she had assistance. Then she went off for her tea, and the firelight shone again presently on the pleasant scene of last night. "Don't you want to hear your message, Miss Faith?" Mr. Linden said. "Yes, but I wasn't in a hurry, Mr. Linden. I supposed it would come." "It is in 3 parts. The first is nothing new, being merely that the birthday of the young heir of the House of Stoutenburg occurs on the 29th of November. Whether the second part is new, I, being a stranger, cannot tell, but the day is to be graced with various suitable festivities." "It's all new to me," said Faith, laughing. "Of the novelty of the third part you also must judge," said Mr. Linden with a smile. "The aforesaid young heir will consider the festivities entirely incomplete without your presence. Nay, will perhaps refuse to have his birthday come at all, and wish that these happy returns had never had a beginning." Faith's laugh came with its full merry roll now, and she withal coloured a little. "What must I do then, Mr. Linden?" "I generally incline to the merciful side, Miss Faith. I believe I should advise you to go. Then I, not having such power in my hands, may not appreciate its fascinations." "Such power? As what, Mr. Linden?" "I ought in conscience to tell you," he went on without answering her, "it has been on my mind ever since that the other night," and the look was grave for a minute, "the trophy of a broken rosebud was picked up where you fell, and I had not the heart to reclaim it, Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said with a submissive air of confession. She looked at him with the prettiest look in the world, of grave, only half-conscious inquiry, and then the lost rosebud was more than replaced in her cheeks. "That is the state of the case," Mr. Linden said, as gravely as if both rosebuds had been out of sight and mind, "but your mother refuses to go. And it seems that I also am wanted on the 29th. So, if you please, Miss Faith, I will try to see that you make the journey both ways in safety." "I should like to go," said Faith quietly. "They are pleasant people." The tea things were withdrawn and Cindy was no more needed there, and Mrs. Derrick also had gone into the other part of the house to attend to some business. Faith stood before the fire looking meditatively into it. "I wish," she said slowly and soberly, "Dr. Harrison would please to talk to you instead of to me, Mr. Linden." "Talk to me?" Mr. Linden repeated, looking at her. "About professions?" "No, indeed," said Faith, first astonished and then smiling. "I mean very different things, about religion and what he thinks of it." Rather soberly the words were received, and soberly answered, not at once. "Do not let him say much to you on that last point, Miss Faith." "How can I help it, Mr. Linden?" she said instantly. "Forbid him, if need be. If he asks for information and you choose to give it, that is one thing. You are not obliged to hear all the sceptical views and arguments with which he is furnished. Your statement of the truth has nothing to do with the grounds of his unbelief." "But—" Faith got no further. She stood thinking of that afternoon's talk and of the certain possible hindrances to her following such advice. "I am talking a little in the dark, you know," Mr. Linden said. "I am only supposing what he may say and ask you to say. And I do not think much of such conversation between any parties. press home the truth, and like David's pebble, it may do its work. But in a fencing match, David might have found it harder to maintain his ground, and his overthrow would not have touched the truth of his cause, nor perhaps his own faith, yet the Philistine would have triumphed. "Thank you, Mr. Linden," she said with a grateful smile. "That is just the truth. But do you think Dr. Harrison is exactly a Philistine?" "Not in all respects," he said, smiling. "What do you mean by a Philistine?" "I thought you put him in the place of that Philistine," she said. "Yes, for the illustration, but I do not know him to be strictly a champion of unbelief, although he avows himself on that side. His conversations with me have left me uncertain how far he would go." Faith was silent and looked thoughtful. "Have I touched any of your difficulties? May I hear any more?" "No," she said. "I believe you've said all you can say, and it is good for me." "I have not said all I could say, but it is not easy for me to talk to you about it at all." "You see, Miss Faith," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "there cannot be such an anomaly in nature as a philosophical bird. So what am I to do?" Faith smiled a little, and thought that as long as he gave her the benefit of his philosophy, it did not much matter, which recondite view of the subject she did not put into words. The days began to roll on smoothly once more, subsiding into their old uneventful flow. The flow of talk, indeed, had not quite subsided, but as nothing came to throw any light on the point of the unknown sportsman who chose his sport so strangely, curiosity took a modified, condensed form, and the whole matter was stowed away in people's minds as the one Pattaquasset mystery, happy Pattaquasset. Even Mr. Linden's protracted confinement to the house made little difference to most. He had been so little seen when he was able to be out. Only the boys had had his daylight hours, and where he had spent those times of twilight and evening when he was not at home, no one knew but the poor unknown class who mourned his absence as they had blessed his presence, in secret. The boys were not silent, but they had the indemnification of going to see him, and of watching, or sleeping, in his room at night, according to their various dispositions. There came all his scholars on Sunday, met by Faith on her contrary way. There came the whole school by turns and at all hours. Indeed, when once the embargo upon visitors was taken off, the supply was great, and without careful measures on the part of Mr. Linden, French exercise would have been put aside with a witness. But he made 2 or 3 rules, and carried them out. In the first place, he would see nobody before dinner, except the doctor, nor anybody after tea, save the same privileged individuals. In the second place, when he was able to be out of his room without too much fatigue, the lessons were carried on downstairs, in the dining room generally, as being more private. There could both parties come and go without observation, and often when Mrs. Derrick was entertaining a room full, a sudden fall of the thin partition would have revealed the very people they were discussing deep in some pretty point of information. Pretty those lessons were. Faith's steps, arithmetical, geographical, or what other, were swift, steady, and sure. Herself indefatigable, her teacher no less. If Mr. Linden had not quite come to be in her eyes an old school book, she was yet enough accustomed to his teaching and animadversions to merge the binding in the book, and as to him, She might have been one of his schoolboys for the straightforward way in which he opened paths of knowledge and led her through. The leading was more careful of her strength, more respectful of her timidity, was more strictly leading than pushing. That was all. Of course, in 2 weeks, or even in 4, the best of teachers and scholars could make but a beginning, but that was well made, and the work went steadily on from thence, despite teaching all day, despite the various other calls for time and strength. And Faith was as docile and obedient as Johnny Fax himself, and as far as those qualities went, very much in the same way. If the denial of Phil's information and Mr. Linden's manner the day after her overturn had raised a doubt as to the real abstractness of his regard for her, Faith's modesty and simplicity put the thought well into the background. She didn't care to look at it or bring it up. In the full, happy, peaceful hours she was enjoying, she had enough for the present, and so Faith went on very much after her old fashion. A little quieter, perhaps, when not called out of it, a little shyer of even innocently putting herself forward, but in speech or action, speaking and acting with her wonted free simplicity. The only breaks in these weeks were 1 or 2 visits to Mrs. Custer's and the doctor's comings and goings. He could not be shut out. The Monday evening after the doctor's absence at Quillipeak, the little party were as usual in the sitting-room, and a pretty chapter of physical geography was in process of reading and talk, when the doctor's quick wheels at the door announced not only his return, but his arrival, and Mr. Linden announced to his scholar that it was needful now to return to the surface of the earth and attend to the flow of conversation, and to put the book in his pocket. "Are you glad to see me back?" said the doctor as he took the hand of his patient. He looked rather glad himself. "If I say yes, that will be to confess that I have reason. You perceive my dilemma," Mr. Linden said, but with a smile that was certainly as kind and trustworthy as any the doctor had seen since he went away. "Do you mean that you have no reason to be glad?" said Mr. Harrison slowly, eyeing the smile and giving it, to judge by his own, a trustful regard. "Certainly not. It's a comfort to have somebody at hand who is ready to fight me at any moment," said Mr. Linden. "What have you been doing since I went away?" "Reading, writing, and considering the world generally." "From this Pattaquasset centre?" "Why not, if lines meet and make it one?" "How do you get the ends of the lines in your hands?" said the doctor. "A centre I feel it to be, but very like the centre of the earth socially and politically. You see, I have just emerged to the surface and come down again. Who has taken care of you?" "I feel quite equal to the task of taking care of myself, thank you, doctor." "You don't mean to say, man, you've dressed your arm yourself?" "What do you suppose my powers are equal to?" "That is a matter," said the doctor, "upon which I stand in doubt, which gives me an uncomfortable, troublesome sort of feeling when I am in your presence. It must be superstition. I suppose I shall get the better of it, or of you, in time. Meanwhile, who has dressed your arm for you?" The answer was given very quietly, very simply, not very loud. "The lady whom you had the honour of instructing in the art, Dr. Harrison." "Did you do it well?" said Dr. Harrison, somewhat comically, wheeling round before Faith. She was a contrast, as her face looked up at him rather pleased, and her soft voice answered, "I think I did, sir." "I don't doubt you did, and I don't doubt you would do anything. Are you preparing to be another Portia? And am I to be Bellario?" I don't know what you mean, Dr. Harrison. Do you know the story of Portia in The Merchant of Venice? I never read it. She was a dangerous character, said the doctor. Portia, Miss Derrick, wishing to save not the life, but the character and happiness of a— But what a way this is to tell you the story. Is there a Shakespeare here? We haven't it, said Faith quietly. I'll bring the play the next time I come, if you'll allow me, he said, sitting down by her, and indoctrinate you in something more interesting than my first lesson. How shall I thank you for doing my work for me? It became my work. I'm in your debt, nevertheless, more than you can know without being one of my profession. I have something that I wish to submit to your inspection and to take your advice upon too. It will be fit to be seen, I hope, by the day after tomorrow. If I could, I would bring it here, but as that is not possible, will you go to see it? Where is it? Not far, but it will cost you the taking of a few steps. Faith declared she had hardly time to go to see anything, but was obliged finally to yield to persuasion, and Thursday was the day fixed. The thing, whatever it was, however, was not ready when the day came, and the exhibition was put off indefinitely. End of chapter 28. Recording by Jane Bennett. Chapter 29 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner, Chapter 29. Those weeks, like others, came to an end, and then Mr. Linden gave notice to all and sundry of his scholars that his time of seclusion was at an end, only giving way to advice so far as to accept the daily use of Squire Stoutenburg's close carriage until his health should be in a more assured state. Monday morning he was to take up his old routine of school duties, though none too fit for it in the estimation of some people. The doctor said it was a month too soon, and no one could look at him and forget the last month's work. A little exertion made the work very apparent, and as they sat at breakfast Monday morning, Mrs. Derrick made up her own mind, privately, that Dr. Harrison should have found some means to keep him in the house and from work yet longer. But the result of her meditations was not put in words. The effect betrayed itself in the extra care bestowed upon cups of coffee, the only thing within her reach. It was a cold morning, true November, with its driving grey wind clouds, through which the cool sunbeams straggled fitfully, with trees shorn of their golden honours and brown branches waving and twisting in the wind, and only mere specks of blue here and there overhead. The gulls sailed to and fro above the mung as if they rejoiced in the fierce gusts of northern wind. The vessels shortened sail, or ran under bare poles. The wind shook the village windows and poured dry leaves in every porch, and swept up the world generally, not much to the comfort of the same. In Mrs. Derrick's little eating room, indeed, it was warm enough, and the floor swept after another fashion. Yet even there did the wind rush in, whenever the kitchen door opened, after Cindy and the hot cakes. "Mr. Linden," said Faith, after her eye had gone exploringly to the window, the wind and the clouds, "I wish you would give the boys only half a day today." "I fancy you could have your wish seconded 30 times, he said, smiling. "No, not 30 times, but perhaps 20. "I don't think those wishes would be worth minding, but I think mine is, Mr. Linden. I mean the reason of it." "I think yours is, if I could mind it. What is the reason, Miss Faith?" I am afraid you are not quite fit for a whole day's work in school, she added, smiling. You don't know what you're asking. If I stay at home, I shall talk nothing but French the whole afternoon. Well, said Faith laughingly, I should only be still. I could bear that. I couldn't, and you wouldn't. But you need not be uneasy, Miss Faith. I must not be at home. She looked grave, but said no more. The wind was not more busy out of doors that day than the people within. Diligent and quick hands moved about in dairy and kitchen, and a quick and diligent spirit as earnestly, for in Faith's mind it was all one work, that was on the way to this, dealt with problems and idioms in the study room that Faith liked best, and where she was most secure. But long enough before dinner she was helping Mrs. Derrick in the kitchen again. Mother, she said, you can't think how I dread to see Mr. Linden come home today. He won't speak one word of English to me. I guess he would if you wouldn't speak one word of French to him, said Mrs. Derrick sagaciously. What are you afraid of, child? I'm afraid just of that, said Faith, sighing, of having to speak those French words. Why, you've been reading them to him, I'm sure, said her mother. I didn't know anybody was afraid of him but me, Faith. But if you don't like it, why don't you tell him so? Faith, however, negatived that proposition with a dubious shake of the head, which meant, probably, that neither Mr. Linden nor herself would be satisfied with such a mode of procedure, and confined her present attentions to the dinner preparations, in which and other matters she became so engaged that she forgot her fears, and going into the dining-room some time after, with a dish in her hands, and finding Mr. Linden there, Faith asked him earnestly and with great simplicity how he felt after his morning's work. Then remembering, or reminded by something in his face, she started away like a deer before any answer could be given, and only came back demurely with her mother to receive his grave reverence and "Me voici, mademoiselle," given just as if he had not seen her before. The half-grave, half-laughing flash of Faith's eye spoke as much of amusement as of fear. Yet afraid she certainly was, for she did not so much as speak English to her mother. The language of the eye was all she ventured, nor that boldly. It had to come, however, fear or no fear. The English might be dispensed with, but not the French. She could not but try to understand the remarks or bits of information which were given her, sometimes gravely, sometimes laughing, and if Mr. Linden was evidently waiting for an answer, what could she do but try that too? He was an admirable dictionary, very quick at seeing and supplying her want of a word, and giving his corrections of her phraseology and pronunciation so gently and so by the way that fear partly lost itself in interest. His own speech was singularly smooth and perfect, and whenever Faith found herself getting frightened, she was sure to be assailed with such a volley of swift-flowing syllables that she could do nothing but laugh, after which Mr. Linden would come back to the slower utterance which she could better understand. After all, Faith's words that first time were few, and it may safely be asserted that she did not in the least know what she was eating, and made no sort of a dinner. Of that last fact her instructor was well aware, but as his first "Mais mademoiselle, mangez" received but little attention, he postponed that point till just as he was going away, and then made a rather stringent request to the same effect. So the afternoon passed on and blew itself out, and the sun went to bed and night began to light her candles. Faith, standing at the window, It was too cold to be out. Saw the red gleam fading from earth and sky, and the cold bright stars coming one by one into view. Then the boys began to pass by, some together and some alone, walking or running home, or playing ball by the way. Mr. Linden's carriage was a little behind them all, but he came at last and gave her a bow and a smile from the gate, though she thought herself standing too far back to be seen. "Now, Mr. Linden," said Faith when he came in, "I am so glad to speak to you again. How do you do?" The question was not lightly given. "Miss Faith, did you finish your dinner?" "No," said Faith, hesitating, "but I am going to have some tea by and by. Aren't you well tired, Mr. Linden?" "Pretty well. Why didn't you?" "I wanted to be doing something else," said Faith, giving the easy chair a little push into place and then brightening up the fire. "I shall have tea in here tonight, Mr. Linden, but we must wait a little while for it, for Cindy is out. You won't be sorry to rest first." She was summarily, though very respectfully, put in the easy chair herself. "By what rule of right and wrong did you do anything else first? Do you know, Miss Faith, I did not finish mine either. I wanted another piece of bread and could not get it." "Why not, Mr. Linden? I'm sure there was bread on the table. But I'm glad if you're hungry, for I have got something that you like. Now please rest," she said, springing up and beginning to arrange the table. "I am sure I asked you for it politely," he said with a smile, as he yielded to her "please rest." "What have you been about all day?" "I have been learning my lessons, and trying how well I could get on by myself." "Get on by yourself?" he said, rather slowly and inquiringly. "In what?" "In the books, in my studies, Mr. Linden." "Are you tired of my help, Miss Faith?" She gave all her eyes to the answer, both in their sweetness and their gravity. "Do you think I could let you spend all your time upon me, Mr. Linden, when your whole day is given to such work? I'll come to you for help whenever I can't get on without it," she said with a smile, not exactly an enjoying one, "but I know I can do a good deal by myself." His eyes were given to the answer too, a little intently, but the smile that followed was different. "I think you will let me do what I shall do, Miss Faith." "I suppose that," said Faith, with a bright gleam in her eyes. She went out to see if Cindy had come back, but returned immediately, sat down and looked gravely into the fire. "What is the use of startling people in that way?" Mr. Linden said, looking at her. "I didn't know but you were going to send me to take up my abode at Mrs. Seacombe's." "Startling, Mr. Linden," said Faith, opening her eyes at him. "I said it because I thought it was right. I didn't think it was pleasant." "Well," said he, "we were agreed upon that point. Now, Miss Faith, as my time is precious, and I cannot well give any of it to people who have enough of their own, would it disturb you if I were to read aloud a little here, for my own amusement?" She changed her place to come nearer, without saying anything, but with a face of quiet delight only half revealed. "What do you think of the relative and respective charms of mirth and melancholy, Miss Faith? I mean their charms to inward perception, not outward sight." "The pleasure of them?" said Faith. "Yes, pleasure and satisfaction." "I never thought there was any pleasure in melancholy," said Faith, smiling at the idea, but smiling inquiringly too. In answer, Mr. Linden opened his book and gave her the Allegro and Penseroso, gave them with not only a full appreciation, but with a delicate change and suiting of voice and manner, and look even, that made them witching. And if ever a hearer was bewitched, that was Faith. She lent her ear to the music, her eye to the eye, her thought to the thought, in utter forgetfulness of all else. At first she listened quietly, sitting where she was, looking sometimes at the fire, sometimes at the reader. But then she abandoned herself to full enjoyment, left her chair for a low seat near Mr. Linden, almost at his feet, and with upraised face and intent eye and varying play of lip devoured it all. Sometimes the poetry certainly got beyond the bounds of her stock of knowledge, but that mattered not, for whenever the reading failed, the reader filled up all the gap, and Faith listened to him. Precisely what it was to have just such a hearer was best known to the reader himself, but he closed the book silently. Faith's comment was peculiar. It wasn't made at first. Her look had come round slowly to the fire and slowly subsided. After sitting a minute so, she made her remark. "But, Mr. Linden, none of that seemed much like melancholy to me." "That may be called the ideal of melancholy," he said, smiling. "What is an ideal?" "But, oh," said Faith, starting up, "it is time to have tea. What is an ideal, Mr. Linden?" It was impossible not to laugh a little, but equally impossible to take that laugh amiss. The particular mental standard of perfection by which every person measures other people and things. And as that's generally more perfect than reality, the ideal is supposed to exist only in the idea. She stood pondering the answer with a somewhat humbled brow. "I think I know," she said, shaking her head a little. "But I shall have to ask what exactly you mean by a standard, Mr. Linden. By and by, I must see to Cindy now." And she ran off. Cindy presently brought in the tray, and Faith followed, arranging and setting in order everything. The tea did not immediately follow. Perhaps the fire had got low, or Mrs. Derrick wasn't ready, for Faith did not seem expectant. She stood on the rug before the fire, looking into it very soberly and consideratively. There was a little abstraction in her figure and air. Suddenly she faced round where she stood. "Do you feel very tired indeed tonight, Mr. Linden?" "Not very, now," he said, smiling. "I have been resting. I was a little more tired than usual when I came home." Slowly and deliberately she came round behind his chair and stood leaning upon the back of it. "Mr. Linden, I want to ask you something." The tone was low and peculiar. It was a very common thing for her to be more or less moved by a little timidity, but now plainly Faith was afraid. It changed her voice beyond the slight sweet touch that timidity often gave it. "You know I like to have you, Miss Faith." "I wanted to ask if you would like, or if you wouldn't dislike, if you would have any objection to read and pray at night here with us, and let Cindy and Mr. Skip come in?" "I will, certainly," Mr. Linden said. "How could I have any objection? Miss Faith, will you please to come round here and sit down? Why are you so much afraid of me?" She did not leave her position. "I didn't know whether you would like it," she said in a very low voice. "I asked Mother to ask you, but she wouldn't. though she said she would like to have you do it. I wanted it particularly for Mother's sake." The last words were said little above a whisper. "I don't see where the fear came from, yet." She was quite still, quite motionless behind his chair. He turned a little so as to see her face, and laid his hand upon hers. "Will you come round here and tell me, Miss Faith? I shall not let you stand up all the evening." She was looking, when he saw her, with the least bit of a smile upon a mouth all unbent, and eyes that were full, a very happy, stirred face. It quieted down as soon as he turned, except the smile which played rather more. "Tell you what, Mr. Linden," she said, not leaving her place. "What have I done to make myself such an ogre?" "What's an ogre, Mr. Linden?" "A ferocious sort of anomaly that everybody is afraid of." "I don't know what you've done, Mr. Linden," she said, half laughing. "I am not enough afraid to hurt anything." "Enough to hurt me. I don't care about any other thing." A grave glance of her eye was regretful enough. "But it's true, Mr. Linden. I was a little afraid to ask what I wasn't sure you would like. That was all." "Well," he said with a reassuring smile as he got up and took hold of both her hands and brought her out of position, "I am not much hurt yet, but I desire that the fear may not increase, and therefore, Miss Faith, I want to have you sit here in the firelight, so that I can keep watch of it." She smiled as if it were beyond his ken now, but her words went to another point. "What time would you like, Mr. Linden?" "Whatever suits you." She was silent for a minute or two with a very happy face, till the door opened. Then she sprang up and received and placed the tea and things which Cindy had brought in. There was a dainty supply tonight, perhaps in consideration of Mr. Linden's first day of outdoor work, and in delicate sympathy and reward thereof. And Faith, in her happiest mood, though as quiet as a mouse, was an excellent ministering spirit of the tea-table. Tonight particularly, for every sense and affection seemed to be on the alert. "How do you find all the boys after their month out of school, Mr. Linden?" she said, when waffles and cups of tea were fairly under way. "Very glad to see me, very much afraid I should tire myself, and some a little afraid they might share the fatigue. So things correct each other. If they had not showed the last fear, I might have felt the first." "How did that work?" said Faith, laughing a little. "It worked," said Mr. Linden. "Is that intelligible, Miss Faith?" Her smile and shake of the head said that it was. "Is Joe Deacon staying home yet?" said Mrs. Derrick. "No, he began school again today." "I wonder whether the squire is going off again," said Mrs. Derrick, "or whether he's going to stay home. I have heard nothing of his going away." "You were going to tell me what exactly a standard is, Mr. Linden." "At least," said Faith, correcting herself, "I was going to ask you." "There's a very intimate connection between the two things," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "A standard, in this sense, is simply some fixed rule of the ought to be, by which the is must be tried. Standard coin is that made according to the precise government regulation, and is the test of all other in the realm, as to size, weight, and alloy. So of standard weights and measures. For some things we have the Bible standard. For most, each person has his own." "Then, Mr. Linden," said Faith, "I think my ideal of melancholy is something disagreeable." "I don't believe you have any," said he, laughing. "You mean your idea, Miss Faith. "Do I?" said Faith. "But perhaps you have such a thing, Mr. Linden. Isn't it disagreeable?" "Not at all, and besides, I haven't any. But the ideal of melancholy is about as much like the reality as a picture of the tragic muse is like the fifth act of a tragedy." That Faith did not know the meaning of tragedy was a fact which she wisely and self-denyingly kept to herself, and for the present turned her attention to supplying her mother with a fresh waffle. And so, with various bits of talk, tea came to an end, and Mrs. Derrick was called out to discuss some important matter with Mr. Skip. "Mother," said Faith, finding her opportunity, "I asked Mr. Linden, and he will do that." A little shadow came over Mrs. Derrick's face. "Well, child?" she said gently. "Mother, I have asked him. Will you speak to Mr. Skip and Cindy?" "I can't, child," said her mother with the same tone and look. "I'll go in myself, but I can't try to do any more." "Dear mother," said Faith, "I wish you would." Her mother turned and kissed her, but the difficulty was clearly not one to be overcome. The whole subject seemed to bring up some painful association. "He'll call them in himself if you ask him, child." "Would it be right to ask him, mother?" "Why, yes," said Mrs. Derrick. "I don't see why not. One of you must." With this thought, Faith went back to the sitting room. Clearly there was some strong feeling against her being the one, for after a little sober, silent waiting, she spoke. "Mr. Linden, would you rather I should ask Cindy and Mr. Skip to come in, or will you?" He knew, better than she did, how well the question showed her own wish, and how simple a matter it was to him. "I will, Miss Faith, if you please. Is this the hour you have fixed upon?" "I think so," she said, "if you like it, because by and by they will be sleepy." And Mr. Linden at once proceeded to the kitchen. A busy murmur of tongues and bright firelight, glancing from keyhole and crevice, guided him through the narrow passage, which, sooth to say, he had never trod before, to the door of the kitchen, the latch of which yielded on slight persuasion, and Mr. Linden walked in. Supper was over there too, and the dishes were washed and put away, and Cindy, with dishcloth in hand, was rubbing down the kitchen table. In one corner of the hearth sat Mr. Skip on a half-bushel measure, a full corn basket beside him, an empty one in front, his hands busy with the shelling process, this hard work being diversified and enlivened with the continual additions he made to a cob house on the hearth. But, cob in hand, Mr. Skip paused when Mr. Linden came in, and looked up at this unusual apparition from under an extraordinary hat which drooped on all sides of his face, as if, like its wearer, it had long given up all idea of keeping up appearances. The face itself was strong, shrewd, apt, and so Mr. Skip looked at Mr. Linden. Cindy, on her part, did nothing but wring the dishcloth and shake it out again, entirely oblivious of the greeting with which Mr. Linden favoured both parties, and she listened to the words he said about the corn as if they had been Greek, double distilled. Those words were few. "Mr. Skip," he said then, "I think that so long as God keeps us here together every day, we ought to thank him for it together every night. I want you and Cindy to come into the parlour, and let us begin to do it now." "Hey?" said Mr. Skip, between want of understanding and want of belief in the testimony of his ears. Mr. Linden repeated his words with a composed distinctness that could leave no manner of doubt. "Well," said Mr. Skip. "What do you want us for to do?" "Come into the parlour." "I suppose we'll be able to come," said Mr. Skip, dropping his cob and getting up and straightening himself. "Will you have us in now?" "Yes," Mr. Linden answered, and led the way. "Go along, Cindy," said Mr. Skip in undertone. "S'pose it don't take fur to see into this." Cindy obeyed, but without seeing fur into anything, even the parlour, though she tried for it. There was not very much to see. Mrs. Derrick, with a little shadow of recollective sorrow, had placed the old Bible by the lamp, and now sat leaning her head on her hand, and did not look up as they came in. Faith's face was one of grave joy, but the gravity was so quiet that the joy was beyond the ken of so dull a vision as Cindy's. She sat with clasped hands on a low seat beyond the fire, and Cindy at last fixed her attention upon Mr. Linden, with only an occasional roll of her eyes towards Mr. Skip. It was a long time since such a service had been in that house, a time at first swept by a storm of sorrow, then calmed and quieted into a stillness which had grown more and more bright, year by year. Whatever sunshine those years had seen came from Faith, but that other Faith, which should make even her more precious, had been unknown. And the words of the reading and prayer tonight were to Mrs. Derrick like the renewing of things so long past that she could scarce bear it. And different as Mr. Linden was from anyone she had ever known, that Christian family likeness almost, to her feeling, transformed him. It was a very simple matter to him. Truly, why not? Why should it ever be anything else? Or why, when the fear of God is on the tongue, should the fear of man be in the heart? Yet it was even more the love of God than the fear that his hearers perceived that night. Simple in word and tone and manner, it was the simplicity of a feeling so full and strong that it needed no capillary tubes of speech to carry it upward. The prayer ended, and the retreating steps on their way along the kitchen passage, Mrs. Derrick came up to Faith, and putting her arms round her, kissed first one cheek and then the other, then turned and left the room. And Faith sat still, with that joy filling her heart so full that her head bent with the weight of it. One other comment she was destined to hear that night. "I must say, Miss Faith," said Cindy, "I like these new notions first rate. I always did say my prayers afore I went to bed, and I'm free to confess this saves a deal of trouble." End of chapter 29. Recording by Jane Bennett.
Chapter 30 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellaqyint of Applebacksville, Pennsylvania. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 30. The quiet of that very peaceful evening was for a short time interrupted by a call from Dr. Harrison. The doctor came, he said, to see how Mr. Linden felt after his day's work, and to tell Faith that his exhibition was in readiness for her, and only waited a sunny day and her presence. It was agreed that if the sun did not fail of shewing itself the next afternoon, Faith should not. Tuesday was fair, and the afternoon came on brilliant with sunbeams. But the doctor's steps did not reach Mrs. Derrick's door by some minutes so soon as he had purposed they should. Passing down the main street of Pattaquasset, Dr. Harrison descried before him the well-known figure of Squire Stoutenburg, and the less familiar outlines of Squire Deacon. And the doctor's near approach procured him the favour of an introduction to the latter gentleman, either because the squire desired it, or because the other squire was tired of his companion and wanted to be off, which he was, as soon as the introduction was over. For in Mr. Stoutenburg's eyes the buttonhole of Dr. Harrison's soft coat was no more precious, to say the least, than that of his own grey ruff and ready. "Squire Deacon is anxious about the state of Mr. Linden's health, doctor," he said. "I refer him to you." The doctor made a slight inclination, graceful as all his inclinations were, but also slight, intimating that he would have the honour of satisfying Mr. Deacon's inquiries, but desired nothing more of him. "How's he getting along?" said Squire Deacon, feeling the social duty thus imposed upon him. "There is hope that he will be restored to his pristine state of strength in the course of a few weeks, sir." "A few weeks?" said Squire Deacon. "Why, he's in school again, ain't he?" "He has gone in a carriage," said the doctor, who for some unaccountable reason had taken a fit of perversity. "I understand he was in school yesterday. Did you know him afore he come here, doctor?" "I had not that honour, sir, till I came here myself." "Well, I never saw anybody as did," said Squire Deacon. "I s'pose he comes from somewhere." "I doubt it," said Dr. Harrison, with the slightest possible elevation of his eyebrows for an instant. Squire Deacon, however, was not just the fool Dr. Harrison took him for, of which fact a little gleam in his eyes gave notice. "'Tain't extraordinary you don't like him, doctor," he said carelessly. "Mr. Linden's a fine man, but most any pair of wheels is one too many in some roads." "I never followed a wheelbarrow, sir," said the doctor. "I suppose from your allusion you have. May I be honoured with your further commands?" "Wheelbarrows have only one wheel mostly," said Squire Deacon composedly. "You know better than I, sir. Might I inquire why you are anxious about the state of Mr. Linden's health?" "Don't know as I said I was anxious," said Squire Deacon. "When a man's lived in a place as long as he has, it's nothing wonderful if folks ask whether he's going to hold on. All the women in my house think he's dead and buried now." "Ah, he's a favourite in that line, is he?" "Other lines just as much, for all I know," said the squire. "Can't say I ever just went in for all Mr. Simlins says, nor all Parson Summers says neither. Can't help that, doctor, if he is one of your folks." "What have you against him?" "I don't say nothing against him," said Squire Deacon, "except he's a fine man. Maybe you think that is?" "Is there anything further you would like to say on any subject, sir?" "Not much, I guess, if that's the time o' day," said Squire Deacon, looking at him with a queer little bit of a smile. "'Tain't useful to get stirred up that way, doctor, just because a man wishes you a good journey. But I can just as easy wish you another overturn. I s'pose you're pretty sure to get one or the other out o' horses. It's all one to me, and I dare say it is to everybody else." "What is your name, sir?" said the doctor, standing and looking at him in a sort of mazed consideration. "My name's Sam Deacon," said the squire with his peculiar sort of sullen composure. "Your father and I have always been friends, anyhow." "Then, Mr. Deacon, will you have the goodness to understand that I am not an agent for the transaction of Mr. Linden's affairs, but as I am a friend of his, I will inform him that you are interested in the subject. That is all, sir?" "I'll go bail for the first part of that," said Squire Deacon. "But it's your affairs I'm talking of, not his'n. And I s'pose I've as good a right as all the rest of Pattaquasset, and give no offence neither. I was gone to make you my compliments, doctor. That's all. And if you don't think you'll ever want 'em, why there's no harm done, and enough said. All I want to know is, what do you get so stirred up for?" "Is that all?" said the doctor, as if he had a mind to know the whole before giving an answer. "All what?" said Squire Deacon. "All that you wish to communicate." "I haven't communicated anything yet," said the squire. "I guess you knew all that before." "Well," said the doctor, half laughing, though his expression had changed more than once during the last 5 minutes, "then my answer is easy. In the first place, Mr. Deacon, I have no affairs, Therefore it is impossible to talk about them. In the second place, when I am in want of your compliments, I will send you mine. In the third place, I declare I am at a loss how to answer you, for the only thing I ever get stirred up for is my breakfast. Good afternoon." Staying no more civilities, the doctor made the best of his way to Mrs. Derrick's. Faith was ready for him, and more gently with her, he set out on the road back again. It was not a time of day to meet people. One familiar face, however, they did meet, Squire Deacon. His eye did not seek Faith's face, but rested on the doctor with full effect. Arrived at the judge's house, the doctor led her to the library, and there unlocked the door of a little cabinet room. On a table in the window, standing in the full sunshine, was the object of their visit. It was simply a fine little aquarium. More delightfully new to Faith's eyes nothing could be, as the same eyes showed. While they explored the wonders of the box, the doctor at his ease proceeded to unfold to her the various meanings of them. He enlarged upon the habits and characters of the several inmates of the aquarium. He explained to her the philosophy of keeping the balance of vegetable and animal life, and thereby preserving both. He told which creature lived upon which other, what office they severally, some of them, performed for the small section of ocean in which they lived, and its vitrified shores. And then, taking up the subject of sea anemones, the doctor told stories of natural truth that with these living specimens before her entranced Faith out of all knowledge of place or time. Dr. Harrison asked no more. He gave her what she liked, and with admirable tact abstained from putting himself forward. Any further than a quick eye, excellent speech, and full and accurate mind must make themselves known, and most gentle and graceful attention make itself felt. "Do you suppose," said he, when Faith was absorbedly watching the anemones feed, "that Mrs. Derrick would give this thing house room?" Faith looked, but half comprehending. "I am not always here," said the doctor carelessly, as he was supplying another bit of flesh to the voracious flower, "and I should like to have it somewhere that it would be taken care of. If I left it to Sophie for a week, I should expect to find on my return that the vegetables and fishes had eaten up each other. Don't you admire that crab?" "Very much," said Faith. "This little fish is just like some of the shells down on the shore." "He came from the shore somewhere," said the doctor. "Little monster!" "The ocean world isn't much better than the world of Earth, apparently, Miss Derrick." "Do you think the Earth world is like that?" said Faith. "Don't you?" "I don't know what it is like." "If you will permit me to say so, I hope you never will. Any further than as you choose to make this a miniature of that. And things in miniature are much less," said the doctor abstractedly, looking at the anemone. "Would you like to have this little ocean box in your house for a while, Miss Faith? It could just as well as not. Indeed, it would be rather a benefit to me." "Oh, I should like it," said Faith. "But I should be afraid of its getting broken, Dr. Harrison." "I am not afraid," said he. "It would be in less danger there than here. As I told you, Sophie neither knows nor cares anything about such things, and she would either kill them with kindness or forget them altogether, most likely do both alternately. But with you they would be safe, for the simple reason that you love them." The sunbeams had left the window before Faith was at all aware of the passing away of the afternoon, and then, for once to her joy, Miss Harrison could not be found. They set out to walk home, and had got halfway when a little rush of footsteps came up behind them, and Reuben and Sam passed by, arm in arm, or rather half by, then paused and said good evening. "Oh, have you seen Mr. Linden tonight, Dr. Harrison?" said Sam. "Good evening, sir," said the doctor. "Have I the honor of knowing you?" "I should think you might," said Sam, in a tone not at all displeased, "but it don't signify much. Have you seen him tonight, doctor?" "I should think I might too," said Dr. Harrison, looking coolly over the young giant. "Allow me to observe that tonight is not come yet." "Did you ever?" said Sam in an aside to Reuben, who had stood perfectly still without speaking. "Well, any time since he got home then, sir?" No, sir. Have you, Miss Faith? Said Reuben. No, Reuben, I am just going home. What's the matter? Why, he fainted in school, that's all, said Sam. He said there was nothing the matter, only we were going down to see how he got home, and I thought maybe the doctor might tell us first. And not staying for more words, the two boys walked on a few steps, then set off, and soon ran themselves out of sight. The other two quickened their walk, the doctor moderating his steps, however, to suit the strength of his companion. But she soon took the lead, and Mrs. Derrick's house was reached in as short a space of time as the ground might be travelled without a speed which Faith did not dare assume. There was nothing alarming in the little parlour. Mrs. Derrick sat knitting, Mr. Linden had been reading, but now was talking, half laughing, half chiding, with the two boys who stood before him. Reuben stood silent, smiling a little. Sam's energy was at work. Faith came in quietly, with a face to which all her quick walk had not brought back the colour. She said nothing, but the doctor's tongue was free. Why, what's this, Linden? This is Linden, said that gentleman coolly. No, boys, go off. I think I can live without seeing either of you again till tomorrow. What's the matter, Dr. Harrison? Just and precisely what I was asking, said the doctor, while Faith glided to her mother and sitting down by her, whispered inquiry. But Mrs. Derrick knew nothing, had heard nothing, apparently. It's for you to state the case, said Mr. Linden. You speak as if you had a warrant of arrest in your pocket. Why, said the doctor, standing and looking down upon him, here's a wind that has blown from nowhere. Do you want me to lodge information against yourself? I don't wish to lodge any. Linden, said the doctor, changing his tone to one of serious, kindly interest, while Faith's eyes from her more distant seat waited for the answer. What is the matter? What made you faint today? What nonsense have those boys been talking, said Mr. Linden, but his look carried the charge a little beyond the range of his words. I was faint for a while, not quite in a deadly swoon, however. That young scapegrace said and declared you had fainted. They are so used to their own red cheeks, they think red is the only color, said Mr. Linden. However, I believe he spoke true, but it was nothing worth speaking of after all. What was the cause? I presumed a little upon the successful way in which I got through yesterday, tried to do a little too much today, had one or two things to try me, and so. Which of my boys do you honor with that title of scapegrace? You mustn't do so again, said the doctor seriously. There was no malice prepense today, said Mr. Linden. What have you been about all the afternoon? I expect to hear that you have sailed up the Great Pyramid in a canal boat, or coasted Japan in a Chinese lantern. Nearly right, said the doctor. We have been enacting the part of the wise men of Gotham. I can't imagine where I ever heard of them. Who went to sea in a tub. Went to sea. What? Said Mr. Linden, laughing. Went to sea vast a pool, said the doctor with perfect gravity. I hope you're better. Don't I look well? If I were to take the votes on that subject, said the doctor, I presume the verdict would be unanimous. But looks are, proverbially, unsatisfactory. Do you know what damage you have done me by your exploit this afternoon? I should be very glad to hear. Why, you have brought me into discredit and disfavour with half Pattaquasset, man, because I have let you go out too soon, don't you see? Mrs. Derrick has already laid it to her account against me, which is getting to be a score I shall never dare to foot up. Faith had left the room for a minute, and coming back again, began to make ready the table for tea. Dr. Harrison's eyes followed her. She was not looking as she had looked at his anemones, quiet, sweet, and grave. She went round gathering up the books and arranging the cups and plates. But the doctor, though asked, would not stay. He went off, and the tea was brought in. Miss Faith, said Mr. Linden, if you are half as ready for that exercise as I am, we shall get on superbly tonight. She almost started. You, Mr. Linden? Oh, you're not fit for it. Not fit for it? Miss Faith, how can you say that to me? Let it be so tonight, Mr. Linden. I shall do nothing of the kind, Miss Faith, by your leave. You know I can rest here most comfortably, and make you work, after the same fashion, I hope. "I am a little afraid," he said, looking at her, "that you are working too much." "Why, Mr. Linden, how could I?" "By not keeping your studies well balanced with fresh air." "Oh, no," she said, smiling. "The work is a great deal better than the fresh air. Besides, I have been out today." "You might as well say that bread is a great deal better than water. Yes, you have been out today. That is one good thing, and I shall try to throw somewhat into that scale myself, if I live. But I want all the books tonight, Miss Faith, and tomorrow, you know, is a half-holiday, but you need not expect to have one." Faith's tea went on after that in a manifestly different manner. Expeditiously the table was cleared after tea, and if ever Faith wrought with eager care to do perfections and save her teacher every word and thought that could be spared, she did it then. So the exercise was written, with most earnest guarding against anything German or sophisticated in her letters. Indeed, Faith's handwriting, by dint of taking pains, was fast growing into stiff correctness, not without a certain beauty, of promise at least, but stiff still. And with all her other lessons, of thought or memory, what earnest, quick effort could do was done that night, and done upon the back of a sound preparation. Mr. Linden, however, did not spare himself words, riot much, and care not at all. Watching and guiding his pretty scholar with equal gravity, gentleness, and attention, rarely diverging from the business view of the subject, unless Faith grew timid or frightened, in which case he indulged himself with making her laugh, and so brought her back to business again. What views Mrs. Derrick took of the two, thus engaged, it would be hard to say, save that they were wondrous pleasant ones, a little puzzled, a little thoughtful, loving and pleased to the last degree. How much she studied those two faces! Not Faith herself bestowed more care upon what she was about. But Faith came to conclusions Mrs. Derrick never did, wanting help from the very person who cleared the path of learning for her daughter. His face, its gravity, its changes, she could not read, but she liked the study. The doctor's plan about the aquarium was excessively distasteful to Mrs. Derrick. She read the meaning and grounds of it, which Faith entirely failed to read. But then, to give them to her was hardly an advisable thing. So the aquarium came, after a few days, and Faith, having found that Mr. Linden could give her some help, if necessary, in the care of it, relieved her mind of all concern about the responsibility and took the full good of the trust. In a sunny window it was placed, and many a happy minute between the times of other things Faith stood or sat there to watch the unfolding and shrinking anemones, and the restless, eager, wild lives of the other and more distinctly animal inhabitants of this little section of ocean. The only uncomfortable thing about it was that other people sometimes saw it and heard how it came there, and other people, Faith knew, drew very ridiculous inferences from nothing. And though ridiculous, they were disagreeable. But however, she knew best how it came there, and how simple a matter it was, and it was never the way of her simplicity to trouble itself over much about ridiculous things. Another person, it may be remarked, knew how it got there, and he found it pleasant to come and see it sometimes. This was generally in the afternoon now, when Mr. Linden was not at home, and Faith was not occupied in household duties. Pleasant talks were held over the aquarium, for there was never an end of things that might be told of old and new discoveries connected with what was in it. The conversations diverged often to other matters, religious or scientific, as the case might be, and were clever, bright, interesting, or amusing accordingly, and invariably. And so the time wore on towards the 29th. But in the 4th week of Mr. Linden's return to school duties, Faith began to have a new lesson, or rather, she had it once and practiced upon it many times. That once was at the end of a Wednesday afternoon, in exquisite Indian summer weather. When other subjects being dismissed for the time, Mr. Linden gave his scholar an interesting and precise account of the process of respiration, passing thence to the obvious benefits of fresh air, and finally requesting her to put on her things and come out and take them. After which, it may be observed, Faith was never heard to say that studies were a great deal better than fresh air, often as the walk was repeated. The other lessons made beautiful headway, even the French talks at dinner. That was harder to Faith than any other trial to which she had been put. She shrank from it with great shrinking, but the desire to please her teacher overcame even fear. Rather than not do that, Faith ventured, right or wrong, and once fairly launched, of course, with his good help and her own endeavors, soon got into smoother sailing. Mr. Linden and the doctor now met not often, the doctor making his visits, as has been said, during school-time. They met oftenest where the doctor went seldomest, in those rooms where Dr. Harrison did sometimes let his profession call him, where Mr. Linden was drawn by somewhat beyond profession. Sometimes this intercourse was only of the eye. Sometimes they walked home together, the curious friendship between them deepening, as it seemed, from all sources. Come home when Mr. Linden would, his room looked as if somebody had just stepped out of it. The fire was always in its best beauty, the hearth guiltless of ashes, the temperature genial, whatever the weather out of doors might be, the books, the papers, the table, in their wonted order or disorder, as fresh as if dust never fell, but the fairy of the place was always out of sight. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellaqyint of Applebacksville, Pennsylvania. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 31. The 29th of November came on Wednesday, which permitted Mrs. Stoutenburg to have her dinner at an earlier hour than would else have been possible. To this dinner the 2 older guests were invited. The boys were only to come to supper, and 4 o'clock was the time. Till near 3, studies and reading were in full force, but then other duties claimed attention. "If I could only sit next to you at dinner, Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said as he shut up the books. "We could talk French all the time, but there is no hope of that. And Miss Faith," he said as she turned to go upstairs, "do you know that all the things on my table are not in their proper place?" Very much wondering, Faith was for a moment at a loss. "What is wrong, Mr. Linden?" "I would not give it so harsh a name, Miss Faith, only I thought perhaps you would go in there before I come up and see that all is left just as usual, if you would be so good." Faith went up, querying with herself whether Cindy could perhaps have been in there and committed some dire damage, or what it could be. What could it? If ever a room was scrupulously in order, that was. And the table? It had not been stirred, nor a book upon it, since Faith's arranging hands had been there. Even writing implements were not laid about, as they often were. The table was just as usual. Unless... Yes, in front of the books stood a glass of water, and therein one dark velvet rose, truly of a cramoisi supérieure, failing to support itself upon its own green leaves, laid its face half coquettishly and half wearily upon dark sprigs of heliotrope and myrtle. Thence it looked at Faith, and Faith looked at it, with a curious smile of recognition, and yet of doubt, whether that could possibly be what he meant. But she was to see that all things were left just as usual. It did not admit of a serious question, so lifting the glass and the rose, Faith and it went off together. Faith's best dress, of course put on for this occasion, was a black silk. She had thought that a little extravagant at the time it was got, but Mrs. Derrick would have it. It was made with the most absolute plainness, high in the neck, where the invariable little white ruffle graced the white throat, but the sleeves were short, and similar white ruffles softened the dividing line between them and the well-rounded fair arms. Her hair was as usual. Her feet were as usual. Only the shoes were of fresh neatness. But when Faith had, with eyes that saw only them, not herself, fastened the rose and myrtle on the bosom of her dress, a little figure stood there that in its soft angles and exquisite propriety of attire would have been noted in any circle of splendor, and might have satisfied the most fastidious lover of elegance. Wrapped up and hooded, Faith went downstairs, and Mr. Linden put her in the Stoutenburg carriage, which rolled off to the mansion of the same name in a very short space of time. In solitary grandeur, Faith was ushered into Mrs. Stoutenburg's bedroom, where first the fire kept her company, and then Mrs. Stoutenburg herself came in from another door, and both unwrapped her and wrapped her up. But when all that could be done was done, Mrs. Stoutenburg ran off again, and told Faith, laughing, that she hadn't seen her yet, and was all ready for her in the parlor. Faith, being left to herself, stepped out into the passage, where Mr. Linden was standing with folded arms before a window that looked out upon the closing November day. Faith came softly up beside him. "I've seen Mrs. Stoutenburg," she said, "but she says she hasn't seen me. Are your flowers right now, Mr. Linden?" "Miss Faith, why do you wear velvet shoes?" he said, turning full upon her. "You have not been downstairs?" "No, certainly. I saw Mrs. Stoutenburg up here." "Then shall I have the pleasure of taking you down? I see nothing that is not right," he added, smiling. It was rather an odd new thing to Faith to be taken down, or in, anywhere. The form of having a gentleman's arm was something rather startling, but she did not shew it. Downstairs they went, into the glowing parlor, where Faith was met and greeted by Mrs. Stoutenburg de nouveau. "Ah, Miss Faith," said the squire, as he gave her his salutation. "How extravagant you are to add roses to roses in that style. Don't you know it's a waste of material?" "No, sir. I shall use it all up." "I should like to see you after you get through," said Mr. Stoutenburg, laughing. "Ask Mr. Linden if it's not waste." Mr. Linden, however, entirely declined to assent to any such proposition, nay, even hinted that if anyone was to be charged with wasting roses just then, it was the squire himself. "Yes, I think so too," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "But how funnily you always see through things and turn them about." "Roses are not very opaque things to see through," he answered, smiling, while Mrs. Stoutenburg rescued Faith, and putting her arm round her, drew her off towards the sofa, where Faith was glad to get at a distance from the rose consumers. She felt rather nervous. "Where is Sam?" she asked. "This is his day, isn't it?" "He was here a minute ago," said his mother. "I guess he ran off when he heard you coming. He takes fits of being bashful once in a while. They don't last long. Your mother wasn't afraid to let you come with her horses, was she?" "No, ma'am," Faith said, "not at all. But she hasn't got back her old trust in horses and carriages generally. I wish she had." "I don't," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "They are not to be trusted generally, child. Has your horse got well yet?" "Not well. Mr. Skip says he's better, but we can't use him." "Well, I wanted to talk to you about that. Mr. Stoutenburg's been at me to do it this month. You know we've always got more horses on hand than we can use, and there's one of 'em that would just suit you. Won't you let him stand in your stable this winter, and give Crab a chance?" "Oh, no, Mrs. Stoutenburg, thank you," said Faith. "I dare say Crab will get better. It won't be necessary. And you know we don't ride much in winter. You're very kind to think of it." "There you are, as usual," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "I'm always afraid to ask you anything. You keep such magnifying glasses. But now, Faith, listen to reason. Not ride in winter? Why, it's the very time for riding, if there's snow. And you could drive Jerry, or your mother could, just as well as Crab. He's as quiet as he can be. At the same time," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, with a little dance in her eyes, "if anybody else drives him, he can go a little faster." "I'll tell Mother how good you are, Mrs. Stoutenburg. It isn't my business to give answers for her. But did you ever see me drive?" "Not horses," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "Not anything else, I am sure. I used to want to go after the cows, but Mother never would let me." But whatever Mrs. Stoutenburg meant, she did not explain, for dinner was announced, and the squire came up to take possession of Faith again, receiving his wife's little whispered, "I've done it," with all her own satisfaction. In the dining-room, Sam was at last visible, but the bashful fit had not gone off, and Faith's black silk was even more distracting than her white muslin. Her greeting of him was simple enough to have been reassuring. "I hope you will be as happy a great many times as you are today, Sam," she said as she shook hands with him. "On the 29th of November, I mean." Perhaps Sam thought that doubtful, perhaps impossible, perhaps undesirable. At all events, his words were few, and though he was permitted the post of honor at Faith's side, he did not do much for her entertainment at first. The dinner itself, service and style, and all included, was sufficiently like the squire and his wife, handsome and substantial, free, bountiful, and with a sort of laughing air of good cheer about it which more ceremony would have covered up. There was no lack of talk either, all the company having the ability therefor, and then, at least, the inclination. But if Mr. Linden now and then called Sam out of his abstraction, so did the squire attack Faith, giving her a little sword play to parry as best she might. "Miss Faith," he said, "do you know to what a point you are, day by day, winding up the curiosity of this town of Pattaquasset?" "I, sir?" said Faith, apparently, by her eye and air occupying the place of the centre of motion to all this curiosity, the point of absolute rest. "My dear," said the squire, "they say 2 things about you. The first is that you never go out. Now don't trouble yourself to contradict that, but just tell me the reason. We're all friends here, you know." "Why, I go out very often indeed, Mr. Stoutenburg," said Faith. "Didn't I tell you not to contradict me? Ah, Miss Faith, young ladies never will take advice. Well, the first thing is, as I said, that you never go out. The second," said the squire, laughing, "is that you do." "Well, sir," said Faith merrily, "they can't both be true, and there isn't anything very bad about either of them, nor very curious either, I think." "What I should like to know," said Mr. Linden, "is who keeps watch at the gate." "Squire Deacon does for one," said Sam promptly. "I see him there often enough." "When you come to relieve the guard?" said Mr. Linden, smiling, and the laugh was turned, for the moment, rather to Sam's confusion. "So that's what the squire's come back for, is it?" said Mr. Stoutenburg. "I thought somebody was to blame for his going away." "Nobody was much to blame," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "I had a long talk with Sam the other day. Sam Deacon, I mean," said the squire, "and he was keen to get acquainted with Dr. Harrison. And as the doctor came along just then, I gave him a chance. I guess the doctor blessed me for it. I did him. By the way, Miss Faith, I suppose you've got acquainted with the doctor by this time." "Yes, sir. Very well," Faith said quietly, though she felt the ground uneasy and unsafe. "Well, what sort of a chap is he? Up to anything besides running away with all he can lay his hands on?" "Don't you know him, Mr. Stoutenburg?" "Can't say I do, Miss Faith. It rather strikes me he's not anxious I should." "How can he be anxious, sir, when you are not?" said Mr. Linden. "Isn't that expecting too much?" The squire laughed. "I don't expect too much of him," he said, "and don't you expect too little. After all, I'd as soon take a boy's mind as a man's. And he ain't popular among the boys. I thought he would be, after that exhibition, but he ain't." Which remark Mr. Linden knew to be true, though he did not say so. "Well, Mr. Stoutenburg, if you don't like him, why do you talk about him?" said his wife. "Faith, you can play blind man's bluff, I'm sure." Wait a bit," said the squire. "I'm not ready to be blinded yet, if she is. You ladies are always in such a hurry. Now Mr. Linden and I want to have our ideas cleared up. What sort of a man is the doctor, Miss Faith? You say you know him very well. Do you like him very much?" This shot brought Faith to a stand and obliged her, to be sure, to shew her colours, which she did bravely. Nevertheless, she faced the squire and answered steadily. "I like him a good deal, Mr. Stoutenburg. In some respects very much." "Hum," said the squire, as he cut a persuasive piece of duck and put it on her plate. "Well, wouldn't you like to tell me, my dear? What do you mean by 'some respects'? That's Mrs. Stoutenburg's word, and I never could find out yet." "I suppose it means different things in different cases," said Faith, smiling. "Did you ever?" said the squire, taking a general survey of the table, which began with Faith and ended with Mr. Linden. "Ain't that half of creation up to anything? I tell you what, Miss Faith, if I'd been in that meadow the other day, I'd have made Mazeppa of the doctor in no time. Sam hasn't learned to put his history in practice yet. And besides," said the squire, with a peculiarly slow, innocent enunciation, "he never likes to do anything that would displease Mr. Linden." "Mr. Stoutenburg," said his wife, though she was laughing merrily herself, "can't you be quiet? Faith, why don't you answer me?" "What, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" Faith turned towards her a face from which, gentle as it was, the smile had disappeared. "You play blind man's buff, don't you, dear?" "When I can," said Faith. "The real question, Miss Faith," said Mr. Linden, whose grave, unmoved look, unmoved unless by a little fear that she might be annoyed, would have been some help to her during her cross-examination if she had seen it. "The real question is, whether you are willing to play tonight." "I am as willing as can be," said Faith. "I don't know whether they'll want to play it," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, "but they may, and Sam's never content unless I'm in the fun, whatever it is." "Of course Miss Faith will play," said the squire. "She never refuses to please anybody." "Mr. Linden said he would," said Sam. "But how shall you and I manage, Faith?" said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "They'd tell us in a minute by our dresses, as there are only 2 of us." Faith pondered this difficulty with an amused face. "Sam must lend us some of his jackets or coats, Mrs. Stoutenburg. Our heads are the worst, or mine is. You and Sam might be mistaken for each other." "But there'd be no use in Miss Faith's disguising herself," said Sam naively, "because she's so sweet." "You wouldn't have her disguise that, would you, Sam?" said Mr. Linden, laughing. "What a boy!" said his mother. "And what a reflection upon me!" "Why, I meant her flowers," said Sam. "You needn't all laugh so. I don't mean either that I didn't mean—" But what more he meant Sam left unsaid, which did not much stay the laughter. "I will appoint 2 or 3 boys to play the part of the pigeon in hawking," said Mr. Linden. "Miss Faith might get tired of being caught, if not of running away." "How do you know that, Mr. Linden?" she said a little archly. "Truly," he answered, "I know it not, but most things are possible, even in blind man's buff, and all boys are not provided with silk gloves, but you shall not complain of not being caught, I promise you that." "Again!" she said with another soft flash of her eye, though now she colored. "Don't you understand, Mr. Linden, that I don't intend to let anybody catch me, if I can help it?" "Miss Faith, I have the most entire confidence in your intentions." Faith kept her energies for action and said no more, and in a very harmonious temper the whole party left the dinner-table and went back to the fire-lit parlor, all but Sam, who went to be ready for his particular guests in another room. His place was presently supplied by a newcomer. There was a step in the hall. Then the parlor door opened, and a little lady with a shawl round her shoulders came in. "Good evening," she said in a very cheery voice. "Why, I didn't expect to find so many of you. Is it a party, Mrs. Stoutenburg? And shall I go away? Or will you let me come in, now I've got here?" Come in, Miss Essie, and make it a party," said the squire, while Mrs. Stoutenburg took off the shawl and answered. "Go away? Why, of course not. It's only Sam's birthday. You're not afraid of boys, I guess." "I'm not afraid of anything," said Miss Essie, and her bright black eyes said it too. "Isn't that Mr. Linden?" "Yes, I thought so. And Faith Derrick. My! Child, how you're dressed. What sort of a party have you got, Mrs. S.?" "Why, boys," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, while Mr. Linden said, "Good evening, Miss Essie. You know I am one of them." "Are you? I don't know much about you, except by hearsay, you know. I am glad you are here tonight. I shall study you, Mr. Linden." Mr. Linden bowed his acknowledgments. "Will you want my help, Miss Essie?" She laughed. "Come," said she. "Don't get on too fast. I am beginning to like you already. What are the boys doing, Mrs. Stoutenburg? Sam's birthday, did you say?" "Yes, it's Sam's birthday. I don't suppose they're doing much yet except coming," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "What they will do, no mortal can say." "And you'll let them do anything. It must be a nice thing to be a boy, with such a mother as Mrs. Stoutenburg, Mr. Linden." His yes came readily enough, but was unaccompanied with any other word whatever. Mrs. Stoutenburg's "Do hush!" was sufficiently energetic, though very low. "How old is Sam?" was the instant question, as if the whisper had referred to him. "Oh, Sam can't get beyond 14 till he's 20, said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "I suppose by that time I shan't care how old he is." "I know who thinks he's a handsome fellow," said Miss Essie, shaking her head. "And that's not you, Mrs. S. I know he's a smart one, for I pinned a blue riband to his coat once. I wonder if he loves me properly for it. Faith Derrick, how come you to be here, child?" "Why, because Mrs. Stoutenburg asked me," said Faith, answering this sudden address with some surprise. Wrong, said Miss Essie. There's some mistake about it. I've just come from hearing you talked of. Whom did you hear, Miss Essie? Said the squire. Come, give up your authority. I was at Judge Harrison's, said Miss Essie, after a considerative look of her black eyes at the squire. And that's all I am going to tell you, Mr. Stoutenburg. Mr. Linden, what do you think of the propriety of people's talking about people? I think well of the propriety, when it exists. Well, what do you think of its existence? Honestly now, I want to get at your opinion. I think its existence is rather limited and precarious, Miss Essie, said Mr. Linden, smiling. It is one of those things that may be said to have a delicate constitution. Well, said Miss Essie again, smiling too, both with lips and eyes. How could people get along in such a place as Pattaquasset, for instance, without it? People must talk, and it is so pleasant to know that Mrs. Stoutenburg's son Sam is 15 years old and had a party on his birthday, and that Mr. Linden and Miss Derrick were there and eat roast turkey, and to know that Miss Essie de Staff went to New York to get a new carpet for her best room and what the new style is, and that Miss Faith Derrick was run away with and brought home again and went through adventures. How could we do without talking of these things? Now perhaps you will say it's immoral, but I'm in favor of a possible morality, and I say, how could Pattaquasset get along without all this? Pattaquasset could get along without some of the things to start with, said the squire. I don't know what you call pleasant, Miss Essie, but I never was so angry in my life, since some rascal told me Mrs. Stoutenburg was going to marry somebody else, he added, laughing. But I say, said Miss Essie, how could Pattaquasset get along without talking of these things? And I asked Mr. Linden. I want to know his opinion. I will not say that it could, said Mr. Linden. Miss Essie, you know Pattaquasset better than I do. Well, do you think there is any harm in talking of them? What do you think of the modern definition of a young lawyer, Miss Essie? A man who is where he has no business to be, because he has no business where he ought to be. Miss Essie laughed and laughed. Don't Sam get along fast with his reading and writing, Mr. Stoutenburg? Always did, said the squire. And with everything else, too. What are you talking about? I lost that. I'd gone off to that rascal. Miss Essie's laugh rang out again, and her eyes danced. That rascal! Now for shame, Mr. Stoutenburg. You know better. I wonder if you never had young horses yourself, and took Mrs. Stoutenburg to ride, too. Now I like him very much, Mr. Linden. You know Dr. Harrison, don't you? I should, a little. Well, aren't you a judge of character? Do you think he deserves to be called a rascal? But Squire Stoutenburg prevented the answer. I wish you'd just stop and let me catch up with you, Miss Essie, he said. Now, before we go any further, whoever said he was a rascal? I didn't. Did you mean somebody else, Mr. Stoutenburg? That's the way you talk over pleasant things, said the squire. If I hadn't hallooed after you, Miss Essie, I should have had a challenge from the doctor before morning, or a shot. That's getting to be the fashion. Do you think Dr. Harrison is that kind of man? Said Miss Essie. Mr. Linden, what kind of man do you think he is? You can tell better than the squire, and I want to know. Miss Essie, he is my friend, and I am his. You cannot expect me to give you Dr. Harrison's components, each with its Latin label on. Not at all, but in general. How would you characterize him, if asked what sort of a man he was? I should perhaps decline. Miss Essie had no chance to push her question, for Sam came with a demand for Mr. Linden himself, which was at once obeyed. A little while passed, and then Mr. Linden came back again, and walked composedly round to the back of Faith's chair. Mrs. Stoutenburg, he said, will you let me take this lady away for 5 minutes? Miss Faith, will you come? Nothing loth, if the truth must be told. Faith rose up to follow his leading, which was out of the parlor and through the hall. Miss Faith, he said as he shut the door, have you been conjugating the verbs seigneur? No, she said. I was amused to hear you and Miss Essie talk." "What singular ideas people have on the question of pleasant things," said Mr. Linden. "Come in here, Miss Faith." And he opened the door of a mingled library, study room, and office. "I want to give you, before we go any further, the whole quotation which I did not dare to give Miss Essie, though it would not have been meant for her, if I had." And he took down one of the books and read. "Her eye, it seems a chemic test, and drops upon you like an acid. It bites you with unconscious zest, so clear and bright, so coldly placid. It holds you quietly aloof, it holds, and yet it does not win you. It merely puts you to the proof, and sorts what qualities are in you," etc. There you are classified. She's gone, far, far away into herself, each with its Latin label on. Your poor components, one by one, are laid upon their proper shelf in her compact and ordered mind, etc. O brain exact, that in thy scales canst weigh the sun and never err! For once thy patient science fails, one problem still defies thy art. Thou never canst compute for her the distance and diameter of any simple human heart. "That's comforting doctrine, isn't it?" he said, smiling as he put up the book. "How good that is," said Faith, as much in the spirit of enjoyment as of criticism. "But it isn't just Miss Essie. It's more like—" She stopped. "Well, who?" "No, it is not Miss Essie." "I was going to say Mrs. Summers, but it is not Mrs. Summers either. She is more kind than that." "Yes, I think so, though she keeps her kindness under lock and key, like her sweetmeats. Miss Faith, shall I give you a loophole view of those boys, before you venture yourself among them?" She said yes, with a bright face that shewed her primed for any enjoyment, or anything else, perhaps, he might propose. He knew the house, apparently, and led her out of one door and in at another, giving her little undertone remarks by the way. "I know you and I agree in some of our notions about pleasant things," he said, "or I should not presume that you would find this one. To some people, you know, boys are mere receivers for Latin and Greek. To me, they are separate little pieces of humanity. I study them quite as much as they do their lessons. Now you shall see them off their guard. This room is dark, but I know the way." He took her hand as he spoke, and led her through the darkness to a spot of shaded light at the further end of the room, whence, too, came laughter and voices, then drew back the curtain from a sash door and let her look in. It was pleasant, as he said. The room was glowing with light, the boys in a knot about the fire, some sitting, some standing, one or two couchant upon the rug. Sam was the spokesman just then, the rest listening, interrupting, applauding, the flashing firelight shewing such different faces, such varied indications. They looked like a little congress of representatives. "What are they doing, Mr. Linden? Sam is having a good time, and all the rest of them for that matter." "I am not quite sure what they are doing, Miss Faith. Sam looks as if he might be recounting some of his own exploits for the 20th time. But Reuben, who never would recount one of his, is 5 times as much of a man. Yes, I wonder what Miss Essie would say of the two respectively. She means to study me tonight, you know," he said, smiling. "And I mean she shall. There comes Mrs. Stoutenburg. Now I shall take you in." Not by the sash door, but round again by another way, they came upon the little company. Mrs. Stoutenburg had been in before, and her reappearance had not made much change in the order of things. But when Faith came in, every boy rose to his feet, and the admiring looks were only bounded by the number of eyes. They fell back right and left as she came on towards the fire, and once seated there in an easy-chair, those who knew her came up to pay their respects. Those who did not stood still, and paid them at a distance, whispering and touching each other with, "My, ain't she handsome?" All of which amused at least 2 of the lookers-on. 1 or 2 of the boys Mr. Linden brought up and presented. Faith, however, was presently out of her chair of state, and wound in and out among them, speaking to those whom she knew or remembered at Ellaqyint. She was in a little gale of good fellowship by the time Mr. Linden with Miss Essie returned to the room. "Well," said Miss Essie. "Now what's the first order of things? Mr. Linden, these are all your boys, I suppose?" "These are all and not all, Miss Essie." "Yes. Do they always do what you tell them?" "They are extraordinary boys," said Mr. Linden. "Not one of them has a will of his own." "Oh," said Miss Essie. "What has become of their wills? Have you stolen them?" "Now I am going to put that to the proof. Sam Stoutenburg, you are not 20 years old yet, your mother says. Have you a will of your own?" "Mother says I have," replied Sam. "Ah, you see," said Miss Essie. "You, sir. I know you, but I don't remember you. Your teacher says you haven't a will of your own. Now is it true? I want to know." "A will of my own, ma'am?" Reuben repeated, looking doubtfully from Miss Essie to Mr. Linden. "Against whose, if you please?" "Well," said Miss Essie, a little surprised, and laughing, "upon honor. Will you tell the truth?" "I'll try, ma'am." "Against Mr. Linden's. Now, upon honor. I'll go bail for you." The bail was not needed. Reuben's quiet, "No, ma'am, and don't want to have," was very forcible. "I declare," said Miss Essie, turning to Mr. Linden, "you're a wonderful man. For of course Sam's word is his mother's word, and that's nothing in the circumstances. I wish I had been so happy as to be a boy and go to school to you, Mr. Linden. All my life my trouble has been a will of my own, and I never found anybody that could deprive me of it." "Nor yourself ready to give it up?" "Of course, but I never could, you know. It was stronger than I." "I'll tell you what," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, coming up. "If you two people want to talk any more, you've got to stand out of the way. Faith and I are going to have a game with these boys." "What sort of game?" "Why, blind man's buff," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "Sam, go to my room and fetch that plaid riband that lies on the bed." "Now I'll tell you," said Miss Essie. "You must play this game as they do it up at Sukiag. Any game wants a stake, you know, Mr. Stoutenburg, to make it thoroughly interesting. You must play it this way. Everybody that is caught and found must answer any question the person catching chooses to ask, and if he refuses to answer, he must answer some other question and give a reason for it. That'll make him fly round." In the midst of a little general bustle that ensued, Faith was startled at finding that her rose and myrtle were gone. The next instant a hand presented them unceremoniously under her face, and an abrupt voice announced, "Here's your flowers." It was even Phil Davids who had done it. Faith seized her flowers and then sprang after Phil and thanked him, very gratefully, rightly hailing this civility as an omen for good. The flowers were next bestowed carefully in a glass of water, to be in safety till the play should be over. Now began the fun of robing and disrobing. The ladies pinned up their silk skirts into order and quiet compass, and pulled on over their arms and shoulders whatever boys' gear would fit. Faith was jaunty in a little cloth jacket which covered her arms. Miss Essie wrapped about her a plaid travelling shawl of the squire's. Mrs. Stoutenburg deferred her disguising till she should need it, being in the first place to be the catcher, not the caught. Mr. Linden, on his part, chose to rely on his own resources for safety, but 2 or 3 of the boys tied on shawls and scarfs, soon discarded in the melee. If Sam's intent was to have a steady game of running, never to produce results unless fatigue and laughter, he had well chosen the first catcher. Mrs. Stoutenburg's powers of entanglement lay not in that line, though she ran about with the most utter goodwill and merriment. But how the boys jumped over her arms, or dived under them! How Sam caught her round the waist, and even kissed her, regardless of danger! She might have been playing till this time, if Mr. Linden had not interposed, and gallantly suffered himself to be caught. "We'll have to step round now, I tell you," said one of the boys. "This'll be another guess sort of a run." "Look out for yourself now, Miss Faith," said Reuben, both which things were profoundly true and necessary. And Faith soon found out that she was the quarry, and that pigeons were of no avail. Whether Mr. Linden had heard her steps about his sick room till he had learned them by heart, whether the theory of spirits touching held good in this case, he gave her a swift little run around the room, and shut her up gracefully in the corner. Then, with the simplicity which characterized most of his proceedings, disregarding jacket and cap, he took hold of her hand and inquired, "Miss Faith, do you consider yourself disguised?" The soft laugh, which it was impossible to keep back, answered to his ear, as the flush which overspread Faith's face answered to eyes of the rest of the company. "That will do to begin with," he said as he took off the plaid riband, while Mrs. Stoutenburg laughed and clapped her hands after her own lively fashion. "But, Miss Faith," said Sam, "don't tie up your head, please. If you shut your eyes, it will do just as well." "You can't see her eyes if they're shut, you foolish boy," said Mr. Linden. "Go off and attend to your own affairs. Miss Faith, shall I tie this on, or do you wish for a deputy?" There is a great deal of character that comes out in a play. Miss Essie might have had excellent opportunity for prosecuting her studies if she had not been busy on her own score. For Faith did not play like Mrs. Stoutenburg. She played like herself, with a gentleness that never overstepped delicate bounds. But her foot was light and true, and her movements fearless and free as those of the very boys. It was a pretty game that she played. It would have been a short one, but that it was so hard to identify her captives. One boy after another Faith caught, to the feeling they were all alike. At last her hand ceased, and other prize, and her voice exclaimed, "Mr. Stoutenburg!" There was a sharp change about now between the older and the younger people. Faith did her best not to be caught again, but after half a dozen changes between Mr. Linden and the boys, he again had the pleasure of investing her with the plaid riband. "May I give her the question?" whispered Miss Essie at Mr. Linden's ear. "No, indeed," said Mr. Linden. "Miss Faith, what is the difference between a bird and a philosopher?" Somewhat to the surprise as well as amusement of the company, the answer to this was the heartiest, merriest bit of a laugh. Then she said, "One looks round the corner, Mr. Linden." "Well, you won't see round the corner now," he said softly, and laughing as he tied on the ribbon. "Miss Faith, do you mean to say I did?" She said no, and ran away. But Faith was not in luck this time, for she caught Miss Essie, and Miss Essie in a few minutes got the chance she wanted at Faith. She wouldn't have had it, for Faith ran too well and vanished too skillfully. But a little knot of the boys getting into a knot just in her way and at the wrong time, Faith fell a prey. "Now," said her captor, unbinding her riband, "what do you think I am going to ask you?" Faith was very doubtful on the subject, and waited in silence. "Only a matter of taste," said Miss Essie. "Who do you think," speaking slowly, "is the handsomest man in Pattaquasset?" The color mounted in Faith's cheeks too distinctly to leave any room for the doubt that no other answer was at hand. She avoided Miss Essie's black eyes. "Come," said that lady. "I can't tell you," said Faith, amid the laughter of some of the company, which was enormous. "You can't," said Miss Essie. "Now you are at my mercy. You have got to tell me something else and give your reason. What do you think is the best profession a man can follow?" "Any one is good that is used right," said Faith, looking down and speaking with difficulty. "But I suppose the best is a minister's." "Why?" said Miss Essie, disappointed. "Because the business of that profession is to lead men to heaven. That of others is only to fit them for earth." "My dear, you're a fine girl," said the squire, willing Faith should say anything that cut out Dr. Harrison. "Miss Essie, what do you mean by asking her such a string of questions? How can she tell who's the handsomest man? She wouldn't like to hurt Mr. Linden's feelings by saying me, nor to make us both mad by saying anybody else, if there was anybody else to speak of." "You hush, Mr. Stoutenburg," said Miss Essie. "Don't you know how to ask questions? Now, Faith Derrick, run off with yourself." Faith obeyed with a trifle less than her usual spirit, but the game presently called it back again. Darting about like some gentle-hearted hawk among those flying pigeons, she had seized one boy and another with her usual bad success in the matter of identifying, when the boys suddenly cleared away a little, anxious perhaps that Mr. Linden should be caught again, for of all the players he gave them the most fun. And so effectually did they clear the way, so ineffectually did he protect himself. that the next grasp of Faith's hand was upon his arm, and her voice gravely announced that she knew it. "Now, Faith," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, "do puzzle him if you can. Give him a hard question." "She does not want to ask me any questions," said Mr. Linden as he untied the ribbon. "You forget, Mrs. Stoutenburg, how many she can ask every day. Now with Miss Essie, the case is quite different." Very quiet and pleasant was the look bent on Faith. Very cool and undisturbed the manner. "Miss Faith, are you tired? I must be philosophical enough to inform you that there is a shadow of Puss in the corner." And a very plain expression of gratitude was in her eyes and smile as she answered, "No, I'm not tired, Mr. Linden, but I would as lieve look on as play." That seemed to be the general grown-up mind, but before the looking on had lasted long, everybody was called into another room to supper. There the boys were left somewhat to themselves at one end of the table, and the half-dozen others stood or sat in the warm fireplace corner at the other. Mr. Linden, indeed, and Squire Stoutenburg were both boys very often, but their returns to the ladies were frequent and prolonged. Faith was enthroned in a great chair, and there petted by Mrs. Stoutenburg, while everybody brought her things by turns, a privilege highly prized by some of the boys. Neither could Miss Essie complain of want of attention, while Mrs. Stoutenburg and Mr. Linden took laughing care of each other between whiles. "Miss Essie," he said as he brought her a cup of coffee, "where are you in the pursuit of knowledge?" Miss Essie laughed, yet not a triumphant laugh, nor even a satisfied one. It might be considered doubtful. "I think," she said, "you are one of a sort I don't much understand, Mr. Linden. Perhaps because I don't know them much. Aren't you one of what I may call the good sort?" Faith's laugh, which was indeed very low but unavoidable, was the first testimony. "I hope you may," said Mr. Linden. "The words sound pleasant. I am not quite sure what they mean." "Ah, there you are again," said Miss Essie, "as difficult to catch at other things as at blind man's buff. Well, I'll be frank with you, for I don't mean to offend you. I mean the sort of people who are called rigidly righteous, people who think it incumbent on them to be better than their neighbors." "Oh, no," said Mr. Linden. "I quite disclaim that. I only think it incumbent on me to be better than myself." "Yes, but you are one of the people, aren't you?" "Not according to that term, Miss Essie. May I ask what you mean by the other?" "Rigidly righteous?" "Yes." "Why, I told you, people that pretend to be better than people in general. People in general, you know, get on without pretending much to be good at all. And of course it's disagreeable to be brought short up at every turn with 'you ought not' and 'you ought,' and whether it is said or acted don't make much difference. Now here's this child, a little while ago, thought she mustn't say anything was good but a minister." "Do you mean Christians?" said Mr. Linden. "Well," said Miss Essie, "I hope we're all Christians, aren't we? We're not heathens." "I mean the followers of Christ. Is that what you meant? I do wear the badge of that Legion of Honor." Miss Essie looked fidgeted. Faith was letting her ice cream melt while she listened. Mrs. Stoutenburg, in the midst of supper-table attentions, gave an anxious eye and ear to the conference, which she would not interrupt. "Well, now tell me what you mean by that," said Miss Essie, feeling herself in some confusion, of terms at least. "Can I find plainer words? You know what was meant by a follower in the old feudal times." "No, I don't," said Miss Essie, beginning to sip her coffee again. "Tell me." "A follower was one who, binding himself to the service his lord required of him, thenceforth paid it, in peace or in war, to the end of his life. And the terms of agreement were twofold: fidelity on the one side, protection on the other. 'They follow me,' says Christ, 'and I give unto them eternal life.'" "Yes, but," said Miss Essie, "do you think it is required that we should put ourselves so much out of the way to be good? I think people were meant to enjoy themselves." "I enjoy myself," said Mr. Linden, smiling a little. "What think you makes the lark fly circling up into the very sunbeams, singing as the lie goes? Is it duty? Is it to rise above the robins and sparrows?" "I don't understand you," said Miss Essie respectfully. "That is just the inner life of many a Christian. His very heart cry is, 'Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee, e'en though it be a cross that raiseth me.'" "Well, you think nobody can be safe that don't live just so," persisted Miss Essie. "In whom such a life is not at least begun? How can it be, Miss Essie? Safe, without the blessing of God?" "Well, there we differ," said the lady. "That's what I mean by being rigidly righteous. I think everyone must judge for himself." A little more erect, Mr. Linden stood, drawing himself up slightly. It was his wont sometimes, under a touch of excitement, and spoke, with his deep emphasis, these words: "This is life eternal, to know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent. Miss Essie, where is your permit for free judgment against the Bible?" "I didn't mean that," said Miss Essie, lowering her crest. "But I mean that everybody can't be good after your strict way." "I am not standing up for myself, you know," said he pleasantly, "nor denying that you have described me right. But what a follower of Christ ought to be is no more rigid than sunlight, or than the wings of angels. Yet both sun and angels always do his commandment. Who made them both?" "Oh, people can't be sunlight, nor angels neither. In this world, you're utopian. That's what I said." "They can be burning and shining lights," said Mr. Linden. "Miss Essie, will you gainsay the Bible? Why can they not?" "They can be, but I suppose they aren't obliged to be. Or what is to become of us all?" said Miss Essie, half seriously, half defiantly. "That will depend upon whom we follow," he answered gravely. "Well now, Mr. Linden, how many people in the world are followers in the way you have described them? And are all the rest going to destruction? Take the people in this room now, for instance. Boys and all, here's 20 of us perhaps. How many do you suppose are here of your way of following? You're one. Who's another? Stand off there, and see whom you can get to join you." "Stand off and say with Moses, who was on the Lord's side? There would be several, Miss Essie." "Well, count up," said Miss Essie. "I suppose they have no objection to shew themselves. You are one. Who's another?" "I am another," said Faith, rising and setting down her ice cream. "You," said Miss Essie, turning the black eyes upon her. "You look like it, child." "You must put the rigid out of your head," Mr. Linden said, with a smile which changed as he spoke. "Well, who else?" said Miss Essie, for some reason or other in an impatient temper. "Tell them your definition, will you, and ask who will stand by you. Mrs. Stoutenburg, make them all stop and attend." "If I ask them, you may think they come to please me." "No, no, you know how to say it. Mr. Stoutenburg, boys, listen. I want to know how many there are here of a particular kind of people. Mr. Linden will tell you what kind." He spoke then, as Faith had once or twice heard him speak, sending his voice through the room almost without raising it. "Miss Essie de Staff wishes to know how many there are here of a particular kind of people, those that have sworn unto the Lord and will not go back. Whoever is of that number will please come over to this side." There was a little astonished pause. Mr. and Mrs. Stoutenburg, just then at the further end of the room, had moved at Miss Essie's summons, but stopped short at the first sound of Mr. Linden's voice, and looked in a sort of maze. He clearly was not jesting. That was all they could make out. That, too, the boys saw, but for a minute they stood like statues. Then Reuben stepped from the group and walked quietly, deliberately, over to where Mr. Linden stood, the covenant signing in his face, glowing with the Free Church edition, "Until death." One and another followed him, one after another. Faith was surprised to see how many, ranging themselves about Mr. Linden. But something in it all touched him, stirred him, something perhaps personal to himself and them. For after the first 3 or 4 had come, he looked no more. His eyes fell, and the firmly compressed lips could not quite conceal their trembling. He stood as statue-like as the boys had done. In the interest of a moment and a scene that she never forgot, it was a simple thing that Faith lost thought of her own standing. Perhaps Miss Essie shared her oblivion of self for that minute. Her look of uneasy curiosity changed to a sobriety that was almost awe. Perhaps self-recollection came back, for after eyeing the dumb show with uncommonly blank black eyes, both they and she suddenly started into action. "That will do," she said with voice and gesture. "You may go back, scatter, and be boys again. Mr. Linden, what I complain of is that you say you are on the Lord's side and that everybody else is not." His thoughts came back slowly, as from some far distant region. He even turned to Faith and wheeled up a chair for her before he answered. "No, Miss Essie, those last words I believe I never said. But the Lord knoweth them that are his. Let each one have answering knowledge for himself." Miss Essie's look was not comfortable. She abandoned the point in hand and swallowed her cold coffee. "What are you talking about?" said Mrs. Stoutenburg, coming up to them. "What sort of a game was that, Miss Essie?" "Nothing," said Miss Essie. "I said I would study Mr. Linden, and I have. I've found out 2 things about him." "I wonder if he's been studying too," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "What are the 2 things, Miss Essie?" "Your coffee's just as cold as Faith's ice is warm. That comes of talking when you ought to be eating. Mr. Linden, just help Mr. Stoutenburg with that little table, please, and I'll have the coffee pot here and be comfortable." "And I shall tell Miss Essie a story about fishes," said Mr. Linden, as he obeyed. Mrs. Stoutenburg sat down behind her coffee pot, while the gentlemen went back and forth between the 2 tables, bringing cups and cake and what else was needed for this German cotillion, as Mr. Linden called it. During which interlude Miss Essie, after taking an observant view of Faith, gave her a significant private admonition that somebody would not like her being there. Faith in vain endeavored to get some light on this dark information. Miss Essie was startling but enigmatical, and suddenly turned from her and asked Mr. Linden what was the story he had promised. "Not much of a story, though I called it one. It has to do with the way different races of fishes wear their bones." "Well," said Miss Essie, using her eyes, while Faith forgot her flushed cheeks and used hers. "You are perhaps aware," he said, smiling, "that even fishes have their inflexible points. In other words, a region of bone somewhere." Miss Essie bowed her head, mentally ejaculating, "You have." "And all the fossil tribes, as well as those which now exist, are divided into 2 great classes. Those which wear their bones on the outside, and those which wear them within. The first have a perfect plate armor, jointed and fitted and carved, piece by piece, but the inner framework is merely cartilaginous. The others, while they shew nothing but pliant flesh, have an internal structure of bone which can outlast ages." "Curious," said Miss Essie, eyeing him all the while carefully. "Then I suppose we are all fishes." "I was thinking, apropos to our talk a while ago, of the intangible, unseen nature of a Christian's strength. The moment his defense is worn on the outside, that moment there is a failure of strength within. His real armor of proof is nothing more rigid, Miss Essie, than the girdle of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, and, for a helmet, the hope of salvation." "Very good armor," said Miss Essie, "but can't he wear it without being unlike other people?" "Can he?" "Look here," said Squire Stoutenburg. "What have you been about? If you've been studying anatomy, Mr. Linden, I'll go learn dancing." And the conversation diverged. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 32. Faith pondered probably Miss Essie's enigmatical words, but she said nothing on the subject even to her mother. Other people's words and looks had produced their share of disturbance at the time, disturbance that Faith did not like to recollect, and she would not recollect it, practically. It left no trace on her face or behavior. The simplicity of both, unchanged in a whit, testified for her that her modesty would not take such hints from other people's testimony, and that there was no folly in her to be set fluttering at the suggestion. The next Wednesday morning was one of great promise, fair and soft and quiet, with November's sunshine softening November's brown dress. "I think, Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said before he went off after breakfast, "that you should take a short run or two before you try that long one to Pattaquasset." "A run, Mr. Linden? Didn't I have one last night?" "Truly, yes, but I mean on horseback. Will you take such a one today?" "Yes," said Faith, looking different things, especially pleasure. "But, Mr. Linden, I don't know where I am to get a horse. Crab can't go now." "Well, as I am to play the part of page and run by your side," said Mr. Linden, "I am rather glad he can't. No disrespect to his other good qualities. When will you be ready, Miss Faith?" The hour fixed upon had need to be early, for the days were short, so though books had a little time after dinner, it was but a little. Then the horses came, and Mr. Linden took Faith in charge, with words from her mother that might have been very useful if they had been needed, which in his case they hardly were. A fact which his reply, or the manner of it, seemed to impress upon Mrs. Derrick's mind, for she saw them ride off with nothing but pleasure. Other people saw them with a variety of emotions. All the boys they met, except Sam, looked unqualified delight. From her window, Mrs. Stoutenburg gave them a gay wave of her hand. Miss Bezak on the sidewalk absolutely turned to look again. They rode leisurely upon the grassy road, hardly beyond a walk at first, and it was not till the houses grew few and the road more open that Faith had her promised run, which was but an easy trot after all. "You must begin very gently, Miss Faith," said her companion as they walked their horses up a little hill. "Look how those topsails mark the water line." "Yes. Don't you like to see the white sails peeping over the trees?" "I always do. But, Mr. Linden, I don't get tired easily. You needn't be afraid. I can go just as fast as you like." She looked enough in the mood. "You know I am interested in the matter. If I should come home tomorrow and find you gone to sleep at midday, I should lose my French lesson. Now you may have another run." This run was rather a long one, yet came to an unexpected end, for turning a woody point in the road, the two riders saw a wagon before them, so directly in their way that the run changed to a walk even before they perceived that the wagon was in distress. Some bit of harness, some pin had given way, and the driver had dismounted to repair damages. But moody, or intent upon his work, Faith's horse was close upon him before he looked up, and then she saw it was Squire Deacon. He looked down again as suddenly, with only a slight motion of his hand to his hat. Faith's first impulse would have been to rush on, but she checked that. Her next would have been to wait and leave somebody else to speak first, but she overcame that too. So it was her very clear, gentle voice that asked, "Are you in trouble here, Mr. Deacon?" The squire had no time to give his answer, and scarce a moment wherein to concoct it, for Mr. Linden had dismounted, and now came between Faith's horse and the wagon with, "What is the matter, Squire Deacon? Can I help you?" The squire looked upon them full, with a face that darkened as he looked. "It's you, is it?" he said slowly. "I thought it was Dr. Harrison." "Can I help you?" Mr. Linden repeated, and the tone was a little peremptory. Sullenly and slowly the squire told the damage, the broken harness, the lost linchpin, and let Mr. Linden take the first out of his hands and do with it what he chose. Looking on the while, then by degrees taking hold himself and working with him as with any other man, but throwing off jealously the kindness of his helper's words or manner. It was a grave kindness, certainly, but it did not belie the name. Faith sat looking on. After a while her voice broke the silence. "Did you say a linchpin was wanting, Mr. Deacon?" "There's one gone." "I should like to be doing something to help. Will you lend me your knife, Mr. Deacon? And I'll try." But that brought a hand on her bridle. I cannot trust your horse out of my sight, Miss Faith. I will get what is wanting." "There's no use in anyone's doing anything," said Squire Deacon by way of a settler, and the harness work went on in silence. Faith waited a little. "I am not the least afraid," she said then, leaning over her horse's neck, but speaking no name. "There's a place only a little way back where I think I can get a linchpin, if anybody will lend me a knife. Please let me go and be doing something. I want to go." "This cord," said Mr. Linden, taking one up from the bottom of the wagon. "Is it wanted for any special purpose, Squire Deacon?" "I guess if you ask Joe he could tell you," said the squire with a glance that way. "'Twas good for something, but he's tied it in 40 knots, just to see if I'd be fool enough to pick 'em out." "It would be very useful about this harness," said Mr. Linden. "Will you try and get rid of the knots?" And he handed Faith the cord, with a smile which said she must make that do instead of the linchpin. Which Faith did not particularly like, for she had a strong hankering for the ride back to the bushes. She dropped the bridle upon her horse's neck and began to exercise her patience and skill upon the knots. "I wish I had a knife," she said as she did so, "and I'd shew you that I'm not afraid." And a little color rose in her face, which rather grew. "That's easy," said Squire Deacon, looking suddenly up and extending his hand. "Here's one as'll cut through most things." Mr. Linden's head was bent over the harness. Neither eye nor hand stirred from his work. "Thank you, Mr. Deacon," said Faith, feeling the blood rise to her brow. "But I won't go for it now. I'll do this first." In her confusion, Faith did not see another person that joined the group, till he was standing at her horse's side. "What sort of a bee are you getting up here on the highway?" said Mr. Simlins in his good-humored growl, and he had a variety. "What air you doing on horseback?" "There's harness to be mended here, Mrs. Simlins, and I'm making rope for it." "You go long," said he. "Who are you making rope for? Give that to me." But Faith held fast. "No, Mr. Simlins, you can't have it. I am bound to get out these knots. There is work doing round here that perhaps you can help." Mr. Simlins stooped under her horse's head and went round to the other side, and then for the first time he got a full view. "That's the way you perform actions," he said, seeming too profoundly struck to be at all wordy. "Say and seal, I guess you be. What's the matter with you, Squire?" "If anything is, I hain't heard of it," said Mr. Deacon, with the knife lying heavily against his ribs. "Mr. Linden's turned harness maker. That's the last news." "Oh, are you there, Mr. Simlins?" said the new mechanic, looking up from his work. "Can't be more unlikely than you," said the farmer, beginning on his part to finger the broken harness. "How you come to be here passes all my imagery. That'll do smartly. Where did you learn all trades? I don't see Squire Deacon, but he's as good at mending as you be at MaryAnn. What do you think?" "I don't see as one man has much to do with the other," said Mr. Deacon lucidly. "Yes, that will do," said Mr. Linden. "Now, Miss Faith, give me that cord if you please, and you shall go after the linchpin." "No," she said pleasantly. "It'll be done in a minute. I want to finish it." "When did you get back from York, Squire?" said Mr. Simlins, "and what took you away? I hain't heerd yet. I never believed you were gone for good, though folks said it." "'Tain't generally worth while to believe what folks says," replied the squire. "I've been back 3 weeks, I guess. Shouldn't wonder if I went again, though." "Shouldn't wonder if you did," said Mr. Simlins. "I would if I was you, if I wanted to. Mr. Linden, it was a providential thing that you should come along at this idiomatical moment. There ain't another man in Pattaquasset would 'a done this so good as you." "There is another line of business open to me, then," said Mr. Linden, who had begun upon the other end of the piece of cord with opposition fingers. "What ain't open to you?" said Mr. Simlins. "Do you know of anything? Give us that cord, will you?" "Yes, you may have it now. The knots are all out," said Mr. Linden, as he put the disentangled cord in the hands of Mr. Simlins and himself in the saddle. "Now, Miss Faith, you shall have a lesson in linchpins, s'il vous plaît." "You do beat all," said Squire Deacon, looking up from under his hat and with a voice that kept his eyes company. Faith looked very pretty as she turned her horse in obedience to the intimation given her, with a somewhat demure smile and blush upon her face. Mr. Simlins looked, as well as the squire, with a different expression. "Well, I guess you're about right," was his answering remark. I do believe he can get the whip hand of most things. He's a say and seal man, he says. To which, however, the squire deigned no response. Stooping over his harness, fingering and fitting, he was silent a little, then spoke in a careless, half-inquiring, half-assenting sort of way. What wonders me is why he don't marry that girl out of hand. I reckon she'd follow him down that road as easy as she does down others. What's he waiting for? I guess he hain't pitched upon a likely place to settle yet, said Mr. Simmonds, in a manner equally careless and devoid of reliable information. Squire Deacon gave a little inarticulate reply. He'd better hurry up, he said. Dr. Harrison's giving chase. Is he? Said Mr. Simmonds. He'll be where the dog was when he chased the wolf, if he's spry. I shouldn't wonder. Oh, you think he's a wolf, do you? Said Mr. Deacon. Well, the doctor's chance ain't much the worse of that. Don't look very carnivorous, said Mr. Simmonds, but I ain't sure. I wouldn't be so quick in my presumption, squire. You'll shoot the wrong game one of these days if you hain't already. Think so? Said the squire. Well, I ain't after the game they are, anyway, so it don't matter to me which of 'em gets her. Most folks say it's like to be the doctor. She seems trying 'em both by turns. The riders, on their part, had a short run back on the road they had come, to where there was a hedge and thicket and trees together, and Faith's horse being led close up to the side of the hedge, and she herself provided with a knife, she was free to cut as many linchpins as she chose. But at this point Faith handed back the knife. I can't do it half so well, she said. I would rather you did it, Mr. Linden. You would rather not do it, he said, looking at her. Is no bread pleasant but that eaten in secret? Faith colored very much. I didn't care about doing it, Mr. Linden, except to be useful and for the enterprise of going off for it by myself. And I didn't care about that more than 2 minutes. You know I had a charge about you before we came out, he said, taking the knife and bending down towards the hedge to use it. But for that, or a like one in my own mind, you should have had your enterprise. There, I think that may serve the purpose. The linchpin being delivered, the riders left the distressed wagon behind, and again the free road stretched before them. The soft air and light filled all the way, and even the brown tree stems with pleasantness. The horses felt they had had a rest, and pricked up their ears to be in motion again, and the minds of the riders perhaps felt a stir of the like kind. Miss Faith, said Mr. Linden, a German writer says that one should every day read a fine poem, look upon an excellent picture, hear a little good music, and, if possible, speak a few sensible words. Why do you tell that to me, Mr. Linden? I consider it my duty to keep you well informed as to yours. But then, said Faith, who by dint of trotting had got into as merry a mood as her gentleness often wore, I hope you will also think it your duty, Mr. Linden, to tell me how I can perform mine. Will you? Of course. Please speak a few sensible words to me at once. You begin with the easiest thing, said Faith. Yes, I am generally considerate, but as it is part of my duty to hear a little good music, I am willing you should sing first. Music he had, though not exactly of the specified sort, for Faith's laugh rolled along the road like the chafing of silver pebbles in a brook. Now for the next part, said Mr. Linden, smiling. I think I have done too much already, said Faith, growing grave. Besides, she added, the corners of her mouth all alive again, I don't remember what the next part is, Mr. Linden. Why, the sensible words. What are the most sensible you can think of on a sudden, Miss Faith? I don't know that I could think of anything very sensible on a sudden, Mr. Linden. Is it my duty to do it on a sudden? It might be, Miss Faith. Indeed, I think it is now. What would you like them to be about, Mr. Linden? And I'll try. Nay, you may choose. Sense is of universal application. If I should say what was uppermost, said Faith, it would be, how very pleasant what we are doing now is. Which part? Both parts. Every part. One makes the other more pleasant. And Faith's happy face looked so. Very sensible words, said Mr. Linden, smiling. I agree to them perfectly, which is, you know, in every mind the great test of sense. The picture, Miss Faith, we have before us. Yes, isn't it lovely today, Mr. Linden? And hasn't it been lovely ever since we set out? Except that broken harness, and I don't think that has hurt anything either. No, I am not sure that even the harness was much the worse, and it has been very lovely. As for the poem, Miss Faith, you cannot be trusted with that, and must resign yourself to hearing it read. What shall it be? I don't know, said Faith. I hardly know any poetry, Mr. Linden, except what I have heard you read. Will you read some, perhaps, this evening? Yes, every evening if you like, if we are to follow Goethe's rule. Just before tea is a good time, don't you think so? Yes, indeed, said Faith, whose color rose from pure pleasure, as her thought went back to L'Allegro and Il Penseroso. I don't think there is any time pleasanter for it. But they're all pleasant. I've dropped my whip, Mr. Linden. I will get it for you, he said, checking his horse, if you will promise not to run away. I'm afraid of your enterprising spirit, Miss Faith. But her look at him was a little touched and deprecating. They turned their horses together and went back a few steps. There was no trouble in finding the whip, for it just where it had been dropped, a boy stood holding it on high for Faith's acceptance. The boy was Phil David's. Thank you, Phil, said Faith, surprised and grateful. I see it go out of your hand, said Phil. Yes, said Mr. Linden, whose smile and word of thanks had accompanied Faith's. Phil has singularly quick eyes. They have done me good service before. As they turned again, Farmer David's stood at their horses' heads. They were just at the farmer's door, and he so entreated them to come in and rest that there was no refusing his hospitality. It was large and various, pumpkin pies and cider, and much pouring forth of gratitude and admiration for Mr. Linden's success with Phil. What have you done to that fellow? His father remarked admiringly to Mr. Linden. You never see such an alteration in a boy. He used, oncet, to talk hard words agin you, sir. You wouldn't mind hearing it now, but he's come all about, and lately there's nothing to Phil's mind can equal up to Mr. Linden. He don't say much about it, sir, but it's evident. And he's been at me and his mother this fortnight or two to give him something to make a present to you. The boys do, he says, and he wants the best thing on the farm should go, and so do I, sir, if we knowed oncet what would be most favorable. It would be a kindness, sir, as I should be grateful for, if you'd say what would do you most service or be most pleasure, of anything that is on the farm, fruit or vegetables or dairy. We're plain folks, sir. I say what I mean. Take some pie, Mr. Linden. Some cider, sir? Answering these various questions and demands as best he might, Mr. Linden contrived to convince Mr. Davids that Phil himself was the thing on the farm that he cared most about, and his goodwill better than any special manifestation thereof, giving at the same time full and grateful thanks for the other things that had come to him when he was ill. Yes, said Mr. Davids, smiling one of his grim and rare smiles. All that don't help our difficulty, you see. Well, Phil and I'll have to put our heads together. But there's one person can send nothing that will tell half his good feelings of gratefulness to you, and that's me. And a very unwonted softening of the stern man's eye and brow shewed that he spoke a gentle truth. Kind words answered him, words of personal kindness and interest and deep pleasure too. But Mr. Davids knew it was a pleasure, an interest, a kindness that had each, like Samuel Rutherford's hope, a face looking straight out unto that day. Truly, a city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. And the farmer felt it, and his manner softened, and his interest grew more wistful and intent with every minute they stayed. Faith was on horseback and Mr. Linden about to follow when Farmer Davids arrested him with a low remark and question. She's a fine-faced girl. Looks as her father needn't have been ashamed of her. Looks good, like he did. Is she going to marry the son of Judge Harrison, sir? Dr. Harrison has told me nothing of the kind. I heerd it, said the farmer. I didn't know nothing how it might be. Good day, sir. I hope you'll come again. And they trotted off at last, with again the renewed feeling of liberty and pleasure of motion. But the sun had descended perceptibly nearer to the horizon than he was when they dismounted. However, there was nothing to do but to ride, for the proposed route was a circuit, and they were past the first half of the way already. That was good, Mr. Linden, said Faith. Which part of it this time? I don't mean the pumpkin pie and the cider, she said, smiling. Do you feel rested? Oh, yes, rested and tired too. At least, quite ready to move on again. Yes, so am I. But do you know Goethe left out one very important item in his daily directions? What was that? One should, if possible, every day give someone else a little pleasure. Yes, said Faith, and it's so true and so easy. How much you gave there just now, Mr. Linden. It was rather of their taking than my giving. But, Miss Faith, how necessary is it nowadays that each body live uprightly in all manner ways? Yes, Mr. Linden, what are you thinking of? Just that, he said, smiling. A thought of the darkness makes one want to trim the lights. Did you ever notice, Miss Faith, that many things which were written in a mere worldly sense will bear a very sweet Christian application? Take this, for instance. Thus would I double my life's fading space, for he who runs it well runs twice his race. And in this true delight, these unbought sports, that happy state, I would not fear nor wish my fate, but boldly say each night, Tomorrow let my sun his beams display, or in clouds hide them. I have lived today. She listened with a bright face at first. Then, as the quotation was ended, her face flushed. She turned her eyes away, and a grave look of sorrow crept over her lips. But in a little while she looked again. How many books do you carry about in your head, Mr. Linden? If I should tell you, Miss Faith, then you would know, and then I could never delude you any more. Now we must quicken our pace, or we shall scarce get our poem before tea. For a while the trotting was pretty brisk. Then they drew bridle again and went gently on, but now towards the setting sun, whose bright rays were caught and held by the white sails that gleamed here and there in the distance. Now they met lines of cattle, driven by some barefooted boy or sun-bonneted girl, and ploughmen trudged along the road behind their teams. Thicker curls of smoke from wayside chimneys spoke of supper, and where a house stood in the shadow of some bit of forest, lights were already gleaming from the windows. How many things by season seasoned are, to their right praise and true perfection. Which bit of excellent eulogy might also have been true of Quapaw Creek and the bridge over it, which they reached in seasonable time. Quapaw Creek was here a little bit of a river, and the bridge over it was an insignificant little bridge, no count, in Squire Dean's language. But now, of all times in the year, the little bridge was already full of more than it could hold, literally, for it couldn't hold what was upon it. A heavy farm wagon loaded with some sort of produce had got fairly upon the bridge some hour or two before, and then broken through. Men and teams had for the present deserted it, and there was the way pretty effectually blocked up. What was to be done? They were not more now than a mile or two from home, but to go back and round by the nearest way would be several miles. The water was not very broad, nor generally deep, but the banks and the bed of the stream were uneven and strewn with rocks and stones, small and great. It was fordable, certainly. A good rider might cross well enough, but a good rider would scarce choose to trust an unskilful one there. What was to be done? We shall have to go back, Mr. Linden, said Faith, and you mustn't mind my riding fast now, or Mother will be uneasy. Mr. Linden took the case into consideration. Will you mind riding before me, Miss Faith? What, sir? She said, not understanding. Will you let me take you across? How can you, Mr. Linden? She said, looking a little startled and flushing. Very easily, on my horse. Stay where you are a minute and let me try the ford. And not waiting for an answer to that, he rode down the bank and into the stream. It was easy enough for a man who knew what to do with his horse's mouth. Not easy, nor perhaps safe for another. The footing needed to be chosen by the hand of the rider, so chosen it was good. Mr. Linden rode to the other side and came back. Will you try, Miss Faith? Yes, she said, putting her horse in motion. I am not afraid. I will follow you. It will be better than going round. But his horse did not stir. I shall not follow you, Miss Faith, and yet if you cross it must be before me. No other way is safe for you. Well, we can go round, can't we? Said Faith. Yes, he said, as the sun dropped down behind the low horizon and the cool shade fell on everything but the tree-tops. You know it is about 6 times as far. Are you afraid of my horse?" "No, not when you hold him. I will do just what you please, Mr. Linden," she said, though her color mounted. "Then do not be afraid of me," he said, dropping his own bridle and gently disengaging the hand from hers. "Please take your foot out of the stirrup, Miss Faith." And the transfer was made in a moment. She was lifted across the little space between the 2 horses and seated in front of Mr. Linden and held fast. "Are you afraid?" he repeated, looking gravely down at her. "No, sir, not a bit, Mr. Linden," she said, throwing a little more warmth into her words, for the first had been spoken somewhat under breath. So leaving the one horse fastened to a tree branch, the other set forward with his unwonted burden, which indeed at first he did not much approve, pricking his ears and sidling about with some doubtfulness of intent. But being after all a sensible horse, and apprehending the voice and rein suggestions which were made to him, he began to pick his way slowly and carefully among the stones on the bank, and then through the stones in the river, setting down his feet with great judgment and precaution, paying no heed to the rushing and splashing of the little stream, except by his ears, which certainly worked for once. And so the dangerous pass was soon behind them, and Mr. Linden dismounted and lifted Faith down, and seated her on a grey stone on the bank, while he went back for her horse. Which crossing, it may be observed, was accomplished much quicker than the last. The twilight was falling fast, and the little river and the 2 horses as they forded its swift current looked shadowy enough, set off by the white foam on both. The evening wind began its fitful stir, and swept the dry leaves past Faith's feet, and shook the cedar boughs above her head, and so she sat there and watched the crossing. "I have had the best picture today, Mr. Linden," she said, when she was placed in the saddle again. "You ought to have seen the river, and you and the 2 horses coming over it in this light as I did. You don't know how pretty it was. Now you'll let me ride fast, won't you? For Mother will be looking for us." "As fast as you please, but after all you have not seen my picture," he said, smiling. Faith profited by the permission given, and put her horse to a pace that proved she was very much in earnest to prevent that looking for them on Mrs. Derrick's part. She got out of the trot into a canter, or her horse did, and then away they flew, too fast to see or be hindered by any more friends or foes, till they drew the bridle at home. It was too late to have the reading before tea, so to have tea as speedily as possible was the next object. And then they adjourned to the fire-lit sitting-room, where Faith lighted the lamp in uncertainty whether reading or studies was to be the next move. Mr. Linden, however, went for his book, a little old volume of which Faith had never taken notice, and began without doubt the prettiest description of a garden that was ever written. "How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, or bays," etc. The reader paused a moment to tell more particularly what these leafy honours were, and then went on. "Fair quiet have I found thee here, and innocence thy sister dear. Mistaken long I sought you then in busy companies of men. Your sacred plants, if here below, only among the plants will grow. Society is all but rude to this delicious solitude." At which words precisely, the spirit of contrariety opened the door and ushered in Dr. Harrison. All he saw was Mr. Linden with a book in one easy-chair, Mrs. Derrick with her knitting in another, and a little further off, Faith sitting on her low cushion and apparently doing nothing. Probably for that reason, the doctor made up to her first. He sat down beside her and inquired in a low tone how the fishes were. Faith answered that they were well, only one of them had been eaten up by the others. "You are a little tired and are feeling remarkably well tonight," the doctor went on. "What have you been doing?" "I have been trying to do my duty," Faith said, coloring and laughing. "Don't you always do that?" said Dr. Harrison, looking at her inquiringly. "But I didn't know what it was till today." "You are doing what is very uncommon with you," said the doctor, "fighting me with my own weapons." His smile was pleasant though acute, but Faith colored exceedingly. "I can't tell you exactly what duty I mean," she said, "but Mr. Linden can." "Do you take your notions of duty from him?" "Today," said Faith with a smile, sweet and with spirit enough too. "I maintain that duties are facts, not notions," said Mr. Linden. "Hum," said the doctor, turning. Now you are too quick for me. May one not have a notion of a fact? One may. What are your notions about society and solitude? Of duty in those regards? Not at all. Your notions of those facts. Confused, said the doctor. Incomprehensible, melancholy, and distracting. He had got up and assumed the position he seemed to like, a standing place on the rug, from whence he could look down on everybody. What do you say to this? 2 paradises were in one, to live in paradise alone. I suppose that meets your notions. No, said the doctor, not unless Eve were the paradise, and even then I shouldn't want her any more to myself than to let all the world come and see that she was mine. It is a grave question, said Mr. Linden, whether paradise becomes smaller by being divided. In other words, whether after sharing it with Eve, Adam still retained the whole of it for himself. Just the other way, said the doctor. It was doubled, or trebled. For in the first place he had Eve. She was a second paradise. Then all her enjoyment of paradise was his enjoyment. That was a third. And in short, I should think the multiplication might go on ad infinitum, like compound interest or any other series of happiness impossible to calculate. Simple interest isn't a bad thing, said Mr. Linden. Yes, said the doctor with an answering flash of his eye, but it never contented anybody yet that could get it compound, that I ever heard of. Does Miss Derrick understand arithmetic? Miss Derrick, said Mr. Linden, how many angels can stand on the point of a darning needle without jostling each other? Don't be deluded into thinking that is arithmetic, said the doctor. Some of them will get their feet hurt. What duty has Mr. Linden been persuading you to do today? Mr. Linden can tell, said Faith. Which appeal Mr. Linden answered by deliberately finishing his poem aloud for the benefit of the company. What wondrous life is this I lead, ripe apples drop about my head. The luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine. The nectarine, the curious peach, into my hands themselves do reach. Stumbling on melons as I pass, ensnared with flowers, I fall on grass. Here at the fountain's sliding foot, or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's vest aside, my soul into the boughs does glide. There like a bird it sits and sings, then whets and claps its silver wings, until prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light, etc. The doctor listened, faithfully and enjoyingly, but his finishing comment was, "What a pity it is November." "No," said Faith, "I think I enjoyed it better than I should in July." "Rousseau's doctrine," said the doctor. "Or do you mean that you like the description better than the reality?" "It was the reality I enjoyed," said Faith. "What have you got there, Linden?" "Various old poets bound up together." "What was that you read?" "Andrew Marvell's Garden." "It is a famous good thing, though I confess my soul never glided into the boughs of any tree when my body didn't go along. Apropos, do you like to be on the back of a good horse?" "Why, yes," said Mr. Linden, "when circumstances place me there." "Will you let me be a circumstance to do it? I have an animal of that description, with almost the facility of motion possessed by Andrew Marvell's soul. Will you try him?" "Can he run?" said Mr. Linden with comic demureness. "Fleetly. Whether away with you depends, you know, on what I have no knowledge of, but I should think not." "I should like to know beforehand," said Mr. Linden in the same tone. "However, is it to be on simple or compound interest, doctor?" "I never take simple interest," said Dr. Harrison. "I want all I can get." "Well, if I take your horse, what will you ride alongside of me?" "That is easily arranged," said the doctor, smiling. "This fellow is a newcomer, comparatively, and a pet of mine. I want to know what you think of him. When is your next time of leisure?" "My daylight leisure is pretty limited now. Part of Saturday I could take." "Then you'll hold yourself engaged to me for Saturday morning, and I'll hold myself engaged to give you something pleasant to do with it. The roads hereabout are good for nothing but riding. You can have the pleasure of motion. There isn't much to take your thoughts away from it." "Except emotion." "If you're another marvel of a man, and can send your soul into the boughs as you pass, as good as stumbling on melons," said the doctor. unless your horse stumbles." "I see his character is coming out by degrees," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "He's as sure-footed as you are. Here comes emotion, in the shape of my Aunt Ellen. Isn't Mr. Linden a careful man?" he asked whimsically in a low voice, returning to his place by Faith. The question touched Faith's feeling of the ludicrous, and she only laughed at the doctor, which he liked very well. Mrs. Summer's errand was to invite the younger portion of the company to spend Christmas evening with her, and having succeeded in her mission, she made the doctor take her home. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 33. The week thereafter passed with the usual quiet business of those days. Friday evening, however, when the lamp was lit, instead of opening her books at once, Faith took the doctor's station on the rug. "Dr. Harrison has been here this afternoon, Mr. Linden, and asked me to go with you and him in the ride tomorrow." "Well, Miss Faith?" "I was afraid at first that it might hinder the good of your ride if I went, but Dr. Harrison said no, and he put it so that at last I said I would. But I am afraid of it still." "How did he put it?" "I don't know," said Faith, half laughing, "in a way that left me no excuse, as if he thought it would be more pleasure both to you and to him to have me along." "Miss Faith, if you go, you must give me leave to keep very near you. I trust my own care better than Dr. Harrison's. You will understand why I do it?" Faith did not understand very well. "I supposed, of course, Mr. Linden, you would be very near. I knew mother would not let me go to ride with Dr. Harrison, but with you I thought she would not be afraid." He looked at her a little doubtfully, as if he wanted to say something, but whatever it might be, it was not what he did say. A quiet, "I will try and take care of you, Miss Faith," which words were afterwards enlarged upon. "Miss Faith, may I trust that you will not fall behind my fleet horse tomorrow?" "Do you mean if he goes very fast?" said Faith, with questioning eyes. "His speed shall not put you to any inconvenience. Indeed, it may chance that he will be obliged to go slower than you like, in which case, Miss Faith, I hope your liking will change." The doctor came the next day in a gay mood. "I told you," he said, "I shouldn't be content with simple interest. I wanted compound. I hope you approve of my addition to our plan?" "So far, so good," Mr. Linden said, smiling. They went out, and Mr. Linden's first move was towards the horse with the side saddle, not with the intention of mounting him, however, but a more particular, thorough, systematic examination of every buckle and strap of his harness. That particular horse had never had. Then Mr. Linden turned and held out his hand to Faith. She gave him hers with a facile readiness that quite precluded interposition, and testified either that she had expected it or had not expected it. Most probably the latter. Dr. Harrison bit his lips, but that was a second's emotion. The next step was to dismiss the groom who stood at the horse's head, and take that office on himself. "You are more careful than is absolutely necessary in this case," he said, smiling. "This horse, Miss Faith, is the mate, I presume, of the one Job used to take his exercise upon. I chose him for you, thinking of Mrs. Derrick. Give stranger to Mr. Linden." The last words being a direction to the groom. A very different creature was stranger. If it had been the purpose of Dr. Harrison to give his friend so much to do with his own particular affairs that he would have no leisure to bestow on those of other people, he had chosen the horse at least well. A very fine and beautiful animal, he deserved all the praise given him for facility of motion. No feet could disdain the ground more daintily, no carriage be more absolutely springy and soft. but the mischief and spirit of both the runaways combined would not match his case. He did not, indeed, appear to be vicious, any further than a most vehement desire to please himself, and that in all manner of eccentric ways, totally irrelevant to the purpose of getting ahead on the road, or serving the will of his rider, might be called vice. It rather seemed the spirit of power in full play. However it were, there were no lack of either motion or emotion during the first half-mile of the way, for Stranger's manner of getting over so much of the ground was continually either calling Faith's blood into her cheeks or driving it out from them. They were well matched, however, the horse and the rider, and the spirit of power in equal exercise. Neither did Mr. Linden seem averse to the play, though Stranger presently found that what play he indulged in was clearly matter of concession. His name, as regarded his rider, soon lost its point. On the whole, the performance came as near the centaurship declared impossible by Dr. Harrison as most things have in modern times, but so far as the doctor had any stake depending upon Stranger's antics, so far he lost. Mr. Linden had never seemed more absolutely at leisure to attend to other people's affairs, and had rarely, it may be said, attended to them more thoroughly than during the springy half-mile. An occasional pas seul round the minuet of his companions rather heightened the effect. On another score, too, perhaps the doctor lost, for whatever efforts he made, or she made, it was simply impossible for Faith to attend to anything else whatever with the show of consecutiveness but the said horse and his rider. An attention sufficiently accounted for in the first place by the startled changes of colour in her face. Latterly the colour rose and became steady, and a little varying play of smile on lip and eye during the third quarter of a mile attested the fact that other emotions had displaced that of fear. Clearly the doctor had lost upon Stranger. "How do you like him?" he said at last, speaking across Faith, who was not good for conversation. "Very much." "I see you do, and he likes you, which is, to be sure, a correlative position. As I see he don't fill your hands, may I impose upon you the care of my sister? We are an uneven number, as you are aware, and I thought it desirable not to look odd. I gave her permission to go with us." Dr. Harrison did not see, if Faith did, the tiniest bit of a glance that sought her face while he was speaking, but nothing could be easier than the terms in which Mr. Linden declared himself ready to take charge of any number of ladies. It was only equalled by Stranger's bound the next minute. How dismayed one of the party was at this addition of Miss Harrison's company, nobody guessed. They turned in at Judge Harrison's gate and found Miss Sophie all ready for them. But to Faith the play was suddenly taken out of the play. She and Dr. Harrison set forward, to be sure, over a pleasant road, in delicious weather. The doctor was in one of his balmiest moods, and though quietly, she was very well mounted. It was pleasant, or would have been pleasant, but all the while what was Stranger doing behind her that she could not see? When in answering some kindly, graceful remark of the doctor's, Faith chid herself for ungratefulness and roused herself to give and take what good was in her power. The ride was pleasant after that. The air in all its calm sweetness was well tasted. The barren landscape, never barren to Faith's eyes, was enjoyed at every step. Her horse went agreeably, and the talk between her and Dr. Harrison grew interesting and enlivening. Meanwhile, Mr. Linden's horse and his companion were at the antipodes of each other. Thoroughly good and estimable as Miss Harrison was, she never left the beaten track, and Stranger never kept in it. Between the two opposites Mr. Linden amused himself as best he might. To do him justice, he tried his best to amuse his companion. Several miles of way had been passed over, when in a broad, grassy reach of the road, the two riders fell back upon the rest of the party, Faith taking Miss Harrison's side, and the doctor drew up by Mr. Linden. "How does it go?" he said good-humouredly. "What is the impersonal in this case?" said Mr. Linden, while Stranger snorted and bounded, and by every means in his power requested the doctor to keep at a distance. "A conglomerate, for which I found no better term. You, stranger, and my sister, and the world generally. Stranger is in a sufficiently ardent mood for his share. He gives me a fine view of the country, said Mr. Linden, as the creature brought himself to a tolerably erect position, and seemed to like it so well as to be in no hurry to come down, and when he did, took the precaution to take his hind feet off the ground before the forefeet touched. Miss Faith, how does this agree with your ideal of melancholy? Faith forgot to answer, or thought answers impertinent. That horse frightens me out of my wits, said Miss Harrison. I have been jumping out of the saddle half the time since I came out. Sometimes he'll go very quietly, as nice as anybody, and then he'll play such a caper as he did then. That was just because Julius came up alongside of him. He had been going beautifully this last mile. I wish he'd have nothing to do with such a creature. I suppose he's very pleasant to ride, said Faith, eyeing the creature. Perhaps Stranger, with his full, wild eyes, took note of this look of partial favour, for he backed a little from the doctor and came dancing round by Faith, and Nair danced along at her side for a few minutes, evidently in an excited state of mind. His rider, meanwhile, gave Faith a quiet word of admonition about keeping so loose a rein, and asked in the same half undertone if she felt tired. Oh, no, Faith said with a look of thanks and pleasure. That piece of care I must trust in your hands. Don't forget that I do so trust it. How would you like to cross Quawpack Creek on this piece of quicksilver? I don't think you'd like to have me, Faith said very decidedly. I never saw anything so beautiful quite, Mr. Linden, that I recollect at this minute, she added, smiling. I want to dance with you today, more than I ever did before, he answered, smiling too. Miss Faith, if you have not yet said the few sensible words, or if you have any left, won't you please say them to me? That question comes like a constable upon all my senses, said Faith, laughing, and it feels as I suppose a man does when he is clapped on the shoulder. But then the man cannot run away, you know. Nor my senses don't, said Faith, that I know of, but it feels as if it hadn't possession of itself, Mr. Linden. Well, see if it is equal to this demand. What would be the consequences if you and I were to start off and scour the country on our own hook, as people say? I think our hook would draw 2 people after us, said Faith, looking very much amused and a little afraid of being overheard. That is a melancholy fact, and my self-indulgence needs to be kept in check, Miss Faith, he said, dropping his voice still more. Stranger regrets very much that he must now go through that figure of the cotillion called Lady's Change, and with a low and laughing bow, Mr. Linden reined back his horse and returned to his former place with all the soberness that circumstances allowed. There was no soberness whatever in the face with which Faith recommenced her tête-à-tête with Miss Harrison. The doctor was perfectly in order. I have been thinking, he said, since my question of how the world went with you, what a very insignificant thing as to extent the world to any one person is, compared with the universe, said Mr. Linden. What sort of a world have you got into? Said Dr. Harrison somewhat impatiently. No, the actual extent of your and my consciousness, of that field of action and perception which we magnificently call our world. What a mighty limited field it is. I think you describe it correctly, said Mr. Linden. It is both mighty and limited. A little space railed off for every man, and yet larger than that man can ever fill. It seems to me too insignificant to be worth filling. There is a little outlet on every side that makes it impossible to fill. What do you mean? I mean that while our action at every step touches other people, and their consequent action moves on with like effect, the limits of our power in this world can never be known. Will you think me impertinent if I ask once more what you mean, or rather ask you to enlarge a little? If a man plants the first clover seed or thistledown in some great continent, said Mr. Linden, from whose little field is it that in 100 years the whole land bears thistles or clover? It won't, said the doctor, if 100 other things are sown at the same time. And so it seems to me in life that one action is counteracted by another universally, and nothing makes anything, or of any avail. If nothing is of any avail, things don't counteract each other. You are proving my position. The doctor smiled, not unpleasantly. I see, he said. You can maintain any position you choose to take, on the ground or in the air. I must give way to you on this ground. And Dr. Harrison reined back his horse and came into Faith's neighbourhood. Miss Derrick, the road is getting too contracted for such a procession. Will you draw bridle? I don't want to ride behind, Dr. Harrison, said Faith, looking laughingly back at him. I'll go on in front. Which she did, so briskly that the doctor had to bestir himself to come up with her. I didn't know, he said, and he spoke somewhat in earnest, I didn't know that you cared anything about eminence or preeminence. Didn't you, Dr. Harrison? Do you? I don't know, said Faith gravely. Eminence? Yes, I should care very much for that in some things. Not for preeminence, I think. There's Mr. Simlins, and I must speak to him. Faith's horse, which had been on an easy canter, came to a stand, and so must the doctor. Mr. Simlins, too, was on horseback. Mr. Simlins, said Faith, after giving him her hand, will you have half a day's leisure Monday or Tuesday? Leisure, said the farmer, with his best growl. No, I shan't have it if you take it. Do you think I may take it? I don't suppose there's anybody that can hinder you, said Mr. Simlins, without accepting my own identity. I can't. Do you want to go up yonder again? The doctor interposed to make offers of his father's horses, carriage, and servants, but Faith quietly negatived them all. How did you get home the other night? Said the farmer. Did you get over the river? Then shifting his ground as Miss Harrison and stranger came up into the group, he changed his question. I say, Mr. Linden, I heard Quapaw Creek was choked up the other night. How did you get home? The same way I expect to now, said Mr. Linden. How did you, Mr. Simlins? The harness was all right, said Mr. Simlins. If anything else was in a disorganized state, 'twas somebody's fault besides yourn. That linchpin made trouble, though. It didn't fit more places than one. Did you get across Quapaw Creek on your horses? Do you suppose I crossed on foot? Said Mr. Linden, smiling. Do you take me for a witch, Mr. Simlins? I haven't just made up my mind about that, said the farmer. I've a temptation to think you are. What's that you're on? Only a broomstick in disguise, Mr. Simlins. As he belongs to Dr. Harrison, I am willing to own so much. Well, as well-shaped a broomstick as I ever see, said the farmer, consideratively. I shouldn't mind putting him in harness. Well, good day. I'm glad this girl didn't have to go all round again the other night. I was afeard she had. I'll take you over creation, he sung out after her as they parted company, and I'll be along Monday. Quapaw Creek? Said Dr. Harrison, as the interrupted procession took up its line of march again. I think I remember that. What was the matter? The bridge was broken, with a loaded waggon upon it, Faith explained. And you crossed by fording? Yes. Isn't it rather a difficult ford? If I remember right, the bed of the stream is uneven and rough. Doesn't it require some guiding of the horses? I believe so, yes. It isn't safe for an ignorant rider. I didn't give you credit, he said, looking at her, for being such a horsewoman. That is quite a feat for a lady. Faith coloured high, but she was not going a second time to fight the doctor with his own weapons. A very little she hesitated, and then she said boldly, though not in very bold tones, it must be confessed, I am not a horsewoman. Mr. Linden carried me over. The doctor looked very moody for a few minutes. Then his brow brightened. Faith's straightforward truth had served her as well as the most exquisite piece of involution. The doctor could not very well see the face with which her words were spoken, and had to make up his mind upon them alone. "It is so," was his settled conclusion. "She has only a child's friendly liking in him, nothing more, or she never, simple as she is, would have said that to me with that frankness." Moodiness returned to the doctor's brow no more. He left Quawpaw Creek in the distance and talked of all manner of pleasant things, and so, with no second break of the order of the march, they went on and went home. "Mr. Linden," said Faith, when she was lighting the lamp for study in the evening, "you never ask anything of me so hard to do as that was today." "Hard?" he replied. "Why?" "To keep in front, where I could not see you and that horse." "Miss Faith, I am very sorry, but you know I had you in charge. I felt bound to keep you in sight." "I know," she said, and sat down to her work. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Say and Seal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal by Susan Warner. Chapter 34. There was no more riding after that. The weather grew too cold, and Pattaquasset was put off till spring. But with walks and talks and reading aloud, Goethe's maxim was well carried out. For there is music that needs no composer but peace, and fireside groups that are not bad pictures in stormy weather. And so December began to check off its short days with busy fingers. There came a sudden interruption to all this, except December's part of it, for a letter arrived from Miss Delia Danforth at Pequot, begging that Faith would come and spend a little time with her. Miss Delia was very unwell, and suffering and alone, with the exception of her brother's French wife, and she wrote with longing desire to see Faith. Mr. Danforth had been some years dead, and the widow and the sister who had lived so long together with him since his death had kept their old household life in a very quiet way without him. But now Miss Danforth longed for some of her own kindred, or had a special liking or desire for Faith's company, for she prayed her to come, and it was not a call that Faith herself a moment doubted about answering. Mrs. Derrick's willingness lingered for various natural reasons, but that too followed. It was clear that Faith ought not to refuse. The day before she was to go, Mrs. Derrick made herself unusually busy and tired, so as to spare Faith's study time, and thus it fell out that when night came and prayers were over, Mrs. Derrick went straight to bed, partly from fatigue, partly to be ready for an early start next day, for she was to drive Faith over to Pequot. No such need or inducement sent Faith to bed, and the two students planned a longer evening of work than common, to anticipate lost time. But when the hours were about half spent, Cindy came to the door and called out, "Miss Faith." Faith took her book and went to the door, which she held open. "There was a boy come tonight," said Cindy, "from that old starvation creature down by Barley Point, and he says she's more in a box than ever. Ain't a crumb of bread for breakfast, nor supper neither, for that." "Is the boy here now?" "Why, sakes no," said Cindy. "Come while you was to supper. I s'pose I might ha' telled you before, but then again I was busy baking cakes, and I'm free to confess I forgot. And prayers always does turn everything out of my ray head. I can't guess how I thought of it now. Mr. Skip's away tonight, too," said Cindy in conclusion. Faith shut the door behind her. "It's too far for you to go alone. Can you find somebody to go with you, Cindy? I'll put up a basket of things for her." "Ain't a soul in sight," said Cindy. "I'd as lieves go to the Hull way alone as to snoop round hunting folks." "Then, Cindy, if you'll get ready, I'll go with you. She must have something." Cindy looked at her. "Guess you better get fixed first, Miss Faith. 'Tain't hardly worth my while, I reckon. Who shouldn't we have after us?" "Just have your shawl and bonnet ready, Cindy, will you?" said Faith gravely, "and I'll be ready in a very few minutes." She went with business speed to pantry and cellar, and soon had a sizable basket properly filled. Leaving that in Cindy's charge, Faith went back to the sitting room and came and stood by the table and said quietly, "I can't do any more tonight, Mr. Linden. I must be busy in another way. I'm going out for a little while." "May I ask, not from curiosity, with whom?" he said, looking up at her. "With Cindy, to attend to some business she didn't tell me of in proper time." Faith had laid her books together and was going off. Mr. Linden rose from the table. "With me, if you please, Miss Faith. I will not intrude upon your business." "It's no business to be intruded upon," she said, with her simple look into his face, "but Cindy and I can do it. Please do not let me take you away. I'm not afraid, much. Miss Faith, you want a great many lessons yet, and I do not deserve this. Don't you know that in Mrs. Derrick's absence I am guardian of her house and of you? I will go with you, or without you, just as you choose," he added, smiling. "If you would rather study than walk, you shall. Is the business too intricate for me to manage?" "It's only to carry some things to an old woman who is in great want of them. They can't wait till tomorrow. If you will, Mr. Linden, I'll be ready in a minute. I'd like to go." She ran to get ready, and Mr. Linden went to the kitchen and took the basket from Cindy, and then waited at the front door till Faith came, and they went out into the moonlight together. A very bright moonlight. In dark shadows, dark and still, only one of them seemed to move, but that one made Faith glad of her change of companions. Perhaps it made the same suggestion to Mr. Linden, for his first words looked that way. "Miss Faith, you did not do quite right tonight. Don't you know," with a gentle, half-smiling tone, "you must not let anything make you do wrong." Her look and tone were both very confiding and touched with timidity. "Did I, Mr. Linden? I didn't mean to. I know that, but you must remember for another time." And he went off to other subjects, giving her talk and information that were perhaps better than books. The walk was good, too, the air bracing, and the village sights and sounds in a subsiding glimmer and murmur. The evening out of doors was worth as much as the evening within doors could have been. Faith thought so. The way was down the road that led to Barley Point. Branching off from that, the distance to the poor cottage seemed short enough, but if it had seemed long, Faith would have felt herself well paid. So much was the supply needed, so joyfully was it received. The basket was left there for Mr. Skip to bring home another time, and at a rather late hour in the evening the return walk began. The night was sharp and frosty, and still, now, with a depth of silence. The moon, high and full, beamed down in silver splendor, and the face of the earth was all white and black. The cold, clear light, the sharp shadows angling and defining everything, the absolute stillness, how well they chimed. And chime they did, albeit noiselessly. In that bracing air, the very steps of the two homeward-bound people seemed to spring more light and elastic, and give little sound. They went on together with a quick, even step. The very walking was pleasant. For a while they talked busily, too. Then thought came in and claimed her place, and words ceased. They had left the turn to the belt of woods, and were now passing one or two empty fields where low hedges made a black line of demarcation, and the moonlight seemed even whiter than before. Faith was on the side next to the road, and both a little way out, for the walking was smoother and drier. How it was done, Faith could not tell. The next 2 seconds seemed full of separate things which she remembered afterwards, but her hand was disengaged from Mr. Linden's arm, and he was standing before her, and she behind him, almost before she had fairly seen a little flash of red light from the hedge before them. A sharp report, powdery taint on the sweet air, came then to give their evidence. To what? That second past, Mr. Linden turned, but still standing so as to shield her, and laid both hands on her shoulders. "Are you hurt?" he said in a voice lowered by feeling, not intent. One bewildered instant she stood mute, perhaps with no breath for words. The next minute, with a motion too unexpected and sudden to be hindered, lifting both hands, she threw his off, bounded to one side to be clear of him, and sprang like a gazelle towards the spot where the red flash had caught her eye. But she was caught, and stopped before she reached it, and held still, the same shield between her and the hedge. "Did it touch you?" Mr. Linden repeated. No, let me, she said eagerly, endeavoring to free herself. He was silent a moment, a deep-drawn breath the only reply, but he did not loose his hold. My dear child, he said, you could find nothing. For what would you go? The tone was very gentle, even moved. You must walk on before me as quick as you can. Will you promise to do it? I will keep you in sight. Before you? No. What are you going to do? Are you touched? Her voice changed as she went on. I am not hurt, and mean to do nothing tonight but follow you home. But give me your promise, Miss Faith. You must not stand here. Why in front? Will they be behind us? I must have you in sight, and I will not have you near me. And letting go his hold, he said almost imperatively, I will trust you. Walk on before me. Miss Faith, you must not delay a moment. I will go with you, she said low, and clinging to his arm. Your safety is in being near me. I will not delay. Come. But the hand was taken off again, and held in both his while he spoke. I will not have you anywhere near me. If you do not walk on far in front, I shall, and keep watch of you as best as I can. And he let go her hand, and stepped back with a quick pace that soon put some distance between them. She stood still a moment, looking, and then sprang back till she reached him, speaking with a low vehemence that did not seem like faith. I will not do it, Mr. Linden. I will not. I will not. Come, come, don't stay here. Whatever Mr. Linden felt at that appeal, and he was not a man to feel it lightly, his words lost none of their firmness. I shall not stir until you are 10 yards in front of me, unless I leave you as far behind. She planted herself for an instant before him, and looked in his face with eyes of quiet but most eloquent beseeching. No, he repeated, you must go on and fear nothing. Child, there is no restraint to the Lord, to save by many or by few. She did not answer, even by the little shake of the head which sometimes with her stood in place of words. She turned, went swiftly forward, with a straight, even, unslackening pace which did not falter nor stop for a long, long piece of the way. How long it was, by the mind's measurement, it would be hard to tell. It was one breathless sense of pain and fear, of which moonlight and shadows and the points of the way all made part and were woven in together. Her ears were tingling for that sound. Her eyes only measured unconsciously the distances and told off the waymarks. Down the little pitch of the road where that to Barley Point forked off, then by a space of clear fences where hedgerows were not, and a barn or two rose up in the moonlight, through gates where the post shadows were black and deep, by the skirting bushes that now and then gathered about the rails. She walked as fast as she could and keep her strength. That was unconsciously measured too. It had seemed to her in her agony of pleading before the commencing of this strange walk that it was impossible she should do it. She was doing it now under a force of will that she had not been able to withstand, and her mind was subdued and strained beyond the power of thinking. Her very walking seemed to her mechanical. Intensely alive as her senses were all the time, there was a transient relief at coming into the neighborhood of a house, and a drear feeling of desolation and increased danger as she left it behind her. But her pace neither faltered nor flagged. She looked round sometimes, but never paused for that. Before the more thickly settled part of the village was reached, her step grew a little slower, probably from the sheer necessity of failing strength, but steady it was at whatever rate of travel. When at last they turned the sandy corner into the broad street or main way of the village, where houses and gardens often broke the range of hedgeway or fence, the lights spoke to lights in the neighboring windows. Faith stopped and stood leaning against the fence. In another moment she was drawn away from that to a better support. "Are you faint?" Mr. Linden said. Her no was faint, but the answer was true for all the rest of her. He drew her hand within his arm and held on silently. But how glad he was to see her home. Faith might guess from the way she was half carried up the steps and into the hall, and the door shut and locked behind her. After the same fashion she was taken into the sitting-room, and placed in the easy-chair, and her wrappers unfastened and taken off with very gentle and quick hands. She offered almost as little help as hindrance, and her head sank immediately. He stood by her and repeated his question about faintness. "Oh, no, sir, I'm not faint. It's nothing," Faith said, but as if her very voice was exhausted. And crossing her arms upon the table, close to which the easy-chair stood, she laid her head down upon them. Her mother might well say she had a baby face. It looked so then. Mr. Linden's next move was to get a glass of wine, and with gentle force and persuasion to make her swallow it. That done, he stood leaning upon the back of her chair, silently, but with a very, very grave face. She kept her position, scarcely stirring for some length of time, except that after a while she hid her face in her hands, and sitting so, at last she spoke in a troubled tone. "What can be done, Mr. Linden, to put a stop to this?" "I will try what can be done," he answered, though not as if that point were uppermost in his mind. "I think I can find a way. I wish nothing gave me more uneasiness than that." "Do you think there is any way that you can do it, thoroughly?" "Yes, I think so," he repeated. "There are ways of doing most things. I shall try. Do not think about it, Miss Faith. I have something now to make me glad you are going to Pequot. Before, I could only remember how much I should miss my scholar." "Why are you glad now, Mr. Linden?" Faith's voice was in as subdued a state of mind as her face. "Change of air will be good for you, till this air is in a better state." She made no answer. In a few minutes she rose up, gathered her wrappers into one hand. "Are you better?" he said. "Will you promise to go right to sleep, and leave all troublesome matters where alone they can be taken care of?" The faintest kind of a smile flitted across her face. "I don't know," she said doubtfully. "I don't know what I can do, Mr. Linden." "I've told you." "I'll try the last part," she said, with a somewhat more defined smile as she glanced up at him. It was as grave and gentle a smile as is often known. "You must try it all," he said, giving her hand the same touch it had once before. "Miss Faith, I may use your words. I think you will never give me harder work to do than I have had tonight." She could not bear that. She stood with eyes cast down and a fluttering quiver upon her lip. Still, because of the effort to control herself, was at the moment as much as she could do. It was successful, though barely, and then, without venturing another look, she said her low "Good night, sir," and moved away. She was accompanied as far as the door, but then Mr. Linden paused, with his hand on the latch. "Shall you take any work, book work, with you to Pequot, or will your hands find too much else to do?" "I meant to take some. I meant to do a good deal. I hope so." "Then can you come back to the great chair for 10 minutes, and let me give you a word or two of direction?" She came immediately and sat down, and Mr. Linden went back to where they had been interrupted early in the evening, and told her what and where and how to go on in the various books, till she should see him again, putting marks here and there to save her trouble, or penciling some explanation which might be needed. It took but a few minutes to do this, and then Mr. Linden laid the books together, and, drawing the old Bible towards him once more, he turned to the 91st Psalm and read it aloud. Read it with full heartfelt effect, which made the words fall like the dew they are upon the weary little flower Faith was. Then he bade her once more good night. She went refreshed, yet to become a prey to struggling thoughts which for a while prevented refreshment from having its lawful action. How much of the night and of the early morning Faith spent in these thoughts and in the fruit of them is uncertain, for the evening's work would sufficiently have accounted for her worn look the next day. End of chapter 34.